Chapter 791. Nan Mutiani looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was breaking through, with a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he had sent Zhou Xuanji into Anti-Kunlun because he felt that this brat would definitely die. He did not have any hope that Zhou Xuanji could escape. Who would have thought that this brat would really escape? In just 300 years, he was going to break through to the origin fusion divine sovereign realm? This was even more ridiculous than the breakthrough speed of an 18-star prodigy. The more Nan Mutiani thought about it, the more jealous he became. There were only two paths before him. The first was to rope Zhou Xuanji in and assist him to become the sovereign, so that the Tiani divine range could benefit in advance. The second was to kill him on the spot and kill the threat here. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly and did not panic at all. If Nan Mutiani dared to attack him, he would not be polite. Perhaps he was not Nan Mutiani's match, but if Nan Mutiani wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. Their eyes met, and the two of them fell into silence. The lightning tribulation did not descend even after a long time, but Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was like a volcanic eruption, growing unstoppably. Nan Mutiani's expression changed as he thought to himself, what's going on? Why doesn't the lightning punishment strike him? He could not see through the current Zhou Xuanji. Just what had this brat experienced? Why did it feel like he was a completely different person? That kind of demeanor made it seem like he was facing a mortal. Little did he know that Zhou Xuanji had already seen the sovereign and experienced the chaotic tides of time and space. He had also experienced countless tribulations that most living beings could never experience. His vision was already extraordinary. How could he be afraid of Nan Mutiani? There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through and reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Clear Enlightenment stage. The one vast heaven above his soul split open and turned into a silver halo that enveloped his soul. His great energy poured into it and turned into a brand new energy that flowed into every part of his soul and body. Yuan fused divine power. Ding. Analyze that sword owner has broken through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Beginning random draw. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Life Fusion, Broken Sword and Vast Sky, Dream Realization Fusion Sword. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, which made him curious. Yuxing forcefully broke the broken sword? Previous life realization sword fusion? Could it be that it was the same as the Proud Mortal Sword and the Proud Mortal Ghost Sword, a combination-type divine sword? Information about the two swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Surviving Strong Broken Sword Level, Myriad Fusion, Description, a sword that can sever the lifespan of others. Because it is too powerful, it has suffered the backlash of thousands of laws. Only half of the sword is left. It can be fused with the previous life realization sword to form life-severing circle. Using this sword requires the cultivation of at least Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Sword name, Previous Life Realization Sword Grade, Vast Sky, Description, a sword that can condense the karmic luck of one's previous life and current life. It contains great fortune and is peerlessly powerful. However, it is restricted by supreme laws and is only at the vast heaven level. It can be fused with the life-breaking broken sword to form life-severing circle. One needs to be at least at the 9 vast heaven realm to use this sword. It was indeed a combination of divine swords. One could sever one's lifespan, while the other could condense one's fate. They both had miraculous uses, and they could even be combined to form an even more powerful divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied with these two legendary swords. He looked back at Nan Mutiani and asked, "What's the matter?" This old fellow looked at him for a long time without saying a word. It seemed like he was having an internal struggle. If Nan Mutiani really wanted to make a move against him, then he would truly have to fight to the death. Nan Mutiani understood the ridicule in his eyes and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He, a dignified sovereign range lord, was actually feeling apprehensive facing a junior. If this was spread out, how many people would believe it? But he was really apprehensive at this moment. This wasn't the first time he had to make such a decision. Back then, he had such an experience with the previous sovereign. Back then, he lowered his head in exchange for the prosperity of the Tianyi divine range. And now, the opportunity had come again. Except for the mortal divine range, no divine range could survive forever. Even the Tianyi divine range didn't have absolute confidence. It was just that the Tianyi divine range also wanted to give birth to a sovereign. Nanmu Tianyi was weighing the pros and cons. He was wondering if there were any geniuses in the Tianyi divine range who could compete with Zhou Xuanji. There were indeed a few who could. However, Nanmu Tianyi suddenly didn't have absolute confidence. After all, Zhou Xuanji could make it out of Anti-Kunlun. He gritted his teeth and said, "If the Tianyi divine range doesn't target you or even help you, are you willing to let bygones be bygones and even support us in the future?" In the current situation, the evil sky divine range can no longer support you. Compromise. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "What kind of support can you give me?" He wasn't stubborn. Although Nanmu Tianyi had targeted him, he had also given him some opportunities. Moreover, the current evil sky divine range really couldn't protect his family. It was better to rely on the Tianyi divine range to change the situation. "I will fully support you to become the sovereign. I can give you whatever resources you want. The previous sovereign had a conflict with me, but with the full support of the Tianyi divine range, he was able to overcome all obstacles and become the sovereign," Nanmu Tianyi said seriously. Nanmu Tianyi said seriously. After he made this decision, he immediately felt much more relaxed. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Okay." Having heard this, Nanmu Tianyi was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to agree so easily. He asked in astonishment, "Are you serious?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Although I have the confidence to escape from you, you are right. There are no eternal enemies in the Kunlun origin court. Moreover, there is no irreconcilable hatred between us." Nanmu Tianyi smiled. In his heart, his evaluation of Zhou Xuanji was even higher. Most geniuses couldn't be as open-minded as him. As long as he could get the support of the Tianyi divine range, he would have half a foot into the sovereign's position. "Next, I need you to help me block the divine ranges of the evil sky divine range. I hope that the evil sky divine range can restore its peace." "Of course, you don't need to help the evil sky divine range take revenge. I just want the evil sky divine range to be at peace," Zhou Xuanji said, staring at Nanmu Tianyi. If he couldn't even satisfy the first request, then there was no need to continue this cooperation. So, he spoke in a commanding tone. Nanmu Tianyi nodded and said, "Other than our Tianyi divine range, among the divine ranges encircling the evil sky divine range, only the mortal divine range is strong enough. Old ancestor Hongchen and I are old friends. He will give me face. This is not a problem." He wasn't dissatisfied with Zhou Xuanji's direct request. On the contrary, he was delighted. As long as Zhou Xuanji experienced the power of the Tianyi divine range, it would be even more difficult for him to abandon it in the future. He was also afraid that Zhou Xuanji would betray him after becoming the sovereign. The reason was in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. "Also, I want to find the whereabouts of the mortal sovereign. Do you know?" Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked. The matter of his wife and son had been hanging in his mind. He would feel uneasy if he couldn't find them. Nanmu Tianyi's expression changed drastically as he asked, "Why are you looking for her?" At the mention of the mortal sovereign, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Only those who had lived for more than 10 billion years knew how terrifying the mortal sovereign was. This was a nightmare that they didn't want to recall. "I want to find her. Just tell me if you know." Zhou Xuanji stared into his eyes and said in a deep voice. Chapter 792. Facing Zhou Xuanji's interrogation, Nanmu Tianyi was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "She is in the mortal plane. Even I can't break in. I can only guide you to the closest spatial node to the mortal plane." Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed when he heard this. Although mortal sovereign was ridiculously powerful, he had to go. With the exterminating divine eyes and the exterminating immortal physique, he might be able to escape with his wife and children. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Mortal sovereign is ruthless. He won't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. If you anger him, even I can't save you, Nanmutiani reminded. Although he didn't know why Zhou Xuanji wanted to find mortal sovereign, he hoped that Zhou Xuanji would back off. Some existences couldn't be provoked. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Nanmutiani to lead the way. The two quickly left. Zhou Xuanji adjusted the origin fusion divine energy in his body while flying. After breaking through to origin fusion divine Lord First Enlightenment, his strength had soared. The exterminating immortal physique seemed to have become a little stronger. After the breakthrough, it quickly stabilized. His aura was no longer unstable. The higher his cultivation, the more he could feel the power of the exterminating immortal physique. No matter where he went, the great Tao rules automatically gave way. No one dared to stop him. Thousands of rules had to bow down to him. Nanmutiani also noticed this. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of opportunity did this kid get? Isn't this too exaggerated? Rules give way, all laws are invulnerable. Nanmutiani had mixed feelings. He really wanted to capture Zhou Xuanji and study him. But his reason told him that assisting Zhou Xuanji was the best plan for him and the Tianyi divine range. Above the Kunlun universe, there was a space hidden on the other side of the universe. There were many palaces and countless floating islands. This was the Origin Court. The pinnacle of power in the Kunlun Origin Court. In a palace radiating a colorful glow, the 12 law ancestors were gathered. They were hovering above the lotus throne in the air, forming a circle. Beast sovereign escaped, and mortal sovereign came to make trouble. What should we do? A white-haired old man asked with an ugly expression. Before the sovereign disappeared, he handed over the power to them. But they failed to protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Instead, they made it more and more chaotic. It was really embarrassing. Forget it. Daohu is waiting for us outside. Let's just cultivate in peace. That's right, the era of darkness is something that we cannot stop. Once the new Supreme Being appears, everything will settle down. In the past, there were no Crimson Dust Supremes who jumped out to stir up trouble. So be it. Do you dare to stop her? Without the Honorable here, who could be her opponent? Only a virtualized realm ancient great being would be able to descend, the ancestors of technique began to discuss. Most of them were very calm, as if they had no desires. Seeing this, the white-haired old man sighed. He understood that Origin Court's heart was broken. With the 10 supreme divine ranges pressuring the Origin Court and Daohu hiding in the dark, they didn't dare to leave the Origin Court realm. Every time the white-haired old man thought of the 12 ancestors living in such a sorry state, his heart would feel suffocated. This won't do. I absolutely can't resign myself to death. The white-haired old man's eyes were resolute and he did not say anything. He waved his hand, indicating that they could disperse. The ancestors of technique did not say much and left. The white-haired old man plucked a strand of hair and threw it down. Clouds gathered at the bottom of the hall. The hair disappeared without a trace as soon as it fell in. He mumbled to himself, I want to see who is qualified to become the sovereign. At the edge of the void boundary, in a dark cosmic space, there were no stars, sun, or moon. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and asked, Are you sure it's here? Nanmutiani nodded and said, This used to be a branch of a super divine range. Because it offended Crimson Dust Supremes, it was massacred. Crimson Dust Chi was left here. Because the resentment of the dead creatures did not dissipate, the Crimson Dust Chi also gathered here. Over time, this place became a crimson dust space. Once you enter, your mind will be bewitched by the crimson dust chi. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes and scanned the dark space. Soon, he saw countless red dots in the darkness. They were very small, like grains of sand. In the vast cosmic space, it was very difficult to notice them. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Nanmutiani's pupils suddenly dilated. He gnashed his teeth and said, How is it possible? He went in directly, even he couldn't break into the crimson dust plane. How did Zhou Xuanji do it? On the other side, in the Crimson Dust Plain, Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were cultivating on a deserted island. Crimson Dust Sovereign was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind them out of thin air, placing his hands on their shoulders. The mother and son were startled. They subconsciously looked back and were stunned when they saw Zhou Xuanji. "Father," Zhou Tanhua called out in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He couldn't take Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua away. Crimson Dust Sovereign is still here. He took a deep breath and let go of Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. Two legendary swords appeared in his hands. They were Yuxing Chang Broken Sword and Previous Life Dream Realization Sword. A short sword and a curved sword. Both looked extraordinary. They shone with a strange light in the dim Crimson Dust Plain. "Come out!" Zhou Xuanji shouted in a deep voice as he glanced around. Even the Soul Source Orb appeared. Xian Xianghua quickly advised, "Sovereign didn't mistreat us. Instead, she taught us cultivation techniques. You can't be rude." She wasn't standing on the side of Crimson Dust Sovereign. She was just afraid that Crimson Dust Sovereign would vent his anger on Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was Crimson Dust Sovereign? Once they fought, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't be able to win. Zhou Tanhua nodded in agreement. He carefully looked at Zhou Xuanji and couldn't help but fall into a trance. For some reason, he felt that his father had changed. He couldn't tell what had changed. His appearance was the same as before, but his temperament was different. Taught cultivation techniques? Is she really teaching you how to cultivate? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He looked puzzled. They had no reason to be with Crimson Dust Sovereign. How could there be love for no reason in this world? Zhou Tanhua replied, "It's true. So far, Crimson Dust Sovereign hasn't made things difficult for us." His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He had a lot of questions to ask. Where has Zhou Xuanji been in the past 300 years? "Sure enough, you found this place." Crimson Dust Sovereign's voice drifted over. Zhou Xuanji couldn't tell where the voice came from. He couldn't hear the slightest emotional fluctuation. Zhou Xuanji turned around and his brow furrowed even more. "Sure enough, it's her." In the passage between the two worlds, the red figure who helped him was Crimson Dust Sovereign. Could it be that Crimson Dust Sovereign could freely travel between the Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun? At this moment, he was full of curiosity about Crimson Dust Sovereign. "You are still the same. You haven't changed at all," Crimson Dust Sovereign said faintly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed upon hearing this, while Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were stunned. Chapter 793. Mortal Sovereign knew Zhou Xuanji? Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They didn't mean that Mortal Sovereign knew Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign said that Zhou Xuanji hadn't changed, which meant that he had known Zhou Xuanji for a long time. Zhou Xuanji looked at Mortal Sovereign with a complicated expression. He finally recognized Supreme Crimson Dust. How could it be her? He had mixed feelings in his heart. There was surprise, shock, and disbelief. Shen Tang. The mortal supremacy was the mortal god he had met in the Anti-Kunlun. After they parted in the passage between the two worlds, how could she become the world-shaking mortal supremacy? Could it be that she had fallen into an ancient timeline? But that shouldn't be the case either. Then, how could he have met Crimson Dust in the passageway between the two realms? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had countless questions he wanted to ask. With Zhou Xuanji's silence, the atmosphere became silent. Zhou Tanhua wanted to say something but hesitated. This kind of low pressure made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but ask, "You two know each other?" Zhou Xuanji didn't know how to answer. He felt guilty towards Shen Tang and Shen Nianxing. It was all thanks to the help of this pair of sisters that he had the cultivation he had today. But his promise to the sisters was not fulfilled. Now they only saw Shen Tang, but not Shen Nianqing. Could it be that Shen Nianqing had already, even someone as strong as mortal supremacy couldn't save Shen Nianqing? At this thought, Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Ever since he was born, I have been paying attention to him. Your marriage was brought up by me. Sovereign Hong Chen said calmly, which stunned Xian Xianghua. Zhou Tanhua was equally shocked. Didn't this mean that he was able to be born thanks to supremacy Hong Chen? Pooh! How could he say that? On the other hand, Xian Xianghua thought about many things. When she had first met Zhou Xuanji, she had felt that this boy was not bad. No matter how much he provoked her, she had never acted viciously. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but shudder at the might of mortal world supreme. Of course, she did not regret her relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Instead, she rejoiced. If it weren't for Supreme Being Hong Chen, she might have missed out on this period of happiness. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can we talk in private?" It was useless to escape. He also wanted to know how Shen Tang managed to survive and become a mortal supremacy. Yes. With a wave of her hand, she and Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air. Only Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua were left on the deserted island. Zhou Tanhua asked nervously, "Mother, will father be all right?" He could see that the atmosphere between Zhou Xuanji and mortal sovereign was not right. This was the first time he had seen his father's expression so ugly. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "If Hongchen's supremacy wanted to target him, why would he waste his breath?" When Zhou Tanhua heard this, he felt that it made sense. However, he still had too many doubts in his heart. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and mortal sovereign came to a space filled with white light. There was nothing here but a vast expanse of whiteness. Looking at mortal sovereign, Zhou Xuanji was about to speak. Supremacy Hong Chen suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. He was stunned. His expression changed from astonishment to shame. He would rather Shen Tang scold him. That way, he would feel better in his heart. Finally, he could only say, "I'm sorry." The mortal supremacy in his arms suddenly revealed her true form. Wisps of mortal chi dissipated, revealing her peerless figure in her red robes. She was wearing a crown inlaid with pearls. Her figure was the same as before, but her temperament had become extremely cold. She closed her eyes, quietly leaning on Zhou Xuanji's chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I have been looking forward to this feeling for countless years," she murmured softly. Zhou Xuanji's heart became even heavier after hearing this. He had long been aware of Shen Tang's feelings for him back then. Not only her, but even Shen Nianqing also had a trace of affection in her eyes when she looked at him. Because of this, he felt so guilty. It was the hardest to accept a beautiful person's favor. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji asked, "How did you survive after we parted?" Mortal sovereign raised her head and took 2 steps back, looking at him. Her beautiful and cold face became expressionless again. She slowly replied, "After we parted ways, I lost contact with my younger sister as well. I fell into a space-time impasse alone. There was nothing there, so I could only cultivate. When my cultivation reached the pinnacle, I forcefully broke out of the space-time impasse, but it was already too late to return. I traveled in the passageway between the 2 worlds and then I met you. At that time, I realized that although I had passed a long time, it wasn't too long for you. I sheltered you all the way. When you fainted, I sent you into the space-time despair, hoping that you could cultivate well. After that, I continued to explore the passageway between the 2 worlds to search for my sister. I didn't expect to encounter the sovereign's rule and fall into the ancient times of the Kunlun origin court. It was impossible to return to the passageway between the 2 worlds. I could only survive. Until one day, something fell from the Kunlun origin court and fell into the mortal world. Its aura was very similar to yours, so I sealed its aura and whereabouts. I even helped it absorb the souls along the way to become stronger. I watched it merge with you in your previous life and bring your soul to another mortal world." While speaking, her eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. There was a touch of infatuation hidden in the depths of her eyes. She could live until now because of two obsessions. One was Zhou Xuanji. The other was Divine Nianxing. Divine Nianxing couldn't be found anymore. Only Zhou Xuanji was left. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He instantly understood that the thing Mortal Sovereign was talking about was the Supreme Legendary Sword System. No wonder the Supreme Legendary Sword System could find him without any hindrance. He had been thinking before. The Supreme Legendary Sword System is so powerful that it can even absorb the soul of Little Sovereign. Why wasn't the Sovereign or the other powerhouses of the Kunlun Origin Court aware of it? It turned out that Mortal Sovereign was behind this. He tried to calm his emotions. Mortal Sovereign's words were too unbelievable. Even he had to calm down. Mortal Sovereign looked at him and said, "I don't blame you for what happened in the past. You have done your best." She did resent Zhou Xuanji. At that time, that was the only way to make her feel better. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji going crazy and desperate in the passageway between the two worlds, her resentment disappeared. Maybe it was all fate. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What are your plans now?" Mortal Sovereign replied, "I will train Xian Xianghua and help you become the Sovereign." She looked at Zhou Xuanji with blazing eyes and said, "I have seen more than one Sovereign. Most of them wanted to open a brand new Kunlun Origin Court and travel to unknown areas, including the previous Sovereign. Now, your chance has come." I erased all the letters and scrolls left by the previous Sovereign before he left. He wanted to train the Origin Court War God as the new Sovereign. But no way. Speaking of this, the corner of her mouth rose. Her smile was so high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. Looking at her, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but fall into a trance. He inexplicably thought of Tanhua sect master Xian Xianghua in the northern wilderness region. That top demon cultivator overlapped with the current Mortal Sovereign. It was somewhat similar. Chapter 794. Looking at Mortal Sovereign's enchanting face, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and asked, "What about yourself?" The better Mortal Sovereign was to him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Hearing this, Mortal Sovereign stopped smiling. He coldly snorted and said, "Naturally, when you become the Sovereign. At that time, I want you to help me find Nianxing. I must find her. If she is not in the Kunlun Origin Court, then you will accompany me to look for her in other unknown areas. If you still can't find her, then you will accompany me through time to save her, who was about to disappear in the passage between the two worlds." She had already planned it out. Based on her own opportunities, she had deduced it. Perhaps it was her future self who saved Shen Nianxing. That's why she couldn't find her. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Whether I can become the Sovereign or not, I will help you. It's just that she is in a different timeline." Is she still her? The rules of time were difficult to speculate. Many powerhouses jumped out of the rules and erased themselves from other timelines, making themselves unique. Of course, Anti-Kunlun was an exception. Even the Sovereign didn't know about its existence. Mortal gods exist independently. There is only one of them in any timeline. If she is not here, she will be at a certain point in time, Mortal Sovereign replied. Autarch Crimson Dust replied, his voice filled with an arrogance that transcended all living beings. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of the bald girl he had seen before. The mortal god looked very similar to Shen Nianxing. It could even be said that they looked exactly the same. He told Mortal Sovereign about it. Mortal Sovereign shook his head and said, "I was the one who kidnapped her at that time. She is not Nianxing. She is just a descendant of mine. Back then, I used my mortal chi to create many mortal gods and distributed them all over the world, waiting for you and Nianxing to appear. Most of the current mortal gods are descendants I created. Their bloodlines are not pure. They can't be regarded as real mortal gods. That's why there hasn't been a mortal god that can suppress the Kunlun Origin Court for a long time." Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Shen Tang has really transformed. She is actually so generous. Back then, Shen Tang was gentle and elegant. But now, she was unruly and arrogant. Time can really change everything. When can my wife and children go back? Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked. The purpose of his trip was to find Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. He hadn't forgotten about it. Red Dust Supremacy's eyes became thoughtful, and she said, back then, you always talked about them, and now I've seen it with my own eyes. You really didn't lie. Don't worry, they are safe here with me. If they were outside, they would be in danger. You can take your son with you. As for Xian Xianghua, she still has to accept my inheritance. I will turn her into a red dust god, and then she can help you with your cultivation. She purposely emphasized the word cultivation, which made Zhou Xuanji think back to the past. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, did she agree? Regardless of whether Hongshan Supremacy had good intentions or not, he still had to listen to Xian Xianghua's will. Supremacy Crimson Dust waved her hand, and the two of them returned to Xian Xianghua. She looked at Xian Xianghua and asked, he asked me, are you willing to cultivate with me? Xian Xianghua nodded and said, I want to become strong. In pure sword heaven, her cultivation speed wasn't slow, but it couldn't compare to Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua. So, she had been holding back. Now that the opportunity had finally come, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Zhou Tanhua's eyes shifted between Zhou Xuanji and Supremacy Crimson Dust. He felt that something was wrong. Why did Supremacy Crimson Dust call himself I after the two chatted for a while? Could it be, he couldn't help but think too much. Although he admired his father very much, Supremacy Crimson Dust was so powerful and had such a high seniority. How could he take a fancy to his father? I must be thinking too much, Zhou Tanhua shook his head. Zhou Tanhua shook his head. Speaking of which, he had never left the Evil Sky Divine range alone in his entire life. When can I meet the one in my life? Zhou Xuanji took Xian Xianghua's hand and said, I can help you become stronger. Their exterminating divine eyes were the same. If he became stronger, Xian Xianghua would also become stronger. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, I can't catch up with you. I will soon be surpassed by Tanhua. Ever since I came here, my cultivation has been skyrocketing. It's really fast. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and angrily said, that's because I have become stronger. That's why your cultivation has skyrocketed. I have now surpassed the 9 vast heavens and reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes when she heard this. Seeing them talking as if there was no one else around, Supremacy Crimson Dust's eyes were filled with envy. Let me stay here for a while. If she wanted to harm me, she would have done it long ago. Xian Xianghua shook Zhou Xuanji's arm and said coquettishly. She would only act like a little girl in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji couldn't change her mind and could only agree. He looked at Zhou Tanhua and jokingly scolded, what about you? Do you want to stay too? Zhou Tanhua looked at Xian Xianghua and then at Supremacy Crimson Dust. Finally, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, I will go with you. Supremacy Crimson Dust only taught Xian Xianghua cultivation techniques and only taught him a divine ability. Obviously, Supremacy Crimson Dust didn't want to nurture him. Zhou Xuanji looked at Supremacy Crimson Dust and said, please take care of her. Supremacy Crimson Dust nodded slightly, but there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. She seemed to be blaming him for being so polite. Zhou Xuanji couldn't stand her gaze and had no choice but to leave with Zhou Tanhua. Supremacy Crimson Dust clicked his tongue in amazement and said, it seems that he can come and go freely in any plane or space. In this regard, he has surpassed Zhou Fa. Xian Xianghua's eyes lit up. Zhou Fa wasn't strong. He just had some kind of spatial divine ability that allowed him to appear and disappear unpredictably. This had already spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if they knew this, most people would find it hard to deal with Zhou Fa. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, how strong is my husband now? Why do you say that he will definitely become the sovereign? She wanted to ask just now, but Zhou Xuanji left too quickly. She couldn't find a chance to be alone with him. She was also very puzzled. Why did Zhou Xuanji leave so quickly? Is it to avoid supremacy crimson dust, or is there something urgent in the evil sky divine range? He already has the physique that even the sovereigns dream of, supremacy crimson dust said meaningfully. Xian Xianghua's curiosity was piqued even more by Sovereign Hong Chen's words. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua returned to the Kunlun universe. Nan Mutiani was still waiting there. Nan Mutiani's eyes widened the moment he saw him coming out with Zhou Tanhua. How is this possible? He can really save my son from supremacy crimson dust. It's too outrageous. Zhou Tanhua was stunned when he saw him. He immediately asked Zhou Xuanji, "Who is he?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Tiani Divine Range's Range Master, Nan Mutiani." As soon as he said this, Zhou Tanhua's expression drastically changed. He immediately got ready for battle. Chapter 795. Don't be nervous. The Southernwood bloodline lord is one of us now. Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. He had already warned Zhou Tanhua not to tell anyone about their communication with mortal sovereign. After Nan Mutiani gave in, Zhou Xuanji already had a big plan in his mind. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. One of our own? One had to know that in the past 300 years, Nan Mutiani was the greatest enemy of the evil sky divine range. Although Nan Mutiani had never personally taken action, everyone in the evil sky divine range knew that the person who commanded the Tiani divine range to attack the evil sky divine range was Nan Mutiani. How did he become one of us? Nan Mutiani was extremely shrewd and instantly saw through his thoughts. He smiled and said, "It was all a misunderstanding in the past. No one will attack the evil sky divine range in the future." Zhou Tanhua looked pensive. How did Zhou Xuanji convince Nan Mutiani? "All right, you can go back first. If I have anything to trouble you with in the future, I will look for you." Zhou Xuanji looked at Nan Mutiani with a smile. Having heard this, Nan Mutian nodded. He flipped his right hand and took out a jade pendant. He passed it to Zhou Xuanji and said, "This jade is connected to me. You can contact me through it at any time." He was the sovereign range master. If Zhou Xuanji did not leave behind a special communication method, it would be very difficult for him to see him. If not, his subordinates would stop Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the jade pendant and threw it into the supreme storage. Nan Mutiani did not waste any words and disappeared. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "Father, what's going on between you and him?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He feels that I have a high chance of becoming the sovereign. For the future of the Tiani divine range, he gave up his grudge and decided to support me." As soon as this statement came out, Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Is there such a thing? Isn't the Tiani divine range a paragon divine range? There are countless geniuses in the Tiani divine range. Why are they still lacking candidates for supremacy? Why did it feel so unreal? Father, we still have to be careful. Zhou Tanhua reminded, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would be deceived by Nan Mutiani. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have killed more enemies than you have eaten. Do I need you to teach me?" This sentence made Zhou Tanhua scratch his head in shame and smirk. That was right. If Zhou Xuanji was so easily fooled, he would have died long ago. He had heard from Xian Xianghua that Zhou Xuanji had been targeted by destiny in the past. If it was him, he would have long since despaired. Let's go. Zhou Xuanji took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and smiled. Father, can you tell me where you've been for the past 300 years? Of course you can. I, your father, encountered Nan Mutiani. After the father and son entered the carriage, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew toward the Kunlun origin court. Kunlun universe, boom. A golden bell collided with an incomparably large star, smashing it into pieces. It was like the Big Bang of the universe, and the resulting impact was visible to the naked eye. It swept through the universe like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ha ha ha, is that all you can do? A golden-robed man stood on top of the golden bell. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was wild and arrogant. There were figures of living beings in all directions, and the weakest had a cultivation of one vast heavens. There were more than 1,000 of them. Looking at the arrogant golden-robed man, they all cursed angrily. What are you being so arrogant for? Luo Xiang, if you didn't have your father's treasure, we would have beaten you up. It's impossible to become a sovereign by relying on supreme treasures. Yeah, is everyone in the sovereign emperor divine range so shameless? Of course. Who doesn't know that the sovereign emperor divine range survived until now because of despicable means? Facing the words of the living beings, the golden-robed man called Luo Xiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. Luo Xiang smiled mockingly and said, "You are all going to die, and you are still talking about this." Just when he finished speaking, the golden bell under his feet let out another deafening sound. A wave of golden radiance swept across all directions, annihilating all living beings. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died without a burial place. At this moment, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew over from the depths of the universe and collided with the golden radiance. The carriage shook, and 2 silver beams shot out, breaking through the golden radiance. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage regained its stability and continued moving forward. Luo Xiang squinted his eyes and mumbled, "This carriage. Could it be the evil sky divine range's Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage?" Zhou Xuanji. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji a long time ago. He wanted to challenge Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji disappeared, so he could only change his target. Now that Zhou Xuanji had appeared, he immediately became excited. "Zhou Xuanji, stop! Fight with me!" he shouted as he flew toward the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage on the golden bell. Inside the carriage, Zhou Tanhua felt dizzy from Luo Xiang's roar. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji protected his soul with origin fusion divine power. He asked with a frown, "What is this person's cultivation?" Just his voice alone can make me. His cultivation wasn't low. He had already become a Tao-treading saint. In an ordinary divine range, he could be considered a mainstay. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay." He immediately got up and appeared on the roof of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Looking at the huge golden bell coming at him, his eyes narrowed. He immediately cast Suppressing the Universe. Time and space in the entire universe froze. Luo Xiang's expression changed. Suddenly, 2 arms grew out of his back, each forming a Tao seal to resist the Suppressing the Universe. Although his speed had decreased, he still charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and chuckled. He didn't panic. Instead, he took out the Yusheng broken sword and gently slashed. Ultimate Chaos Tao. Countless sword qi appeared out of thin air, flooding toward Luo Xiang from all directions. Clang! 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 The huge golden bell was bombarded by the sword qi, producing a continuous deafening sound. Luo Xiang activated his origin fusion divine energy to create a light shield to resist the sword qi. He was shocked to find that his origin fusion divine energy was being absorbed by the sword qi. What divine ability is this? He didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. His body turned into a beam of light as he leaped toward Zhou Xuanji like an arrow. While galloping, his figure flickered, turning into countless afterimages. He passed through the sword qi with the momentum of an inescapable net and pressed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and pointed, casting the inverse chaos divine ability. Luo Xiang only felt a blur before his eyes. Zhou Xuanji and the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage disappeared into thin air. Only sword qi was left in front of him. His eyes immediately widened. What's going on? Zhou Tanhua in the carriage was also dumbfounded. From his perspective, Luo Xiang instantly changed his direction and rushed toward the back. It was very strange. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he threw his sword. Void instant kill. PFFF. Luo Xiang's chest was pierced. He looked down in horror. What's going on? He looked back and saw that the golden bell and countless sword qi were behind him. At this moment, his worldview collapsed. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and sucked, casting universal attraction. Luo Xiang flew toward him uncontrollably. Just as Luo Xiang was about to be caught by him, a black light swept over and took him away. "He's mine." A cold voice came. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw a figure appearing on the other side of the Star River, looking at them from a distance. Chapter 796. Zhou Xuanji looked over and felt that this person was somewhat familiar. "Isn't this Dao Hu? Why is he here?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had seen Dao Hu when he followed Beast Sovereign to eliminate Dao Hu Chiozuan. The current Dao Hu should have been reborn. He even dared to block the 12 Law ancestors. His strength was definitely above that of Beast Sovereign. Dao Hu took Luo Xiang into his palm. When Luo Xiang came back to his senses and looked up, he was almost scared out of his wits. "Dao Hu, what are you doing?" Luo Xiang cried out in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew how terrifying Dao Hu was. Just the thought of being captured by Dao Hu sent shivers down his spine. Dao Hu looked down at him and snorted coldly. Then, he closed his palms and put him into his sleeves. After that, Dao Hu looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I won't pursue the grievances from before. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. This fellow did not take revenge on him. Why was that? Beast Sovereign led the experts of the Evil Sky Divine Range to destroy Dao Hu Chiozuan's lair and even captured Dao Hu to the Origin Court. Logically speaking, Dao Hu should hate Beast Sovereign and the Evil Sky Divine Range to the extreme. He couldn't figure it out, so he turned around and flew toward the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Luo Xiang's golden bell still floating in the cosmos. It was like a golden mountain, mighty and sacred. He smiled, took the golden bell away, and returned to the carriage. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage continued onward. Zhou Xuanji began playing with the golden bell, trying to get rid of the owner recognition mark within. Luo Xiang was not dead yet, so for the time being, he could not directly erase the master recognition mark of the golden bell. However, once the magic treasures were far away from their masters, the connection between them would also weaken. "Father, who was that just now?" Zhou Tianhua asked curiously. Dao Hu was unfathomable, which made him feel that he was facing Beast Sovereign, or even more terrifying. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Dao Hu, have you heard of it?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhua's expression changed. He asked doubtfully, wasn't he captured by Beast Sovereign and handed over to the Origin Court? Such a powerhouse had actually escaped. The Kunlun Origin Court was getting more and more chaotic. At the same time, it also showed that the Origin Court was wavering. They couldn't even keep the criminals under control. Now that Dao Hu had escaped, would there be more experts escaping in the future? Who knows? The Origin Court is now led by the 12 Law ancestors, and the 12 Law ancestors are trapped in the Origin Court by Dao Hu. They don't dare to come out. After I rescued Beast Sovereign, they didn't dare to chase after me. Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. His tone was casual and a little teasing. The once supreme Origin Court had now become a joke. It was really ironic. Zhou Tianhua was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Dao Hu's strength to be so strong. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the chaos in the Kunlun Origin Court. They didn't encounter any more obstacles along the way. However, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage had reappeared in the Kunlun Origin Court and was remembered by many creatures. Soon, the news of Zhou Xuanji's return spread to every divine range. The sovereign list was still in effect. After all, the sovereign list wasn't as simple as a ranking list. Although Zhou Xuanji had not appeared in the world for 300 years, his fame was still there. At that moment, many geniuses were tempted to step on Zhou Xuanji. Evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji returned to pure sword heaven with Zhou Tianhua. Jiang Shui asked about Xian Xianghua's situation. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. Jiang Shui breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Xian Xianghua had obtained the inheritance of Mortal Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji didn't leave immediately. He planned to stay in pure sword heaven for a while. He gathered everyone and placed the 12th rank deep black lotus beside him before he began to preach. After experiencing the anti-Kunlun and the passage between the two worlds, his cultivation had reached an extremely profound level. As soon as the Tao voice came out, everyone's heart immediately calmed down. The spiritual qi in pure sword heaven began to surge. The great Tao rules manifested one after another as all kinds of phenomena emerged one after another. Inside the sovereign palace, Beast Sovereign, who was sitting on the main seat and cultivating, was shocked. He opened his eyes and muttered to himself in shock, "This kid's cultivation." Listening to Zhou Xuanji's preaching, he had a feeling of enlightenment. Zhou Xuanji talked about the cultivation of all living beings from the perspective of time and space. It was extremely profound. Although it was profound, his Tao voice had a unique charm. Listening to his preaching, one's cultivation speed would increase. And so, Beast Sovereign began listening to Zhou Xuanji's preaching. He cultivated while listening. He thought that Zhou Xuanji couldn't see him. Little did he know that Zhou Xuanji had already noticed him. TSK. Zhou Xuanji found it funny in his heart. Once upon a time, he had to look up to Beast Sovereign. And now, Beast Sovereign had to listen to his preaching. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He quickly concentrated on preaching. Time flew. A year later, Zhou Xuanji's preaching ended. The reason it ended was that Beast Sovereign wanted to see him through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji bowed slightly upon entering the sovereign palace. Many geniuses have come to challenge you this year, but I have blocked them all outside the divine range. But there is one thing that you must do. It's very important for your sovereign path, Beast Sovereign said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he felt. My original decision was right. I should have spared no effort to cultivate this kid. The future of the evil sky divine range could already be entrusted to Zhou Xuanji. What is it? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Could it be a great opportunity for Beast Sovereign to be so serious? Beast Sovereign began to speak tirelessly. In the central universe area of the Kunlun Origin Court, there was an independent plane. An ancient powerhouse who had lived for countless years lived in it. He recently announced his birth and sent a voice transmission to all the range masters, claiming that he would impart a divine ability to the right person. He asked each divine range to send their most talented geniuses. The previous sovereign had received the divine ability inheritance of this powerhouse. It was enough to show how strong he was. On this trip, you have to compete with all the geniuses. Once you stand out, you will be able to suppress all the geniuses in terms of fame, Beast Sovereign solemnly stated. He didn't have such an opportunity back then. But now that Zhou Xuanji had it, he didn't want Zhou Xuanji to miss it. At the same time, he also believed that Zhou Xuanji could do it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "No problem." Beast Sovereign reminded, "There is one guy you have to be careful of. He is Huan Ruzhen from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. This kid was a war god under a sovereign in his previous life. He has never left the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range since he was born. For this opportunity, the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range has already said that they will let Huan Ruzhen take action." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There is such a genius with such a background. It seems that the Kunlun Origin Court is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I can't underestimate it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the final winner will be me." So what if he is a war god? He is also a sovereign. Seeing him so confident, Beast Sovereign was relieved. Zhou Xuanji then left the sovereign palace, preparing to return to the pure sword heaven. As soon as he flew out of the sovereign palace, he met an acquaintance. Wei Yi. Wei Yi's expression changed drastically as soon as he saw him. He looked very embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji greeted him with a smile, "Brother Wei, how have you been? When can we get together?" Chapter 797. Wei Yi pretended to be calm and smiled faintly. "I'm fine. It's just that I missed you after not seeing you for so many years. This fellow's skin was really thick. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He hadn't forgotten his grudge with Wei Yi. Once he had the opportunity, he would immediately eradicate Wei Yi. But not now. He wanted to see what Wei Yi would do next. Zhou Xuanji flew to Wei Yi's side and gently patted him on the shoulder. He smiled meaningfully before flying towards pure sword heaven. Wei Yi's palms were full of cold sweat, and a storm was set off in his heart. This kid seems to have changed into another person. What's going on? Wasn't he captured by Nanmutiani? How is he still alive? Wei Yi frowned and quickly made a decision. He had to leave as soon as possible, lest Zhou Xuanji collude with Beast Sovereign to deal with him. Thinking of this, he flew towards the Sovereign Palace with an uneasy mood. The other side. Zhou Xuanji returned to pure sword heaven. He found Jiang Shui and told her about the inheritance of the divine ability. Then you definitely won't have any problems. You can step on them and soar into the sky, becoming a supreme being. Jiang Shui said with a smile, her eyes filled with adoration. She trusted Zhou Xuanji 100%. And after he came back from Anti-Kunlun, she was even more certain that he would become the sovereign. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her head and said with a smile, release Emperor Sword Court after some time. Let Jingheng bring them to the void boundary to train themselves. I hope to see the rise of Emperor Sword Court. Jiang Shui nodded. The 24-rank deep black lotus had always been in Zhou Xuanji's residence so that it was convenient for him to look after Emperor Sword Court. Now, Xiao Jingheng, Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, Chen Bantian, and the others had all reached the Saint Realm and were even competing for the Dao-treading Venerable Realm. Sage Realm experts still had the ability to survive in the Void Boundary. After all, the Void Boundary Palace was already under Zhou Fei's control. The Void Boundary Emperor and the Void Boundary God had already escaped. The 10,000 worlds were also out of control. This was a good opportunity for Emperor Sword Court to train and grow. He believed that Zhou Fei wouldn't dare to go against Emperor Sword Court. Otherwise, he would just be waiting to be devoured by the power of Hongqin Supreme until he died. After that, Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao to Jiang Shui. At the same time, he imbued her with wisdom and helped her to quickly increase her cultivation. Zhou Xiaoxian was envious when she saw it. She wanted it too, but Zhou Xuanji rejected her heartlessly. Her talent was much stronger than her mother's, so she didn't need to be imbued with wisdom. That would just be pulling up seedlings to help them grow. In the blink of an eye. Several years passed. Under Beast Sovereign's reminder, Zhou Xuanji set off. Beast Sovereign used his divine will to transmit the location of the Almighty Expert to him. This ancient Almighty had a mysterious origin and claimed to be at the peak of the Wheel Realm. No one knew how long he had lived. Zhou Xuanji left the Evil Sky Divine Range on the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. On the way, he continued to refine Luo Xiang's golden bell. He didn't have much interest in this golden bell. He just wanted to refine it and give it to Zhou Tanhua. That kid lacked powerful magic weapons. So, he could use this bell. The defensive power of this bell was still very strong. Since it could block his sword chi, it was equivalent to blocking most of the attacks of Essence Fusion Divine Monarch. At least, it gave Zhou Tanhua one more life-saving card. An hour later, he was surrounded by Sky Prides. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. He easily defeated his opponent and almost sucked all of his primordial energy dry. That genius was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhou Xuanji did not kill them all. He defeated his enemies along the way and absorbed their cultivation. As the news of his battle spread, his reputation also rose. Have you heard? Zhou Xuanji has become stronger. Yeah, in just 300 years, he has actually reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord cultivation. Isn't this too ridiculous? If I remember correctly, he is only a little over 1,000 years old, right? Terrifying, this is an 18-star genius. Our divine ranges also have 18-star geniuses, but they are not as abnormal as him. And Zhou Xuanji is not the reincarnation of an almighty expert. Who dares to challenge him now? They are courting death. Zhou Xuanji will suck away all their cultivation. All kinds of rumors about Zhou Xuanji began to spread in various divine ranges of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji had transformed from a genius with great potential to a true expert. Origin Fusion Divine Lord. This was a realm that many middle and lower divine range masters could not reach. As these rumors spread widely, fewer and fewer geniuses came to challenge Zhou Xuanji. He was also getting closer and closer to his destination. The Wheel Summit lived in an independent world called the Lesser Samsara. It was his cave mansion. If he hadn't opened the mansion, no one would have been able to find the Lesser Samsara. The Lesser Samsara was located in a gray universe. The great Tao here was intricate and complicated. It belonged to the chaotic period. But it was not the beginning of the universe, but the chaos after the universe was destroyed. Thousands of mounts and enchanted artifacts were already parked near the spatial node. There were also geniuses standing alone, waiting quietly. The arrival of the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage attracted most people's attention. Zhou Xuanji did not hide his aura. Every Origin Fusion Divine Lord was a threat to everyone present. "It's him," young Heavenly Lord sat on the hilt of a giant sword and muttered to himself with a frown. He had not been in the Kunlun Origin Court during this period. So, he did not know that Zhou Xuanji had returned before he appeared. Many people had already recognized Zhou Xuanji. They began discussing him in groups of 2s and 3s. These people had arrived earlier than Zhou Xuanji. They did not know Zhou Xuanji's strength, so they were all mocking him. Although they were surprised by Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, the evil sky divine range was already at its end. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. He would be destroyed by the Tianyi divine range and the mortal divine range sooner or later. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped. Zhou Xuanji did not get off but continued to refine the golden bell inside the carriage. At the edge of the area where geniuses gathered, there was a man with messy hair. His face was rough, and his clothes were loose. He had a tough body. Although he was wearing an ancient outfit, he gave off an extremely domineering aura, which attracted many geniuses' attention from time to time. He was sitting on something that looked like a shell with a meaningful smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji, interesting. Could he be the variable that he mentioned? He mumbled to himself as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was the most powerful genius of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, Yuan Ruzhen. After Zhou Xuanji arrived, no one came to look for trouble. Everyone was waiting patiently. This was the spatial node of the lesser reincarnation. They did not want to mess around, lest they disturb the peace of the Wheel Summit. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Zhou Xuanji had successfully refined the golden bell. This bell had completely become ownerless. As for Luo Xiang, he had been captured by Daohu. He was most likely dead. "All of you, come in. Remember, don't speak. You can only speak when I allow you to. Whoever dares to disobey, die." An ancient voice resounded across the chaotic universe. Soon after, a black spatial rift appeared and quickly widened. The geniuses swarmed in. Zhou Xuanji flew out from the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and stored it into the supreme storage. 2 swords appeared in his hands. World Fool Sword. Chapter 798. Zhou Xuanji heard Luan Pinnacle's words and had a wicked idea. He took out the 2 World Fool swords to confuse the surrounding geniuses and make them play themselves to death. Following the flow of people into the black spatial crack, they came to a blue sea and blue sky. As far as the eye could see, the sea was boundless. The horizon connected with the sky, forming a beautiful picture. All the geniuses held their breath and flew forward without saying a word. Zhou Xuanji counted. There were more than 10,000 of them. The weakest was in the 9 vast heavens. There were more than 500 Origin Fusion Divine Lords. The 9 vast heavens would form a team. The Origin Fusion Divine Lords would travel alone, keeping a distance from the others. Zhou Xuanji deliberately flew to the center of the crowd with a strange smile on his face. His actions attracted a lot of attention. But when everyone saw that he was not messing around, they stopped paying attention. The sea seemed endless. No matter how they moved forward, they still couldn't see any islands or land. Soon, they noticed that something was wrong. Why didn't I see Luan Pinnacle? And why did this sea make them feel lost? No matter how they flew, they couldn't reach the end. No voice transmissions, no talking. This is your first test. See who can persist. You must maintain a unified formation and fly forward. Whoever dares to stop will be expelled immediately. Luan Pinnacle's ancient voice sounded again, casting a haze over everyone's heart. What does he want to test? What's waiting for them ahead? Zhou Xuanji was the most relaxed. This test was nothing compared to what he experienced in the passageway between the two worlds. He could keep his mind as still as water. The atmosphere was silent. They couldn't communicate, which made everyone's mood very sensitive. They felt extremely depressed. Most geniuses from the divine ranges wouldn't temper their mental state. After all, they had a high starting point and abundant resources. Even if they didn't cultivate hard, they could reach heights that ordinary creatures couldn't reach. 2 hours, 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, more and more geniuses couldn't bear it anymore. Many were scratching their ears and cheeks, twisting their necks, trying to keep themselves awake. In such an oppressive atmosphere, it could make people go crazy. Huan Ruzhen and young Heavenly Lord were still calm. Most Origin Fusion Divine Lords were not affected. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded through the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, only to see a streak of sword chi circling rapidly in the sky. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with strange expressions, not knowing what he wanted to do. Zhou Xuanji gave a condescending smile. Because they could not communicate, his expression meant different things to different people. He wants to make a move. Who did he want to kill? Did he see a breakthrough point in this situation? Was he crazy? Everyone was shocked, including Yuan Ruzhen and young Heavenly Lord. In the following period of time, Zhou Xuanji released his sword chi from time to time, which shocked the geniuses. Everyone looked at him furiously. Yuan Ruzhen also tightly frowned. In such a situation, everyone's heart tightened. Zhou Xuanji's actions were the same as his enchanted treasure. Cheap. Zhou Xuanji did not care about their gazes and continued to do what he wanted. The two World Fool swords followed closely behind him. He had already noticed that the people around him were getting more and more irritable. They were all gritting their teeth as if they were trying to hold back something. It's almost done. Zhou Xuanji smirked and laughed mockingly. He was waiting for the people around him to explode. Only one person could pass the Divine Ability Inheritance test. Because of this, the purpose of each test was to filter out the unsuitable candidates. This test looked boring and endless, but it was actually a test of endurance. It would probably end after the number of people reached the threshold. He was not the only one who thought of this. The other geniuses just did not dare to make a move. No one wanted to stand out. Zhou Xuanji was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, so even if he provoked others, no one dared to attack him. The other Origin Fusion Divine Lords were very calm and patient. Otherwise, they would not have cultivated to such a stage. Another 3 days passed. 8 vast heavens geniuses looked at each other and suddenly slammed their palms toward Zhou Xuanji. The primordial energy condensed into 2 gigantic palm silhouettes, knocking away the geniuses along the way. Their target was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and easily broke through the 2 palm silhouettes with the exterminating divine light. The geniuses who were knocked away were enraged. All of them attacked the 2 geniuses. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 invisible swords and shuttled through the battlefield. He took advantage of the chaos and injured people everywhere, causing the geniuses to engage in a chaotic battle. The geniuses did not completely lose their minds. They continued to fly forward while fighting. A few of them stopped by accident and disappeared on the spot. The other geniuses were so frightened that they did not dare to let their guard down. Boom! 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 Huge waves surged on the ocean. All kinds of divine abilities clashed against each other. The scene was spectacular. Everyone gritted their teeth and did not dare to speak. They were afraid that they would make a sound. Yuan Ruzhen flew at the edge of the group. He did not participate in the battle but looked into the distance. The shell on his body was like a lotus seat, carrying him as he sped forward. Zhou Xuanji also encountered many attacks. With world internalization, he absorbed a lot of primordial energy and origin fusion divine energy, which was extremely comfortable. On the battlefield, he was the only one who smiled. In the Green Mountains, there was a pavilion beside a lake under a waterfall. There were stone tables and chairs in front of the pavilion. Luan Feng sat before the stone table and watched the battle. A water ball levitated on the table, reflecting the chaotic battle between the geniuses. He wore a white robe and looked like he was in his 30s. Although he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, he was still handsome. His eyes were filled with deep starlight. TSK, those two swords are interesting. Luan Feng stroked his long beard and said in amazement. His eyes were fixed on the two World Fool swords on Zhou Xuanji's back. The World Fool swords were of low grade and had no sense of presence, but he noticed them. Power of the Great Fool. Interesting. I didn't expect an extinct power of rule to still exist. Although it's weak, it's the power of Great You indeed. Luan Feng's smile was filled with deep meaning. He waved his right hand, and the world within the water ball changed suddenly. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji and the other geniuses sensed an immense heavenly might. Billowing thunderclouds billowed and covered the sky, plunging the ocean into darkness. Such a phenomenon did not end the chaotic battle. Many people were already in a killing frenzy and could not care less. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed that someone was spying on him. He looked up, and a purple radiance shot out from his eyes. The radiance pierced through space and landed on Luan Feng, who was in front of the stone table. He immediately looked away in case he disturbed Luan Feng. If this old thing flew into a rage out of humiliation, wouldn't he have come for nothing? He can see me. Luan Feng's eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself in surprise. His interest in Zhou Xuanji grew. A perfect exterminating divine eyes and the power of Great You. Where did this guy come from? Chapter 799. Just when Zhou Xuanji looked away, the feeling of being spied on appeared again. He knew that he had already attracted the attention of the top of the wheel. He flew forward obediently, avoiding the chaotic battle around him. By relying on the inverse chaos divine art, no one could hurt him. At first glance, he looked like a fish swimming in the water, easily avoiding all the dangers. But in truth, everything he did was the inverse chaos spirit art reflecting the attacks of other spirit arts. Zhou Xuanji thought that no one could detect the existence of the inverse chaos divine ability. After all, he had learned about this divine ability from Little Sovereign. However, Luan Feng was stunned by the inverse chaos divine ability. Is this the inverse chaos divine ability? He's been to Anti-Kunlun? Luan Hao's eyes popped out as he screamed in astonishment. Even his breathing became hurried. He knew what it meant to return from Anti-Kunlun. This meant that this person was a sovereign in the Anti-Kunlun and had a high chance of becoming a sovereign in the Kunlun Origin Court in the future. The two Kunlun Origin Courts were opposite, but their composition was the same. The Supremes would also be the same person, just that their personalities would be completely different. Thinking about this, he became even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. As the battle began, the number of prodigies on the ocean decreased. One after another, the prodigies stopped fighting or cursed angrily. In the end, they disappeared into thin air. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Under such circumstances, not only did the battle between the Sky Prides not stop, it became even more intense. They all thought of the same thing. That was to speed up the process of elimination. Once the number of people decreased to a certain extent, wouldn't the test be over? If there was only one prodigy left, if not him, then who would be the one to impart the divine ability? Because of Yuan Ruzhen's identity and strength, no one dared to offend him. He had been secretly observing Zhou Xuanji this entire time. Strange, could it be that he is using some kind of divine ability? Why is he always able to dodge my attacks so coincidentally? His brow furrowed thoughtfully. Ever since Zhou Xuanji appeared, he felt that Zhou Xuanji would become a formidable opponent. So along the way, he paid special attention to Zhou Xuanji. As expected, this guy looked peaceful, but he had caused the heavens' favorites to fall into a chaotic battle. Zhou Xuanji also noticed his divine sense but did not pay much attention to it. Through the conversation with the other geniuses, Zhou Xuanji already knew that he was Yuan Ruzhen. Beast Sovereign had warned Zhou Xuanji to be careful of being wronged. Although he remembered it, he did not treat it as pressure. I wonder what kind of divine ability the Will Summit will impart. Zhou Xuanji thought in anticipation. This divine ability must be extraordinary for all the divine ranges to pay so much attention to it. Hopefully, it was a divine ability that was suitable for him. 13 days later. There were less than 2,000 prodigies left on the sea. Even so, the chaotic battle continued. Especially the geniuses around Zhou Xuanji. They fought ferociously, as though their parents were killed. Zhou Xuanji, who was standing among them, seemed so out of place. All right, you have passed the first stage. The voice of the Wheel Summit suddenly rang out. Immediately after, everyone felt an extremely powerful force wrap around their bodies. Their vision swayed, and after the world spun, they all fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not fall. He steadied himself and looked up. He realized that he was at the top of a mountain. The surrounding mountains were undulating, and there were geniuses everywhere. All of them looked around nervously and curiously. Even though they had passed the first round, they did not dare to speak. He was already used to being banned. You can all speak now. Next, I need you to find something. It's the smallest existence in this world. 1 month later, all of you will gather here, and I will test to see who is the smallest. The person who obtains the smallest will be able to obtain my divine ability inheritance. Here, you can fight as you wish, but do not destroy the world. Or else, I will expel you. If it's serious, I will kill you on the spot. The voice of the Wheel Summit came again with a murderous aura. His voice and words made people feel that he was a ruthless and murderous old senior. The geniuses began to move, while Zhou Xuanji pondered on the spot. The smallest thing. It must not be so easy to find. It might be everywhere, but it could not be captured by the eyes and mind. Could it be transformed by some kind of rule? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was highly possible. He had the extermination sage constitution, which made him extremely sensitive to everything around him. Did you think of something? Yuan Ruzhen's voice floated over. He walked over to Zhou Xuanji's side with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I thought of something indeed. What about you? Yuan Ruzhen smiled and said, for this test to be held, it must be everywhere. It's just that it's very difficult to catch it. The two shared the same opinion and smiled at each other. Zhou Xuanji thought that Yuan Ruzhen was an arrogant person, but he did not expect him to be so easy to communicate with. He could not help but feel curious about Yuan Ruzhen and asked, You are the reincarnation of a war god. Do you still need to learn divine abilities? To him, Yuan Ruzhen's identity was not inferior to the Wheel Summit. This divine ability is not simple. Moreover, in front of this powerhouse, even I could only be considered as a junior in my previous life. Yuan Ruzhen said as he shook his head. He walked past Zhou Xuanji to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. You are very powerful. But according to my understanding, you are only 1,000 years old. Without an illustrious past life, how did you become so powerful? Yuan Ruzhen asked with his back facing Zhou Xuanji. His back was emanating a majestic aura, just like the Origin Court war god. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, 2 words, arduous cultivation. Do you believe it? What's wrong with this guy? He wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with me? Yuan Ruzhen looked back at him and said, Zhou Xuanji, how about we have a duel? You are only at Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. I will not bully you. 100 years later, we will fight to the death in the Kunlun universe. How about that? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned cold. So this guy was just a smiling fox. He talked so much just to have a duel to the death. Zhou Xuanji asked with a cold smile, oh? Why do you want to die? Yuan Ruzhen threatened him, so there was no need for him to give face. Yuan Ruzhen was not angry. He shook his head and said with a smile, our sect leader wants you to die. You must die. But I admire you very much. I am willing to give you 100 years to grow. Zhou Xuanji said bluntly, don't you know that being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself? Now, he did not need to swallow his anger and grow. Whoever wanted to suppress him, he would fight. Oh. Why do I see that you are the one who wants to die? Yuan Ruzhen threatened with narrowed eyes. This time, he was really angry. He was kind enough to inform Zhou Xuanji about the duel in advance and gave Zhou Xuanji 100 years to grow, but this brat did not appreciate it. How arrogant. Does he really think that he is the top genius of the Kunlun Origin Court? Yuan Ruzhen's killing intent rose. As his aura rose, his robe began to flutter. Zhou Xuanji directly opened the soul source orb between his eyebrows, as if he had opened a third eye. The two looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Chapter 800. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen left the ground and came to the sky. They turned into two meteors and clashed violently. Sword light and black light flashed continuously. The two's aura was so powerful that the nearby geniuses all looked over in shock. It's Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen. Why are they fighting? They didn't fight earlier but fought the moment they came in. What logic is this? Could it be that they have already discovered the smallest thing in this world? Very likely. Or else, why would they fight each other directly? What should we do? Hide around them and attack at any time? The geniuses discussed among themselves. More and more geniuses approached quietly. Be it Zhou Xuanji or Yuan Ruzhen, they were both extremely famous. Killing one of them could boost one's reputation tremendously. Moreover, they might be able to find out the location of the smallest thing from the two. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen did not take others seriously. They only had eyes for each other now. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, countless sword shadows charged toward Yuan Ruzhen from all directions. They were as violent as a hurricane and as loud as thunder. Yuan Ruzhen blocked his attack easily with his palms. He looked casual, but he was shocked in his heart. This brat's Origin Fusion divine energy is so powerful. He doesn't look like someone who just broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Yuan Ruzhen had to take it seriously. Although he was confident, Zhou Xuanji was cunning, and he did not want to fail. Zhou Xuanji took out the Yusheng Broken Sword and the previous life dream realization sword. At the same time, he used the sword fusion technique to fuse all of the legendary swords into his body. His physical strength was pushed to the limit as he slashed with both swords. Clang! Yuan Ruzhen was blasted away, and his expression changed immediately. Why did this brat suddenly? Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji came at him. 81 sword souls appeared behind him and slashed toward him in streaks of silver light. At the same time, new sword souls were formed. Returning to simplicity. His sword souls had already surpassed the sword Dao rules. Each of them contained powerful origin fusion divine energy and inverse chaos energy. Yuan Ruzhen blocked with his palms. His attacks were wild and ferocious. Soon, he realized that every time he scattered the sword souls, Zhou Xuanji would absorb his origin fusion divine energy. He did not panic. His right hand drew a black scythe as he leaped. The scythe was long, and there was a spiky black hammer at the end. He brandished his blade and slashed wildly, tearing apart the wind and waves and shaking the sky. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen were very smart. Their origin fusion divine power did not get close to the ground. Once it left the range of their battle, it would automatically dissipate. This guy's strength should have surpassed origin fusion Lord Lu Ming. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhou Xuanji thought in his heart. His eyes were still as sharp as ever. Even if Yuan Ruzhen had the strength to surpass origin fusion immortal Lord Lu Ming, he was not afraid. He kept getting closer to Yuan Ruzhen. 81 sword souls shot out, but they were all blocked by Yuan Ruzhen. Yuan Ruzhen waved his scythe and a black wind started to blow around him. It was as if there were 4 black pillars that connected heaven and earth. The scene was extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji raised the broken sword and activated the ultimate chaos Dao. Boundless sword chi swept over from all directions towards Yuan Ruzhen. Although the battle between the two of them was controlled to a certain extent, the aura they emitted was truly frightening. The prodigies were all shocked. Just how strong are they? What precise control? His Yuan fusion divine power is actually able to dissolve on its own. Most importantly, their battle is very fast. There's no time for them to rest at all. These two are not to be trifled with. Is Zhou Xuanji really not the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator? Isn't the speed of his growth a little too exaggerated? Be it the nearby prodigies or those who were looking for the smallest thing, they were all paying attention to this battle between the peerless geniuses. At the stone table beside the waterfall, Luan Feng was also paying attention to this battle. So, it's the reincarnation of the origin court war god. Interesting. But I'm more interested in this kid who is proficient in the inverse chaos divine ability. Luan Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. His eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect that there would be people among the geniuses who could surprise him, and there was more than one. At this moment, Yuan Ruzhen suddenly exploded. His hair suddenly grew long, his body became burly, and his robes bulged. His eyes became extremely fierce, and his cheeks were covered with black scales. His speed skyrocketed, and he suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Yuan Ruzhen appeared behind him. Boom! Yuan Ruzhen punched out with energy like the yellow springs breaching the dam. The punch landed on Zhou Xuanji's back, and the space rippled like the surface of a lake. However, this punch did not hurt Zhou Xuanji. Inverse chaos divine ability. Strong but weak. Yuan Ruzhen's expression changed. He began to maneuver and attack Zhou Xuanji violently. From a third person's perspective, Zhou Xuanji seemed to have no power to fight back. He even looked a little uneasy. But in fact, he was not injured at all. Yuan Ruzhen's heart grew heavier. What kind of divine ability was this? It was invisible and colorless. He could not figure it out. Most importantly, during this process, Zhou Xuanji had been absorbing his origin fusion divine energy. How can I fight like this? Zhou Xuanji looked left and right, laughing in his heart. The inverse chaos divine ability was indeed powerful. It almost put him in an invincible position. The reincarnation of the origin court war god was nothing more than this. Yuan Ruzhen began to use all kinds of divine abilities, but he still could not break through the defense of the inverse chaos divine ability. After letting him attack for a long time, Zhou Xuanji also absorbed a lot of origin fusion divine energy, and his cultivation grew tremendously. Next, it was his turn to counterattack. Countless silver silhouettes flew out from his body. Greatly avatars. Now, his greatly divine suppressor technique had reached the 5th level, and the number of greatly avatars had reached tens of thousands. Yuan Ruzhen was shocked and quickly dodged. Zhou Xuanji fused the Yuxing Destruction Sword and the previous life Dream Realization Sword. The two swords combined into one, and a powerful radiance burst out. An extremely long lightsaber appeared in his hand. Life Slasher Sphere. With Life Slasher Sphere in his hand, he charged toward Yuan Ruzhen with all his greatly avatars. This time, Zhou Xuanji was completely serious. He was prepared to kill Yuan Ruzhen with all his might. He activated the exterminating divine eyes to suppress the universe. The space within a radius of 10,000 meters froze. Yuan Ruzhen's face turned solemn as he felt a formless force restraining him. He shook his shoulders and forcefully broke through the powerful force suppressing the universe. Zhou Xuanji and the tens of thousands of greatly avatars drowned Yuan Ruzhen. This time, it was Yuan Ruzhen's turn to be at a disadvantage. Zhou Xuanji's prowess shocked and surprised many geniuses. His opponent was Yuan Ruzhen. The most powerful genius of the Sovereign Emperor divine range was suppressed by him. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. The feeling of crushing a powerful enemy was really satisfying. With the inverse chaos divine ability, no matter how Yuan Ruzhen fought back, it did not affect him at all. The inverse chaos divine ability could withstand the chaotic tides of time and space. It could withstand the suppression of the two supreme rules of time and space. How could Yuan Ruzhen resist it? Chapter 801. Xiao. Xiao. Swoosh, Zhou Xuanji wielded his sword with one hand. His sword was extremely swift, sharp, and domineering. Due to being engulfed by world internalization, Yuan Ruzhen did not dare to face it head-on and could only keep dodging. There were clones of the Great Li in all directions. No matter where he moved, he would be attacked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Damn it, how can I be defeated by him? Yuan Ruzhen was enraged, his eyes burning with anger. He abruptly turned into a streak of black light and shot towards the top of the sky. His entire body burned with black flames, and his aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Black flames scorched the sky. He stood up from the sea of black flames, his body towering tens of thousands of feet tall, like an ancient demon god awakening. Zhou Xuanji stopped and sensed danger. At this moment, Gue Ruzhen made him feel like he was facing old demon Soulmover. Sure enough, this guy was hiding a trump card. Zhou Xuanji did not panic but looked forward to it. It had been a long time since he had gone all out in a fight, and he wanted to test his true strength. Yuan Ruzhen was a good target. Let's stop. You can fight after you get out. The Wheel Summit's voice came suddenly, and the tense atmosphere between Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen disappeared immediately. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes, and all of the Great Li avatars entered his body. Yuan Ruzhen also started to shrink and retracted his aura. They had to give face to the Wheel Summit. Let's see how you escape after we get out. Yuan Ruzhen snorted coldly, which made Zhou Xuanji want to laugh. Why do I feel like I shouldn't run after school? He did not reply. He was too lazy to argue. Then, he separated from Yuan Ruzhen and went to search for the smallest item. The geniuses came back to their senses. This battle made them realize how powerful Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen were. They were really powerful. He had already broken away from the category of geniuses and had entered the ranks of first-rate powerhouses. Zhou Xuanji landed, but he didn't move. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with his exterminating divine eyes, trying to find the smallest thing. According to his original idea, this smallest thing should exist in every corner of this world. From a scientific point of view, it was like the existence of molecules. However, they should be so small that they couldn't be observed. The exterminating divine eye was one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. If it couldn't see it, then it was even more impossible for the other geniuses to see it. Yuan Ruzhen came to the riverside 100 miles away and similarly stood at a spot, observing quietly. All prodigies who had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord stage were like this. The top of the wheel would definitely not test their ability to search. That would be too much of a test of luck. The true purpose of this test was probably to test the spiritual will of the Skyprides. For a time, this expanse of the heavens and the earth returned to peace. Luan Ding watched with satisfaction and muttered, "You almost destroyed my nest." How interesting. As his voice fell, wisps of red dust chi appeared beside him. The red dust chi condensed into the figure of the red dust supremacy. It didn't reveal its true face, it was just a red shadow. Upon seeing her, Luan Feng's expression changed slightly. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" His tone was filled with fear. Crimson Dust Supremacy said, "He is back. The true catastrophe of the Kunlun Origin Court is about to descend. What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Luan Feng's expression changed. That him seemed to be very strong enough to make Autarch Crimson Dust personally come, strong enough to make Luan Jie's expression change. "Humph, what do you mean by what I'm going to do? This matter doesn't just concern me." Luan Feng snorted coldly, his expression returning to normal. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the water ball on the table shattered. Crimson Dust Supremacy said, "Don't forget, you worked the hardest to seal him back then. Even if the Kunlun Origin Court is destroyed, I will still exist, but you will no longer exist." Luan Feng's expression became unnatural again. Crimson Dust Supremacy continued, "Get ready to fight. Unless you defeat him, you can't continue your seclusion. Recently, many unknown existences have appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, such as Zhou Fa, who obtained the inheritance of a certain supreme. His origin is mysterious, and there may be a hand behind this." Luan Feng took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He understood that what Crimson Dust Supremacy said was right. If that guy really came back, he would be the first to be found. He looked up at Crimson Dust Supremacy and asked, "What are your plans?" He was curious about the appearance of Crimson Dust Supremacy. This woman appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Why did she suddenly care about the Kunlun Origin Court? "I'm looking for you to deal with him. Get ready." Crimson Dust Supremacy dropped these words and disappeared. She came and went like the wind. Luan Feng fell into deep thought. After a while, he condensed a water ball and continued to observe the situation of the Sky Prides. Time flew. A month passed by quickly. Luan Feng moved all the Sky Prides to the riverside. The Sky Prides had different expressions. Some were full of confidence, some were uneasy, and some were in despair. This month was torturous for most of the Sky Prides. They all had high hopes. It wasn't easy for them to reach this step. They didn't want to be eliminated. Their eyes fell on Luan Feng. Luan Feng scanned all the Sky Prides from the stone table and said slowly, "6 of you have found the smallest thing. Everyone else, go back." He waved his right hand, and most of the Sky Prides disappeared. Zhou Xuanji, Yuan Ruzhen, Young Heavenly Lord, and the other 3 Sky Prides looked at each other. They were all very calm. Young Heavenly Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he was a stranger. Their eyes met like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. "You have all found that thing. Do you know what it is?" Luan Feng asked with a smile. His eyes were full of deep meaning. Young Heavenly Lord replied first, "It's a type of rule power. It's dispersed into countless particles and is very well hidden." Luan Feng nodded and said, "The divine ability that I want to pass down is actually a sublimation of the rule. It's called the Destiny Manifestation Spell. This spell was created based on the rule of the Master of Destiny. It can manifest the fates of oneself and one's enemy. If you want them to die in the future, the fate of death will descend immediately. But this spell is the same as most divine abilities." The eyes of the geniuses sparkled. They were all attracted by the Destiny Manifestation Spell. Manifest fate, including the predestined fate? Such a divine ability was absolutely horrifying. "I must get it." Zhou Xuanji was determined to get it too. He had been targeted by destiny before, so he had always been interested in the power of destiny. Now, the opportunity was finally here. "Take out the destiny factors that you have collected. Let me see." Luan Feng instructed with great anticipation. The Sky Prides opened their right hands one after another. Bright spots appeared on their palms. If one did not look closely, it would be hard to notice. Zhou Xuanji was the same. He had already predicted this, so he had collected many destiny factors just in case. But at a glance, everyone's hands were glowing. It was impossible to tell who had more and who had fewer, and who was bigger and who was smaller. Yuan Ruzhen and young Heavenly Lord glanced at his palms. Instantly, their pupils contracted. How could it be? Chapter 802. Luan Ding glanced at the palms of the 6 people and nodded in satisfaction. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, "Not bad, all of you have exceeded my expectations." However, when the Sky Prides heard the first half of the sentence, they were overjoyed. However, when they heard the last 2 words, their hearts skipped a beat. There can only be one person who can inherit the fate manifestation technique. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You have collected the most destiny factors. You will receive the inheritance." Hearing this, the other 5 heavens favorites panicked. Why did he make a decision so quickly? They thought that there would be another test. Yuan Ruzhen's face was the most unsightly. He had just had a conflict with Zhou Xuanji, so how could he allow Zhou Xuanji to inherit a divine ability? Just as they were about to speak, Luan Feng waved his right hand and teleported them out. Only the Wheel Summit and Zhou Xuanji were left in the entire world. Luan Ding shook his head and laughed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked curiously, "You are not happy?" From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji was very calm. Compared to the other 5 prodigies, his composure was outstanding. "Of course I'm happy to receive the inheritance, but I don't need to show it, right?" Zhou Xuanji bowed with a smile. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the fate manifestation technique was very powerful, it was nothing compared to his inverse chaos spirit technique, invading infiltration venerable body, and soul source bead. Therefore, from the beginning, his mentality was better than all the other prodigies. Without desire, one would be firm, and without desire, one would be relaxed. Luan Feng nodded and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Indeed, after all, you have the inverse chaos divine ability that is not inferior to the fate manifestation technique." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. This guy knew about the inverse chaos divine art? Seeing that the other party's expression had finally changed, Luan Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Back then, I had a close friend who also obtained the inverse chaos divine ability. In the end, he became a supreme being, undying through the ages. He jumped out of the universe and broke free from karma." Luan Feng stroked his beard and smiled, a look of reminiscence on his face. Time flew by, and his old friends were no longer around, leaving him alone to guard the Kunlun origin court. It was really lonely. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "How many sovereigns have you met?" Luan Feng answered, "Not many, only 8. 8, Zhou Xuanji's heart shook, and he could not help but feel deep veneration. A supremacy's reign lasted at least a few billion years. 8 supremacies added together, one had to know that there was a dark period between the succession of supremes. No wonder he couldn't see through such an ancient existence. "Can you tell me about your encounters in the Anti-Kunlun? I have always been curious about the Anti-Kunlun, but unfortunately, I have never been there." At the same time, he raised his hand and gestured for Zhou Xuanji to sit before the stone table. Zhou Xuanji nodded and chatted with him as they walked to the stone table. There was nothing to hide about Anti-Kunlun's experience. After all, the other party already knew that he had the inverse chaos divine ability. Meanwhile, within the chaos verse, Yuan Ruzhen, young heavenly lord, and the other 3 elites appeared out of thin air. They were stunned and almost went crazy. They were eliminated just like that? They refused to accept this. This feeling was like falling from the sky into the abyss. Was there something wrong with the chakra summit? Since they were going to be eliminated, why didn't they be eliminated together with the previous prodigies? Why did they have to stay and chat with them? Play with them? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. However, they did not dare to explode and could only suppress it in their hearts. Humph. The young heavenly lord snorted and left. The other 3 prodigies also left. Yuan Ruzhen took out a giant shell and sat on it, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to come out. Zhou Xuanji had inherited the destiny manifestation spell, so he must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji's destiny manifestation spell reached great accomplishment, it would be a disaster for him. Yuan Ruzhen had lived for countless years in his previous life and had seen many geniuses with horrifying aptitudes. I want to see if your destiny manifestation spell can help you escape death. Yuan Ruzhen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself coldly. Previously, he could not use his full power in Luan Summit's independent world. If they were fighting outside, he would surely make Zhou Xuanji despair. Beside the river, before the stone table. After Luan Summit heard about Zhou Xuanji's experience in the anti-Kunlun, he sighed in amazement. Kunlun Origin Court, anti-Kunlun. Interesting. Who is real and who is fake, and who is the real rebel? I'm afraid even the sovereign can't tell. Zhou Xuanji asked, do you know why the sovereigns disappeared one after another? Where did they go? The sovereign was an invincible existence in an era. There was no such thing as the end of their lifespan or chi deviation. Little guy, this is not something you can understand. When you become the sovereign, you will be able to see through everything in this world. But unfortunately, it is much more difficult to become the sovereign in this generation. Luan Summit shook his head with a smile. Speaking of this, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This trace of murderous intent came and went quickly. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji did not notice it. Senior, please enlighten me, Zhou Xuanji said as he cupped his fist. Could it be that something big happened in the Kunlun Origin Court? A long time ago, there was a sovereign who enslaved the world in pursuit of power. That was the true Dark Age. After that sovereign left, a few sovereigns appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court one after another. All of them treated the sovereign with kindness. But no one expected that the Dark Sovereign suddenly returned and fought with the sovereign at that time, almost destroying the Kunlun Origin Court. Fortunately, all the ancient powerhouses joined hands to help the sovereign, and only then did the Dark Sovereign retreat, Luan Summit said faintly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. For some reason, he inexplicably thought of Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa claimed to be the inheritor of a certain sovereign and founded the Black Sword Court. He acted mysteriously. Could it be that the inheritance he obtained was that Dark Sovereign? Now, that Dark Sovereign is about to make a comeback, and there is no sovereign in the Kunlun Origin Court. You geniuses are competing for the qualifications of sovereigns, but this process will take a long time, Luan Summit sighed. Luan Feng sighed, and Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Seeing him worrying about the country and the people, Luan Summit shook his head with a smile and said, well, this matter is still too far away for you. Even if the sky falls, we seniors will hold it up. I will teach you the fate manifestation technique first. Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat up straight. Luan Summit raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Zhou Xuanji's forehead. In an instant, the soul source orb directly came out of his forehead, trembling non-stop. It looked very ferocious. Luan Summit narrowed his eyes and thought, what's wrong with this soul source orb? He had seen the soul source orb before. It was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Kunlun Origin Court. It was rarely used as a personal artifact. This soul source orb was extremely aggressive. In the face of his power, it could automatically resist it. What did this kid do to the soul source orb to make it so loyal and ruthless? Zhou Xuanji felt a huge amount of memories pouring into his mind. He closed his eyes and inherited the fate manifestation technique. He saw his past and present lives. He saw the past and present lives of his family members. He was like a spectator, looking forward to everyone's fate. The process was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Chapter 803. Fate. It was illusory and hard to define. Everyone has a destiny, and everyone can also have no destiny. However, the rules of fate were real. The higher one's cultivation, the more reverence one had for fate. In the process of learning the destiny manifestation technique, Zhou Xuanji gained much enlightenment. All the choices made in one's life were linked together. The result was karma. That was fate. The fate manifestation technique could pluck the stars and move the moon. It could pluck the fate of everyone, reliving the nightmares of the past, and it could also bring forward the death tribulation from the future. In the process of inheriting the destiny manifestation technique, heaven and earth Tao energy and spirit qi madly flowed towards Zhou Xuanji. The greatly divine suppressor art operated on its own as the invading body greedily devoured the external energy, perfectly transforming it into Yuan fusion divine power. Luan Feng sat on the opposite side of the stone table, quietly observing. What kind of physique is this? Isn't this conversion speed a little too exaggerated? Luan Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he even swallowed his saliva. He was filled with anticipation for Zhou Xuanji, but only now did he realize that he had underestimated this brat. He could not help but look forward to Zhou Xuanji even more. This kid could very well be the next supreme martial artist. Kunlun Origin Court, Void Boundary Palace, inside the palace at the top of the tower. Zhou Fa sat on the throne to recover from his injuries. Ever since he made an agreement with Zhou Xuanji, he had been hiding here to recover. However, Exalt Crimson Dust's power was simply too domineering. He was unable to suppress that power at all. Right now, his cultivation was far from 1% of his peak. If he was helpless, he would definitely be exhausted to death. A black silhouette appeared in the palace and half knelt on the ground. He cupped his fist and said, "The competition for the divine ability has ended." Just as you expected, Zhou Xuanji defeated Yuan Ruzhen, young heavenly lord, and the other geniuses to obtain the divine ability inheritance. Hearing this, Zhou Fa opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. He already knew that Zhou Xuanji had rescued Zhou Tanhua. Although he didn't see Xian Xianghua, it meant that Zhou Xuanji had already seen mortal sovereign. But from the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji did not look for him. It was obvious that the agreement was just a bluff. This guy still had the time to fight for the inheritance of a mighty figure's divine ability. No. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. He stood up slowly and said, "Inform Daohu that I've agreed to what he discussed with me earlier." Yes. The black shadow disappeared. Zhou Fa took a deep breath. His eyes turned pitch black as he muttered, "If the Kunlun Origin Court doesn't belong to me, no one can think of getting it." In a space of absolute darkness, a red light suddenly lit up. It was eerie and frightening. Vaguely, there was the sound of dripping water. A golden figure suddenly dashed out of the darkness and flew toward the red light. This golden figure was none other than the Origin Court War God. His face was expressionless, and his brows were tightly knitted, emitting a strong sense of oppression. Soon, he stopped, knelt down, and cupped his fists. "Father." Origin Court War God said in a deep voice. His expression was complicated. The red light flickered like a flickering candle in the dark night, as if it could be extinguished at any time. "My son, you have been in the Kunlun Origin Court for 800 million years. Now that you have become the Origin Court War God, will your heart still belong to me?" A hoarse and ancient voice came from the front. The tone was cold and emotionless. Origin Court War God replied, "My heart will always belong to my father, and I will not hesitate to die for him." He paused, gritted his teeth, and begged, "I have friends and disciples in the Kunlun Origin Court. Can you spare their lives?" As soon as he finished speaking, the dark space fell into silence. Origin Court War God felt endless pressure. His burly body began to tremble. In the Kunlun Origin Court, the fearless Origin Court War God was like a kitten at this moment, shivering. If anyone were to see this, their eyes would probably explode in shock. "Forget it. Considering that you have been lonely since you were a child, your father has indeed not treated you well. When the time comes, bring the people you want to keep alive with you. This Kunlun Origin Court must be destroyed. Your father will create a brand new divine court of laws and create stronger beings." The ancient voice sounded very domineering. He didn't put the Kunlun Origin Court in his eyes at all. "Understood." Origin Court War God responded. His furrowed brows finally relaxed. "You have been dormant in the Kunlun Origin Court for so long. The credit for letting the current sovereign leave is mainly due to you. Have you observed who will become the next sovereign?" The ancient voice continued to ask. Origin Court War God hesitated and said, it is possible among the sovereign divine ranges. For example, Venerable Emperor Divine Ranges Yuan Ruzhen. He was an origin court war god like me in his previous life. Another example is the reincarnation of Tianyi Divine Range's rules. It is said that he has become the most powerful existence in the Tianyi Divine Range, and Origin Court War God listed all the people he thought were likely to become sovereigns. He didn't mention Zhou Xuanji. It wasn't to protect Zhou Xuanji, but in his opinion, Zhou Xuanji really wasn't qualified. Zhou Xuanji's talent might be amazing, but his growth time was too short. Kill them if you have the chance. Go back. It won't be long before Father breaks through the shackles and returns to the Kunlun universe. In the future, you will become the sovereign. Father will continue to explore more possibilities, the ancient voice sounded. Origin Court War God wasn't surprised at all. He bowed expressionlessly before turning around and leaving. Zhou Xuanji wandered back and forth in the scenes of destiny. He had obtained the cultivation method of the destiny manifestation technique. His exalted body was constantly absorbing destiny factors, allowing him to quickly learn the destiny manifestation technique. Everyone had destiny factors in them. If someone else's destiny factors were controlled in the palm of their hand, it was equivalent to controlling their destiny. After all, destiny factors were connected to destiny. One would prosper and the other would prosper. It took him some time to master the destiny manifestation technique. When he opened his eyes again, the scenes of destiny around him all shattered like glass. The wheel summit appeared before his eyes. The sky was high and the earth was far away. Green mountains and clear waters. Reality was more beautiful. Not bad. You mastered the destiny manifestation technique so quickly. I didn't choose the wrong person, Luan Feng praised. Luan Feng praised with a tone filled with admiration. Only a genius like Zhou Xuanji could shine with the destiny manifestation technique. He was looking forward to what kind of waves the destiny manifestation technique would cause in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, senior." After learning the destiny manifestation technique, Luan Feng could be considered half a teacher to him. He should bow. Go out. There's a guy waiting for you outside. You'd better avoid him. He's very powerful, Luan Feng said with a smile, stroking his long beard. Zhou Xuanji nodded and was about to leave. Just when he turned around, he suddenly thought of something. He turned back and asked, "Don't you have anything to tell me? Was there such a good person in the world who would give divine abilities to others for free?" Luan Feng saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, "I just don't want the destiny manifestation technique to be passed down. This technique has great potential. I hope you can surpass me in this technique." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be related to the Darkness Sovereign? Why does Luan Feng sound like he's leaving a will? Chapter 804. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and hesitated no more. With a flash, he traveled through space and jumped out of the small world. Luan Feng clicked his tongue in wonder and sighed, "Just what kind of physique does this brat have, to actually be able to jump out of my spirit formation world at will? Amazing, amazing." Zhou Xuanji quickly entered the chaotic universe. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked around. Soon, he caught a glimpse of Yuan Ruzhen. Yuan Ruzhen, who was sitting cross-legged on the shell, opened his eyes. When he saw him, he immediately stood up. "Zhou Xuanji, you came out so quickly. Seems like you haven't learned it yet?" Yuan Ruzhen grinned and laughed coldly. His eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. Zhou Xuanji took out the Yusheng broken sword and the previous life dream realization sword and fused the two swords into sundering circle. At the same time, he flipped his left hand, and the great destiny of moon appeared in his hand. Both swords were very long. One was like a crescent moon, and the other was like a rainbow. With both swords in hand, his aura exploded. The corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed contemptuously. "You can't wait to come out and kill a dog. May I ask if this dog of yours is ready to be slaughtered?" Hearing this, Yuan Ruzhen's expression changed and his eyes turned red. Wisps of strange black gas rose from the soles of his feet and twined around his body like a tornado, causing his robe to flutter loudly. Very good. I haven't seen anyone who dares to speak to me like this in a long time. They are all dead. You will follow in their footsteps and die a more painful death than them. Yuan Ruzhen raised his hand and a long scythe appeared in his hand. There was a loud bang. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji explosively, and the shell under his feet shattered in an instant. Zhou Xuanji directly activated the sword fusion technique and charged forward with his sword. Clang! The two of them collided with each other and erupted with all their strength, forcing each other back. They didn't stop and continued to attack each other. Zhou Xuanji swung his swords with both hands, simultaneously unleashing two sword divine abilities, and he continuously switched between them. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Heavenly Sword Descent. Sword Soul. Great Enlightenment God / Void Instant Kill. Evil Spirit Retribution. Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep. Facing Zhou Xuanji's ferocious attacks, Yuan Ruzhen's attacks were equally ferocious. His fury surpassed Zhou Xuanji's. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more furious he became. Who was he? The number one genius of the revered Emperor Divine Range was once the Origin Court War God, second only to one and above all. How could he be suppressed by a junior like Zhou Xuanji? Boom! Yuan Ruzhen shook his arms and his aura rose to a whole new level, shaking the entire universe. Chaos Chi was swept up and swept across the entire universe like a destructive tornado. The Soul Source Orb opened between Zhou Xuanji's eyebrows as he cast the exterminating divine light. His eyes and the Soul Source Orb shot out the exterminating divine light at the same time. 3 rays of light shot out. Yuan Ruzhen could not dodge in time and was hit in the face. Instantly, he could not move. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with a single step and stabbed out with both swords, piercing through his shoulders. Slaying Life-Breaking Circle and Glorious Destiny Moon suppressed Yuan Ruzhen as they smashed through the universe space. They fell into the chaotic flow of time. Zhou Xuanji drew his sword and slashed again. Yuan Ruzhen was, after all, the reincarnation of the god of war. He was not completely defeated. With a shake of his body, he teleported 1,000 feet away. His face contorted in anger. He waved his scythe fiercely and slashed down. His killing intent soared into the sky and tore apart the space-time electric currents around him. Zhou Xuanji laughed mockingly, and a silver radiance emanated from his body. Space-time power. His ultimate invasive body was cultivated in the chaotic flow of time, so he could absorb the space-time power. This was also the reason why he moved the battlefield here. At this moment, he seemed to have entered the divine moon state again. His aura was majestic. Yuan Ruzhen let out a furious roar. The black chi around his body turned into black flames and attached to the surface of his body. The flames quickly formed into an armor, and 3 pairs of black flaming wings grew out from his back. He charged over with his scythe, and the flames on his body turned into a horrifying dragon head. It expanded rapidly and charged at Zhou Xuanji with an unstoppable roar. Countless sword chi burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body, sweeping in all directions like a powerful beam. Boom! The black flaming dragon head exploded. Zhou Xuanji and Yuan Ruzhen tore apart the black flames and clashed again. Both swords moved like the wind. Zhou Xuanji's sword speed reached its limit, as though there were countless sword shadows following him. Yuan Ruzhen's movements were equally swift and fierce. The two were evenly matched. As they battled, they moved around, trying to find each other's flaws. Clang! The blades clashed. The two plunged into the chaotic flow of time and came to a peaceful universe. Boom! 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 With the arrival of the two, the universe began to collapse. They fought boldly and fearlessly. They only had eyes for each other and swore to kill each other. Is that all you've got? Zhou Xuanji mocked. His black hair danced wildly. Together with his purple pupils and the soul source orb between his brows, his body was filled with a frenzied aura. Yuan Ruzhen was equally frenzied, but he looked more ruthless. He roared and grew taller. With a sweep of his blade, he sent Zhou Xuanji flying away. Zhou Xuanji felt numb between his thumb and forefinger. How did this guy's strength suddenly increase so much? Roar, the frenzied Yuan Ruzhen was like an ancient ferocious beast. He roared with all his might as his body grew taller rapidly. More than 1,000 feet, more than 100,000 feet. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A majestic sword Buddha rose up quickly. Zhou Xuanji stood on top of the Buddha's head and looked at Yuan Ruzhen. The golden Buddha grew to 1,000,000 feet tall and looked down at Yuan Ruzhen. Thousands of arms grew out from its back, each holding a giant golden sword, and slashed at Yuan Ruzhen. Clang! 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 Yuan Ruzhen was forced back by the slashes. His body was extremely tough, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha could not break through his defense. I should be the one asking you. Is that all you've got? Yuan Ruzhen laughed wildly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji could not hurt him despite using all his strength, he felt extremely pleased. Zhou Xuanji suddenly fused with the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha's body glowed with a layer of silver light. He activated the fate manifestation technique straightaway. Yuan Ruzhen's past, present, and future appeared before his eyes. He saw Yuan Ruzhen's majestic figure in high spirits. He saw Yuan Ruzhen trembling and begging for mercy in front of a black shadow. He quickly manifested the death tribulation in the future. Yuan Ruzhen's heart beat wildly. He even felt his scalp go numb, and his soul shuddered. What's going on? Yuan Ruzhen was a little flustered. Zhou Xuanji did not let him sense the dangerous aura of death. Why was he so restless after breaking through? Could there be a powerful enemy nearby? He immediately retreated and looked around anxiously. The thousand-hand sword Buddha gave a strange cold smile. A black vortex appeared above Yuan Ruzhen's head. A horrifying black shadow descended and pressed down on Yuan Ruzhen. Yuan Ruzhen wanted to dodge but found that he could not move. His legs could not take the pressure, and he knelt down. He looked at the horrifying black shadow in fear. What is this? An indescribable fear welled up in his heart. His body trembled continuously. Chapter 805. Who are you? Yuan Ruzhen raised his head and cried out in fear. Countless guesses appeared in his mind. Could it be an enemy? The black shadow was expressionless. He looked down at him without saying a word, but that aura could not be dispersed. It suppressed him so that he could not stand up. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. The destiny manifestation spell was indeed powerful. It could really manifest destiny. Seeing Yuan Ruzhen kneeling and trembling, Zhou Xuanji felt exhilarated in his heart. At the same time, he was curious about the black shadow. Although he did not sense the black shadow's aura, he could sense that the black shadow was ridiculously powerful. After all, even he could not defeat Yuan Ruzhen, let alone kneeling and begging for mercy. Could this black shadow be the darkness sovereign that Luan Feng mentioned? From the looks of it, it was indeed possible. Just as Zhou Xuanji was thinking, the black shadow suddenly raised his hand and slapped toward Yuan Ruzhen. Yuan Ruzhen's body convulsed. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and turned into a blood mist in the void. He collapsed and floated in the void. The black shadow disappeared along with the black vortex. That's it? Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He did not expect this. Wasn't the destiny manifestation spell a little too powerful? Yuan Ruzhen could not resist at all. He was crushed directly. The thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared. Zhou Xuanji flew over with his two swords to check if Yuan Ruzhen was dead. At this moment, Yuan Ruzhen got up suddenly and cried out in fear, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I beg you to spare me!" He roared at the top of his voice. Tears flowed from his eyes, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Taking this opportunity, Yuan Ruzhen immediately turned around and fled, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Crazy? Zhou Xuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not chase after him because Yuan Ruzhen was too fast. During the battle, he had absorbed much of Yuan Ruzhen's Origin Fusion divine power. He was getting closer and closer to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Erming. He immediately sat down to recuperate his cultivation. The entire universe regained its peace, but the collapsed space could not be restored in a short period of time. At a glance, it was like a beautiful starry sky painting that had countless cracks cut into it. It was very unnatural. Time ticked by. Zhou Xuanji benefited a lot from the battle with Yuan Ruzhen. He could finally fight to his heart's content with an existence of equal strength. He also had a rough estimate of his own strength, but it was still not enough. He had to become even stronger before he could face the arrival of the Dark Sovereign. Just as he was cultivating, a cloud of black gas quietly swept towards his back. Clang, the great destiny moon descended from above and shielded Zhou Xuanji's back. The blade trembled and gave off a clear sound. Zhou Xuanji looked back, and 2 rays of exterminating divine light enveloped the ball of black qi, making it unable to move. Tell me your name. He spoke expressionlessly. This ball of black energy was not a living being. It should have been formed by some kind of divine art. It did not have any life force. However, wasn't it looking down on him too much if he wanted to use it to launch a sneak attack? A weathered voice came from the black smoke. You've learned fate manifestation? It can actually manifest my future power. Zhou Xuanji heard and raised his brows slightly. Could it be that this guy was the black shadow that suppressed Yuan Ruzhen just now? That's right. But I'm curious who you are. Are you that Dark Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji asked straightforwardly. The other party did not come in person. Obviously, there was something restricting him. According to Luan Feng, the Dark Sovereign was arrogant and cruel. He had a deep-rooted hatred for the Kunlun Origin Court. If he could rush to the Kunlun Origin Court, he would not waste even a second. Oh. You know me? Since you know it's me, aren't you afraid? The weathered voice asked back. Its tone turned cold, and the killing intent made the temperature of the universe drop to the freezing point. A chill rose from the soles of Zhou Xuanji's feet and rushed up to the top of his head. Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel a sense of fear. He could not help but feel shocked. How powerful was this guy? Just a single sentence made him unable to restrain his emotions. After all, he was someone who had met the Dark Sovereign. What's the use of being afraid? He asked back, pretending to be calm. He could only bet that the other party had no way to kill him. No wonder Luan Feng looked like he was facing a great disaster. The Dark Sovereign was really terrifying. I'm very interested in you. When I come to the Kunlun Origin Court, I hope you are still alive. At that time, show me the destiny manifestation technique again, the Dark Sovereign said with a cold smile. Just as he finished speaking, the black qi dissipated into thin air, breaking through the suppression of the exterminating divine light. Zhou Xuanji suffered a backlash. A mouthful of blood gushed up his throat. He wanted to swallow it, but he couldn't stop it. Red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He swallowed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fell into silence. He was thinking about how powerful the Dark Sovereign was. Was that a spell that came out of his mouth? He clearly did not feel the other party's attack, but he was severely injured. He sighed. There was always someone stronger in the world. It was not an empty saying. Compared with the Dark Sovereign, his current strength was not worth mentioning. Zhou Xuanji did not leave but stayed to recuperate. The Dark Sovereign had already left. It was impossible for him to return. That was illogical. In the mortal space, Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign were sitting face to face. She was in a state of epiphany as she listened to Mortal Sovereign preach. At this moment, Mortal Sovereign suddenly stopped preaching. Xian Xianghua's state of epiphany was interrupted. She opened her eyes in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Mortal Sovereign frowned and said, "Your husband is in trouble. He is being targeted by someone more powerful than me." Hearing this, Xian Xianghua's expression changed. She quickly asked, "Who is it? What happened?" Mortal Sovereign did not hide anything and told her about the origin of the Dark Sovereign. After listening, Xian Xianghua fell into silence. She was so shocked that she couldn't recover for a long time. She didn't expect there to be a sovereign who wanted to destroy the Kunlun origin court. According to Mortal Sovereign, the Dark Sovereign was definitely at the top of all the sovereigns in history. Can the current Kunlun origin court stop him? Xian Xianghua looked up and asked. She knew that the sovereign had disappeared and the Kunlun origin court was fighting for supremacy. Its strength must have been weakening. Mortal Sovereign shook his head and said, "Judging from the current situation, once he comes in, the Kunlun origin court will be destroyed." Xian Xianghua fell silent again. If so, it didn't matter whether the Dark Sovereign targeted Zhou Xuanji or not. Because the Kunlun origin court would definitely be destroyed by him. Cultivate well. There is still hope before he comes in, Mortal Sovereign said. Autark Crimson Dust said. After she finished speaking, a red blur flew out from behind her and flashed by. Xian Xianghua was not surprised because she had seen Mortal Sovereign create a clone more than once. She didn't know why. In the void outside the mortal space, Daohu was floating in the air, waiting quietly with a calm look on his face. Chapter 806. A red shadow swept out from the mortal plane and landed in front of Daohu. Daohu immediately saluted and said, "Greetings, mortal supremacy. I wish you eternal life and immortality." His tone was respectful and he didn't look directly at mortal supremacy. "Daohu, do you remember who gave you today's fortune?" Mortal supremacy looked at Daohu disdainfully and asked casually. Daohu replied without hesitation, "It's you, supremacy. If you hadn't given me cultivation techniques and magical powers, I would still be just a speck of dust in the crowd." He was a legend in the Kunlun origin court because his rise was too fast. When he debuted, Beast Sovereign had been the master of the evil sky divine range for many years, but he still caught up and even surpassed him. It was clear how terrifying his talent was. It was precisely because of this that he was able to win over countless diehard followers and create the Daohu Chozuan, which terrified all divine ranges. You did a good job, but you were too eager for quick success. First, you killed your sworn brother, and then you wanted to bring down the Kunlun origin court. It was too fast. Now you've missed a good opportunity, Mortal Supremacy said as she turned and looked in another direction. Daohu lowered his head, his expression a little ugly. Killing his sworn brother was the shame of his life. If someone else had mentioned it, he would definitely have killed them. Now you still have a chance, and that is to replace a sovereign divine range. Remember, you must be careful of Origin Court War God and Zhou Fa. Their origins are very special, and you must not look at them the way you used to. Mortal Supremacy instructed, which made Daohu curious. He asked, "Can you tell me their origins?" He was very familiar with Zhou Fa and Origin Court War God. Zhou Fa had been trying to cooperate with him during this time and often sent people to find him. They were as annoying as flies. Origin Court War God was the strongest person under supremacy. Of course, that was only the case on the surface. If all the experts of the Kunlun Origin Court were included, Origin Court War God wouldn't even be in the top 10 experts that Daohu knew. Zhou Fa is related to a certain supremacy. That supremacy is very mysterious and definitely doesn't have good intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disturbed the Kunlun Origin Court. As for Origin Court War God, he seems to be absolutely loyal to the Kunlun Origin Court, but in fact, he's the biggest scourge. You should be more careful. Autark Crimson Dust flicked her sleeves. After saying that, she transformed into a red blur and flew towards the depths of the universe, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Daohu raised his head and frowned as he fell into deep thought. He was curious about the true identity of Origin Court War God. Origin Court War God had always been the spiritual leader of the Kunlun Origin Court. Now, Crimson Dust Supremacy actually said that he was the biggest scourge of the Kunlun origin court. Jianghu couldn't help but think of the disappearance of Jizun. Could it be related to Origin Court War God? After the disappearance of Supremacy, Origin Court War God was indeed the most promising candidate to become Supremacy. However, things did not go as he wished. Various divine ranges erupted one after another, causing the Kunlun Origin Court to usher in a dark period. This is getting more and more interesting. Jianghu muttered to himself with a horrified smile on his face. The more chaotic the Kunlun Origin Court was, the more excited he was. The more mysterious the enemy was, the more challenging it was for him. With that thought, he turned around and flew in another direction. After Zhou Xuanji recovered, he took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Along the way, he did not meet Yuan Ruzhen again. It seemed like that guy was really scared out of his mind. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The battle with Yuan Ruzhen gave him a lot of insights. In addition to the growth of his origin fusion divine energy, his cultivation was also improving. According to his own prediction, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to origin fusion divine Lord Erming. He didn't feel proud of his cultivation speed. On the contrary, he felt that it was very slow. After all, the Dark Sovereign had his eyes on him. He must do everything possible to become stronger. When he returned to the Kunlun Origin Court, there was killing everywhere. From Origin Fusion Divine Lord to Overlord Saint, everyone was fighting for themselves. There were even divine range battles. Countless creatures were colliding with each other. It was extremely spectacular. From a distance, it looked like the Big Bang of the universe. Zhou Xuanji saw all of this. He didn't stop and flew straight toward the Evil Sky Divine Range. The struggle for power and status existed everywhere. As long as it was a race with intelligence, it was inevitable that there would be a struggle between superiors and inferiors. After entering the Evil Sky Divine Range, he went straight to the Sovereign Palace. After entering the palace, he saw Beast Sovereign and told him about his previous experience. After listening to him, Beast Sovereign sighed with emotion and said, "You have really grown up. Even Yuan Ruzhen was played in the palm of your hand. Although you have learned the destiny manifestation technique, it doesn't mean that you are invincible. Next time you meet Yuan Ruzhen, you still have to be careful. He has the strength to sweep away Origin Fusion Divine Lords." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also felt that Yuan Ruzhen didn't use his full strength. Yuan Ruzhen probably didn't expect the destiny manifestation technique to be so terrifying. Do you have any other arrangements? If not, I have to prepare for closed-door cultivation. I have been targeted by the Dark Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji continued to talk about the Dark Sovereign. This was a catastrophe for the entire Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't need to hold it in. Dark Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He tried to remain calm and patiently listened to Zhou Xuanji. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "This is big trouble. I have heard of the terrifying legend of the Dark Sovereign when I was young. I didn't expect it to be true. Even a Pequel Realm Senior is so afraid of him. What should our Evil Sky Divine Range do?" Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He didn't have an answer, nor did he have the right to plan the future of the Evil Sky Divine Range. After a while, Beast Sovereign asked him to leave. "By the way, is Wei Yi still in the Divine Range?" Zhou Xuanji thought of something and asked. Beast Sovereign replied without hesitation, "He is out on a mission." His mind was full of thoughts about the Dark Sovereign. So he didn't guess why Zhou Xuanji asked such a question. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and left after hearing this. He had to find an opportunity to get rid of Wei Yi to avoid future trouble. Before meeting the Dark Sovereign, he wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. But now, he was afraid that Wei Yi would collude with the Dark Sovereign to deal with him. After leaving the Sovereign Palace, he flew toward Pure Sword Heaven. On the way, he met an acquaintance. Ji Huanglin. The genius who had invited him to join the Evil Sky Divine Range. Ever since Zhou Xuanji joined the Evil Sky Divine Range, he rarely came to disturb Zhou Xuanji. At least, he wasn't as attentive as Wei Yi. I haven't seen you for many years. You have already surpassed me and become an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Congratulations, Ji Huanglin said with a smile, cupping his fists. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had always admired Zhou Xuanji. He was looking for an opportunity to talk to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile and asked, "How have you been recently?" Ji Huanglin's smile stiffened when he heard this. He sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Not bad. That's all. Let's talk next time. I'm in a hurry to finish my mission." Having said this, he left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude? Is he really in trouble recently? Chapter 807. Pure Sword Heaven. Zhou Xuanji came to Jiang Shui's side and summoned Chang Xian to gather all the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court. While waiting, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Have Jinghong and the others already set off?" Jiang Shui nodded and said, "Miss Yan will personally escort them out of the Kunlun Origin Court. There shouldn't be any problems." She wanted to go out too, but Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian did not allow it. To Zhou Xuanji, he alone was enough. Jiang Shui could become more powerful, but it was not worth the risk. Zhou Shaoxian thought so too. Moreover, Jiang Shui's identity was special. She might be captured by powerful enemies and used to threaten Zhou Xuanji. I don't know where Zhuge is. I haven't heard any news about him along the way. Zhou Xuanji sighed. After Xian Xianghua was taken away by mortal sovereign, Zhou Tanhua and Zhuge chased after her. Zhou Tanhua was also taken away by mortal sovereign. Only Zhuge wasn't. He had asked Hongqin Supreme before, and she claimed that she hadn't captured Zhuge. Perhaps Zhuge was still searching for Zhou Tanhua and his mother somewhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. I hope nothing happens to him. Jiang Shui patted the back of his hand and comforted him. Don't worry, he isn't an ordinary genius. He was once an almighty of the Kunlun Origin Court in his previous life. It would be difficult for anyone to kill him. Zhou Xuanji nodded. It made sense to think that way. After a while, Daoya Old Man, Xing Tiandao, Ren Niming, Huang Lianxin, the Old Beggar, Gu Tianxia, and the others arrived one after another. Is there something important? Daoya Old Man asked anxiously. Zhou Xuanji had finally returned, and they welcomed peace. Could there be another catastrophe? Zhou Xuanji nodded and told him about the Darkness Sovereign. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They had guessed all kinds of bad situations, but they had still been attacked by the Supreme of Darkness. A sovereign who wanted to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. Do the Sovereign Divine Ranges and Super Divine Ranges know about this? Gu Tianxia asked with a frown. After coming to Pure Sword Heaven, he had been working hard to catch up with Zhou Xuanji. His aptitude was indeed amazing. He was already a Dao-treading saint and was about to break through to the Dao ancestor realm. But compared to Zhou Xuanji, his growth rate was nothing. Zhou Xuanji said, "You should know. On the way back, I found that the battles were even more intense. They probably want to unify the Kunlun Origin Court and then work together to fight against the Dark Sovereign." Right now, the Kunlun Origin Court was in a state of disunity. If they wanted to live in harmony, they couldn't just rely on negotiations. They had to have absolute strength to suppress the Kunlun Origin Court. Ren Niming rubbed his chin and said, "The Evil Sky Divine Range is not as strong as before. We have to make a foolproof plan for ourselves." The others thought hard as well. Sovereign Darkness wanted to destroy the entire Kunlun Origin Court. In other words, hiding was useless. The only way was to defeat the Darkness Sovereign. But the current Kunlun Origin Court didn't even have a supremacy, so how could they do it? The Old Beggar shook the wine pot and said with a smile, "When I was young, I had also heard of the legend of the Dark Sovereign. I didn't expect it to be true. If I could see his elegant demeanor with my own eyes, my life would be worth it." The others rolled their eyes. You are worth it, but we don't think so. You should already have an idea, right? Qiu Hu looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked expectantly. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji. Now, all of them had to rely on Zhou Xuanji. Even if they combined their strength, they wouldn't even be able to crush Zhou Xuanji's finger. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Next, I will preach the Tao to you and try to improve your strength as much as possible. Anyone who has reached the Tao treading saint realm can go out to train. This is your choice. I won't force you. When you are strong enough, go to the Kunlun origin court and find a suitable universe. At that time, I will use a divine ability to isolate that universe and establish a teleportation connection with pure sword heaven. The most important thing is to cultivate and improve your strength." Everyone nodded. They all felt their blood boiling. They had been resting for so long. It was time to move. This was the most chaotic era, and it was also the era where heroes were most likely to emerge. They wanted to support Zhou Xuanji as the sovereign. And the sovereign's subordinates couldn't be too weak. Zhou Xuanji continued to arrange his cultivation schedule. In addition to cultivation, he also needed to work on his divine abilities and mental state. He was not afraid of Beast Sovereign hearing him. After all, Beast Sovereign also hoped that he could become a supreme. If he became a sovereign, he would definitely be an existence that Beast Sovereign couldn't control. Him being able to help and protect the evil Sky Divine Range was the greatest repayment, just like the Tianyi Divine Range and the previous sovereign. Inside the Sovereign Palace, Beast Sovereign summoned hundreds of evil Sky Divine Guards. The evil Sky Divine Range had been in turmoil all these years, and more than half of the 3,000 evil Sky Divine Guards had died. Go to the evil Sky Divine Range and invite all the ancestral patriarchs, mighty figures, and eternal prodigies back. Just say that the darkness supremacy is making a comeback." Beast Sovereign waved his hand domineeringly. He had never given such an order before. The threat posed by the darkness supremacy far surpassed that of the evil Sky Divine Range. Moreover, if it was just the crisis of the divine ranges, he wouldn't be able to invite those old ancestors. However, if it was related to the survival of the Kunlun origin court, even the most indifferent almighty would be scared. Yes. The evil Sky Divine Guards accepted the order and disappeared from the hall. Beast Sovereign's eyes flickered. He suddenly got up and disappeared. Meanwhile, all the middle upper divine ranges learned about the darkness supremacy. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire Kunlun origin court became more and more tense. Zhou Xuanji ignored the affairs of the world and focused on cultivation. He also helped Pure Sword Heaven preach. The atmosphere of Pure Sword Heaven was positive. Everyone was working hard on cultivation, including Cheng Xian. Zhou Tanhua often looked for Zhou Xuanji to spar with. Zhou Xuanji was also happy to see this. He discovered that this kid actually had a very good talent in sword Dao. He wasn't any weaker than Zhou Shaoxian. Coupled with the exterminating divine eyes, this kid might really be able to catch up to him. Zhou Tanhua fought his father with all his strength for the first time. He finally realized how terrifying his father was. No matter how he attacked, Zhou Xuanji didn't move at all. Zhou Xuanji bounced him away invisibly. Zhou Tanhua was so shocked that he almost became autistic. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji had been giving him pointers during this process, steadily improving his actual combat ability. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. On this day, Nan Mutiani sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, inviting him out to meet him. Zhou Xuanji gave a few instructions to Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who were cultivating in front of him, before quickly leaving. After leaving the evil Sky Divine Range, he traveled through space and arrived at the Void Boundary. This was his request. The two had to go to the Void Boundary to meet. In the Void Boundary, most divine senses could be isolated. "What's the matter?" asked Zhou Xuanji, looking at the figure behind Nan Mutiani. This person was wearing a noble blue robe. He was tall, had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. His eyes were brimming with vigor. At first glance, one could tell that he wasn't simple. Nanmutiani replied, naturally, it's for the darkness supremacy. Let me introduce you to the person behind me. Chapter 808. His name is Wangbu Ao, and he is known as the great sage Guang Fa Haoran Zun. He is the strongest heaven's pride in our Tianyi divine range. He rarely shows himself, so you might not have heard of him. Nanmutiani introduced calmly. Having heard this, Wang Buao cupped his fist and bowed to Zhou Xuanji. He smiled and said, the branch lord said that you are the most likely to become the sovereign. Now that I have seen you, you are indeed extraordinary. You have already mastered the legendary inverse chaos divine ability, right? I can sense a special fluctuation of rules around you. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked with a smile, how much is the difference between young heavenly lord and you? The young heavenly lord was very strong, and almost no one in the same generation could match him. Wangbu Ao's lips curled up in a smile, he's my disciple. Of course, he's arrogant and has always wanted to surpass me, but it's impossible for him to surpass me. Over the years, young heavenly lord had always been the strongest in the Tianyi divine range on the surface, but the older creatures all knew that Wang Buao was the strongest. Nanmutiani smiled and said, don't look down on him just because he's a proud son of heaven. He once nearly killed Jianghu by himself. His strength cannot be underestimated. Even I don't know how many trump cards he has. Zhou Xuanji could not help but look at Wang Buao in awe. He asked curiously, what does bringing him to see me have to do with the darkness sovereign? Before Nanmutiani could reply, Wang Buao spoke first, I know my personality. If the sovereign of darkness appears, I will definitely challenge him. Therefore, I hope that you can use the fate manifestation technique on me. Let me experience the terror of the sovereign of darkness in advance. His eyes were filled with eagerness and excitement. Nanmutian nodded and said, he'll be one of our forces against the darkness sovereign. As for you, your top priority is to cultivate properly. Once we've defeated the darkness sovereign, if you're able to mature, then we'll be able to help you rise to the top. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Why did it sound so touching? However, he was still cautious and did not completely believe him. He looked at Wangbu Ao and asked, are you ready? Wangbu Ao twisted his neck and said with a smile, come on. He couldn't wait to experience the power of the darkness sovereign. Zhou Xuanji immediately cast the destiny manifestation technique, gathering the destiny factors in Wang Buao's body and prying into his past and future. Countless scenes flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. He was the first to see an image. The young Wangbu Ao knelt at the foot of the 10,000 stone steps, kowtowing incessantly. His forehead was badly mutilated. Meanwhile, a figure stood at the top of the stone stairs. He was as imposing as a divine mountain, and with the blazing sun on his back, his aura was magnificent. You don't deserve to be my disciple. The imposing figure spoke in an overbearing manner. His voice was like a thunderclap that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji looked over with a strange expression. Isn't this Origin Court War God? He actually rejected Wangbu Ao? Following this, Zhou Xuanji looked toward Wang Buao's future. As expected, Wangbu Ao's death calamity was also a darkness sovereign. In a broken universe, countless corpses floated in the air. Wangbu Ao, who was covered in blood, rushed towards a huge black shadow, roaring at the top of his lungs. The huge black shadow raised its palm and waved it lightly, turning Wangbu Ao into dust. Peerlessly powerful. Wangbu Ao was as weak as a speck of dust in front of Paragon Darkness. All of this seemed to have taken a lot of time, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Zhou Xuanji revealed Wang Buao's future death tribulation. Black clouds gathered above Wang Buao's head. It was a horrifying scene. Nanmutiani looked up with a curious look. Wangbu Ao flew far away and faced his death tribulation alone. Soon, he was enveloped by an indescribable might, and he could not move. This is the aura of the darkness sovereign, Wangbu Ao mumbled to himself with a deep frown. His excitement receded and was replaced by uneasiness. Nanmutiani frowned as well. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in surprise, he asked, "Can the tribulation revealed by the destiny manifestation technique be fully revealed?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, "This is related to my strength. How can I fully reveal the might of the Darkness Sovereign?" In other words, this phenomenon could not be compared to the Darkness Sovereign. A tall and imposing black shadow descended from the black clouds. He raised his right palm and slapped toward Wang Buao. Wang Buao's face turned pale, and he was forced to his knees by the slap. This scene was so similar to the one that had happened before. Nanmutianyi fell silent. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. How powerful was the Darkness Sovereign? He could display the invincibility of the Darkness Sovereign just by using the destiny manifestation technique. Hold on. Wouldn't that mean that everyone would die at the hands of the Darkness Sovereign in the future? Everyone might face this tribulation. Wouldn't he be able to use this tribulation to kill all the powerful enemies he might encounter in the future? Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt. This was definitely a good idea. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his lips, concealing his strength and fame. Soon, the black clouds dispersed, and the Darkness Sovereign's shadow disappeared, never to be seen again. Wang Buao was still kneeling in the void, covered in cold sweat. He could not come back to his senses even after a long while. Nanmutianyi looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in amazement. With this divine ability and the inverse chaos divine ability, your future is limitless. He had already expected what Zhou Xuanji was thinking. Looking at what happened to Wang Buao, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to be invincible. When his cultivation soared again, who in the Kunlun origin court could be his match? He would be equivalent to the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Apart from this, do you have anything else?" Nanmutianyi came personally not just to let Wang Buao test the Darkness Sovereign's strength. Nanmutianyi said in a deep voice, "Naturally, it's to discuss the future development." Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to answer, he continued. "The Evil Sky Divine Range is definitely unreliable. Beast Sovereign got the help of Origin Court War God and became arrogant. But Origin Court War God has disappeared, and the Evil Sky Divine Range has declined. If you stay in the Evil Sky Divine Range, you will only be cannon fodder when facing the Darkness Sovereign in the future. Come to our Tianyi Divine Range or find a plane to hide and cultivate in peace. Only then can you grow," Nanmutianyi said seriously. Nanmutianyi said seriously. He despised Beast Sovereign from the bottom of his heart. Back then, before Zhou Xuanji had fully grown, Beast Sovereign had sent Zhou Xuanji to compete for the Sovereign list. If Zhou Xuanji hadn't run into him but other Divine Range Masters, he would have died without a doubt. In his opinion, Beast Sovereign thought too highly of Zhou Xuanji. It could even be said that he relied on Zhou Xuanji too much. He wanted to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Zhou Xuanji would die sooner or later in Beast Sovereign's hands. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and didn't answer. He also had such considerations. He had already saved the Evil Sky Divine Range and even stopped other Divine Ranges from attacking the Evil Sky Divine Range. Even if he left now, he had done his best. It was just that he was worried that the Evil Sky Divine Range would face a catastrophe after he left. Nanmutianyi stared at him and said seriously, "You are going to become the Sovereign. At that time, the entire Kunlun Origin Court and tens of thousands of Divine Ranges will have to bow down to you. Is a mere Evil Sky Divine Range worthy of you?" Chapter 809. Although Nanmutianyi's words were somewhat callous and heartless, it was the truth. Zhou Xuanji couldn't stay in the Evil Sky Divine Range forever. He had always wanted to leave, but he was just waiting for the right time. The current Evil Sky Divine Range was no longer of any help to him. If he continued to stay here, it might affect his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "I will consider this." Nanmutianyi nodded and did not force him. Instead, he admired Zhou Xuanji's hesitation. It meant that this boy was loyal to his friends, and he would not suffer if he followed him in the future. "You don't have to worry too much about the Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court isn't as weak as it looks on the surface. The Darkness Sovereign has been defeated in every battle, and this time will be no exception. Just cultivate in peace. With a flip of his right hand, a green brocade pouch appeared in his palm. There are primal Dao stones in here that are unique to our Tianyi divine range. They are specially used for cultivation. You can use them first. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and caught the green brocade bag. He nodded and said with a smile, "You have treated me with sincerity. If I can really become the sovereign, I will repay you with sincerity." Hearing this, Nanmu Tianyi beamed. That was what he wanted to hear. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Nanmu Tianyi carried the muddle-headed Wang Buao back. Zhou Xuanji returned to the Evil Sky Divine Range. Along the way, he had been considering whether he should leave the Evil Sky Divine Range. Recently, Beast Sovereign had indeed been mobilizing troops and seemed to be planning something big. The Evil Sky Divine Range had already suffered heavy losses. They didn't have peace of mind to develop, yet they wanted to start another war. He really couldn't see through what Beast Sovereign was thinking. When he returned to the Kunlun universe, he suddenly discovered that the number of wandering creatures had greatly decreased. Could it be that they're all prepared to stop fighting and deal with the darkness supremacy? He was deep in thought, but he didn't stop. He flew toward the Evil Sky Divine Range at full speed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Fa. He sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji, "Come here, I have something important to discuss with you. It's a huge matter that concerns our lives and the survival of the entire Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji heard him and hesitated for a moment. But he still followed him to a deserted divine range at the side. During the several hundred years of the Dark Era, hundreds of divine ranges were slaughtered and turned into wastelands. After entering the divine vein, the two landed in a desolate forest. "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Fa's expression was ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "I miscalculated. The biggest problem for the Kunlun Origin Court was the Origin Court War God. That guy is the biological son of Dark Sovereign. He was sent to the Kunlun Origin Court by Dark Sovereign in his early years, allowing him to become Origin Court War God step by step. Now, Origin Court War God is plotting to make Dark Sovereign make a comeback, and Beast Sovereign is likely to be part of the plan." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little surprised. In his eyes, the Origin Court War God was upright and righteous. He was willing to die for the Kunlun Origin Court, but this guy was actually pretending? He inexplicably thought of the Origin Court War God in Anti-Kunlun, who was ferocious and evil. Could that be the true face of the Origin Court War God? Then what? There are so many powerful people trying to stop Origin Court War God. What's the use of looking for me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a calm expression, as though he did not care about this at all. He was wondering if Beast Sovereign's recent actions were related to the Origin Court War God. Since the disappearance of the Origin Court War God, Beast Sovereign hadn't mentioned it. Previously, he thought Beast Sovereign was sad, so he didn't ask much. Of course it's related. The Evil Sky Divine Range is closely related to you. If the Evil Sky Divine Range betrays you, do you still want to become the sovereign? Dream on. At that time, you will encounter the crazy counterattack of the entire Kunlun Origin Court. And although I am your enemy, I don't want the Kunlun Origin Court to be united. If that happens, all my plans will be in vain. I only have hope if you are not destroyed, Zhou Fa said with a gloomy face. Zhou Fa said with a gloomy face. His tone was very unhappy. He hated the Evil Sky Divine Range and the Origin Court War God. He actually didn't take them into account. Zhou Xuanji curiously asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhou Fa seriously said, "As long as you are alive, you can turn the Kunlun Origin Court upside down. There will be no peace for a day." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He suddenly wanted to hit someone. What is this? Think about it, ever since you came to the Kunlun Origin Court, the Kunlun Origin Court has been going through a dark period. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Zhou Fa said seriously, as though Zhou Xuanji was an unlucky star. Zhou Xuanji angrily said, "Why isn't it because you are here?" Zhou Fa replied, "I am one of the reasons." "You are the biggest reason." What could Zhou Xuanji say in the face of such nonsense? He could only chuckle. "Okay, you must hurry up and sever your relationship with the evil Sky Divine Range. It's best to spread this matter and let the entire Kunlun Origin Court know about it," Zhou Fa said, waving his hand. After speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. He suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said in a meaningful tone, "I don't know what your relationship with Hongqin Sovereign is. She dared to hurt me. Tell her that I will pay her back tenfold for that slap." A black crack appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it. Zhou Xuanji turned around and left. After flying out of the Divine Range, he made a decision. Leave the evil Sky Divine Range. Zhou Fa and Nanmu Tianyi both advised him to leave the evil Sky Divine Range. They shouldn't be in cahoots. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have come to him one after the other. Interesting, the Kunlun Origin Court really can't be seen with the naked eye, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes flickered as a weird smile appeared on his face. Such a situation didn't give him a headache. On the contrary, he found it interesting. After returning to the evil Sky Divine Range in pure sword heaven, Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together. Then, he used the suppressing the universe to isolate the mountain. He told everyone what he knew. Everyone was shocked. How can Origin Court War God be a traitor of the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Tanhua cried out in astonishment. He had worshipped Origin Court War God as his master since he was a child, but due to a series of strange circumstances, he had only met Origin Court War God once and had never learned any skills from him. Even so, Origin Court War God held an extraordinary weight in his heart. The others started discussing. No wonder the evil Sky Divine Range has been so nervous recently. Who doesn't know the relationship between Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God? Then leave quickly. You have already helped the evil Sky Divine Range escape the danger of extinction. You have already repaid their kindness. You can't be dragged down by them again. Yeah. Dark Sovereign wants to target our court lord. This is too exaggerated. It seems that no one in the Kunlun Origin Court can be easily trusted. Zhou Xuanji didn't interrupt and let them discuss on their own. He looked at Chang Xian and asked, "What's your choice? Follow me or stay in the evil Sky Divine Range?" After all, Chang Xian was born and raised in the evil Sky Divine Range. She probably didn't want to leave. Zhou Xuanji had a good impression of her. So, he didn't want to force her. "Of course, I will follow you forever. I have no parents since I was a child. Although I grew up in the evil Sky Divine Range, I have always been trained as a tool," Chang Xian replied without hesitation. Chang Xian replied without hesitation, her eyes firm. Chapter 8:10. Chang Xian was willing to follow Zhou Xuanji, not to mention the others. Zhou Xuanji told them to disperse and pack their things. "Go ask those servants if they are willing to follow us. Don't force them to stay. When the time comes, all of you will enter the 24-rank deep Black Lotus. I will go find Beast Sovereign first," Zhou Xuanji instructed Jiang Shui and Chang Xian. After speaking, he turned around and left pure sword heaven. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly, "I'm finally leaving. I'm tired of staying in the evil Sky Divine Range." Ever since she came to the evil Sky Divine Range, the Kunlun Origin Court was in turmoil. She spent most of her time in the evil Sky Divine Range and rarely went out. Jiang Shui glared at her and said, "We haven't left yet. Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Xiaoxian quickly covered her mouth after hearing this, for fear that Beast Sovereign would hear her. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came directly to the gate of the Sovereign Palace. He cupped his fists and said, "Sovereign, I have something to see you." Although he was no longer afraid of Beast Sovereign, he still had to do the necessary etiquette. After all, Beast Sovereign was his elder and had helped him before. "Come in." Beast Sovereign's voice floated out from the palace. His tone was calm. The gate opened and Zhou Xuanji followed in a flash. In addition to Beast Sovereign, there were two black-robed old men standing in the palace. They were as thin as a stick and had a pair of fierce eyes. One had a head full of dry hair and the other had a pair of horns. They didn't look like good people. As Zhou Xuanji appeared between them, they turned to look at him. "What's the matter?" Beast Sovereign asked, sitting on the main seat. He was no longer as enthusiastic as he used to be. Zhou Xuanji didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "I'm leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range. I want to say goodbye to you." "What? You want to betray the Evil Sky Divine Range?" Before Beast Sovereign could speak, the two black-robed old men next to him angrily shouted. Zhou Xuanji ignored them. Staring at Beast Sovereign, he said, "I want to cultivate in peace and also cultivate my disciples and grand-disciples. I will take them to explore the world." Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and said, "If you stay, I will still protect you." As soon as he said this, he regretted it a little. If not for Zhou Xuanji's powerful return, he would still be locked up in the Origin Court. The Evil Sky Divine Range might have already been flattened. Right now, he had no right to say that he could protect Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "The young eagle will eventually soar. I'm not cutting off all ties with the Evil Sky Divine Range. I just want to establish my own sect. In the future, the Evil Sky Divine Range will still be on good terms with me. If the Evil Sky Divine Range is in trouble, I will not stand idly by." The two black-robed elders snorted coldly. Such beautiful words were clearly a lie. Beast Sovereign fell into a dilemma. He wanted to make Zhou Xuanji stay, but he didn't know how. Stay for a while longer. After all, the Evil Sky Divine Range has spent so many resources and opportunities on you. Shouldn't you repay them? The withered old man said coldly. His killing intent filled the entire hall. He was threatening Zhou Xuanji. The horned elder laughed and said, "That's right. Little kid, you have to repay a debt of gratitude, understand?" They had long heard of Zhou Xuanji and knew his talent. How could they let him go? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I've made up my mind. Seniors, please don't stop me." If the Evil Sky Divine Range didn't let him go, then he could only force his way out. He hoped that Beast Sovereign would give him a little face so that he wouldn't have risked his life to save Zhou Xuanji in vain. Forget it, let him go. Since ancient times, there have always been geniuses who established their own sections. Maybe he will become the sovereign? Beast Sovereign said, waving his hand. His tone was thought-provoking. Zhou Xuanji found that he had become very calm. He wasn't as sharp as before. It seemed that Origin Court War God had already looked for him. The two brothers had already colluded. Therefore, Zhou Xuanji was no longer an indispensable existence in the eyes of Beast Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji bowed to Beast Sovereign before turning around and preparing to leave. At this moment, the two black-robed elders suddenly attacked him. Their claws were like eagle claws as they tried to grab his shoulders. He directly used the inverse chaos divine ability, causing the two black-robed elders to instantly reverse their direction and pounce toward Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign quickly dodged. The three turned their heads to look at Zhou Xuanji in shock. This kid, Beast Sovereign's eyes widened. Monstrous waves were raging in his heart. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had become very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Even he couldn't see the divine ability just now clearly. The two black-robed elders flew into a rage out of humiliation. They once again attacked Zhou Xuanji. This time, they were on high alert. They didn't want to be tricked again. But just as they were about to touch Zhou Xuanji, their direction was reversed again. They only felt a blur before their eyes as Zhou Xuanji disappeared. From a bystander's point of view, Beast Sovereign felt his blood run cold. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and stepped out of the Sovereign Palace, flying toward pure sword heaven. Don't even think about escaping. The withered old man and horned old man chased after him. They were filled with anger. How could they let Zhou Xuanji go? The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose. He immediately turned around and cast the fate manifestation technique. In an instant, a dark cloud shrouded the heads of the two black-robed elders. They subconsciously stopped and looked up. A terrifying pressure enveloped them. A figure appeared above the dark cloud. It was Origin Court War God. Origin Court War God's face was filled with a murderous aura. He thrust his spear toward them. The two vomited blood at the same time as they collapsed in the void. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. He didn't expect that the death tribulation of these two old things would be Origin Court War God. Interesting. Beast Sovereign rushed over and was immediately stunned when he saw Origin Court War God above the sea of clouds. But very soon, he understood. Fate manifestation technique. He has already mastered the new supreme divine ability to this level. Beast Sovereign felt incredible. He knew that Zhou Xuanji's talent was ridiculously strong. But when the two of them stood on opposite sides, the impact was too strong, making him confused. Was it a mistake for him to let Zhou Xuanji go? What was it that made Zhou Xuanji want to leave? After Zhou Xuanji left, many creatures gathered. Looking at the two black-robed old men twitching in the void, all the creatures were in an uproar. Isn't that Elder Xuanjue? How did he end up like this? Was it Origin Court War God who attacked just now? No, it's not the real Origin Court War God. It's the manifestation of some divine ability. I saw it. Elder Xuanjue wanted to stop Zhou Xuanji, but, hiss. Zhou Xuanji is already this strong. Beast Sovereign approached Elder Xuanjue and brought them back to the Sovereign Palace to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, returned to pure sword heaven. Everyone was still packing up their things. Jianghu stood in front of the pavilion, hesitating whether to move it or not. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared beside her, giving her a fright. It's over so soon. Jianghu pouted. There was some resentment in her eyes. This guy always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Sooner or later, he would scare her to death. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I have already laid my cards on the table. But two elders stopped me. They are already seriously injured. Beast Sovereign should not make things difficult for me anymore. Jianghu nodded and said with a sigh, everyone has their own fate. They should support you so that you can support each other in the future. What a pity. Chapter 8:11. An hour later, everyone had packed their things, and Zhou Xuanji put them into the 24-rank deep black lotus. He, Jianghu, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, and Chang Xian left in the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage. Now, he no longer needed to be cautious. He wanted to openly leave the Evil Sky Divine Range and spread the news. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage smoothly left the Evil Sky Divine Range. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Evil Sky Divine Range. Now, Zhou Xuanji had become one of the representatives of the Evil Sky Divine Range. Especially since he was in the limelight recently. He was extremely popular and had many admirers in the Divine Range. He had injured Elder Xuangju and forcefully charged out of the Evil Sky Divine Range. What did this mean? The Evil Sky Divine Range has fallen. We can't keep him. It's not his fault. Looking at the Evil Sky Divine Range's development over the years, even I want to leave. That's right. They've just gone through a calamity. Instead of recuperating properly, they actually want to start a war. Who will our Divine Range target next? Who knows? The higher-ups never say. We only know who the enemy is when they come. In the Evil Sky Divine Range, not many people were angry because of Zhou Xuanji's departure. Most of them were sighing in sorrow. After all, the news of Zhou Xuanji slaughtering 1 billion enemies near the Evil Sky Divine Range had already spread. They all knew that Zhou Xuanji had saved the Evil Sky Divine Range. With such achievements, no one would say that Zhou Xuanji betrayed the Evil Sky Divine Range if he left. After leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage flew towards the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji planned to open up a world under the Kunlun origin court. He had collected a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As long as he was given time, he could make the new world have the same environment as the Kunlun origin court. Father, where are we going next? Should I seek refuge with a divine range? Zhou Tianhua asked curiously. He just wanted to find a place to stop and cultivate. Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, we can actually find an abandoned divine range and create a new one. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tianhua, Jiang Shui, and Chang Xian's eyes lit up. That's right. Even if it's an abandoned divine vein, its foundation is incomparable to that of other universes. Chang Xian nodded and said with a smile, in history, many divine veins were built on abandoned divine veins. With each passing generation, it is possible for them to become super divine veins or sovereign divine veins. Zhou Xuanji was moved. He didn't want to completely leave the Kunlun origin court. He just didn't want to rely on other divine ranges. He immediately got the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage to turn around, planning to wander around the Kunlun universe. In less than a month, the news of Zhou Xuanji leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range spread across the entire Kunlun origin court. Middle and upper divine ranges, super divine ranges, and sovereign divine ranges all took action to rope Zhou Xuanji in. However, they could not find Zhou Xuanji. In an inconspicuous deserted divine range on the Kunlun origin court side, Zhou Xuanji and the others had settled down. Nanmu Tian led a group of people over to help clean up the area. They also set up a vein protecting formation to isolate the other divine ranges' divine senses and deductions. Zhou Xuanji stood at the edge of the cliff with him and looked down at the vast ocean. The mist covered the sky, making it look like a dream. This divine range used to be a mid-ranked divine range. It's not bad. The degree of destruction is not high. It's enough for you to live and develop, Nanmu Tianyi said with a smile. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left the Evil Sky Divine Range, he had been smiling every time he saw Zhou Xuanji. He looked down on the Evil Sky Divine Range from the bottom of his heart. Now that Zhou Xuanji had no one to rely on, it was the best time for him to realize his value. Thank you for the Tianyi Divine Range's help. I won't say too much. After I become the sovereign, there's still a long way to go, Zhou Xuanji said with a nod. Nanmu Tianyi's eyes narrowed into a smile. The two began chatting about the situation in the Kunlun origin court. Ever since the news of the Dark Sovereign's comeback spread, the entire Kunlun origin court was in a state of turmoil. All the divine ranges closed their doors to recuperate and prepare for the Dark Sovereign's arrival. It was a rare period of peace in the dark. How's Wang Bao? Zhou Xuanji suddenly asked. That guy wanted to feel the Dark Sovereign's power but was scared silly on the spot. It was a little funny. Nanmu Tianyi shook his head with a smile and said, that guy was stimulated and is cultivating in seclusion. He felt that it was funny too. But it was a good opportunity to dampen Wang Bao's spirit, lest he became arrogant and conceited. Okay, this divine range is almost cleaned up. I will leave the rest to you. It's time for me to leave with the disciples. Nanmu Tianyi changed the topic and said. Even if he didn't say it, Zhou Xuanji would expel him sooner or later. It was better to be tactful. Zhou Xuanji nodded and watched Nanmu Tianyi leave. In less than half an hour, everyone from the Tianyi Divine Range flew out of the Divine Range's protective array. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense covered the entire Divine Range. Although this Divine Range was not as good as the Evil Sky Divine Range, it was bigger than the Longbo Divine Range. It had tens of thousands of independent worlds, each of which was bigger than the Northern Wilderness region. They were rich in spiritual qi and abundant in resources. Zhou Xuanji released the world inside the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. The Northern Wilderness region was the lowest realm, followed by the Demon Realm, and above that were the living beings of the Great Thousand World. The 100 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court were scattered in the lower 100 realms. After so many years, the number of Emperor Sword Court's disciples had been increasing. Although many disciples had gone out with Shao Jinghong and the others, the number of disciples left behind was still huge. Since they were new here and wanted to establish a new divine range, they had to have rules. Zhou Xuanji set up a cultivation threshold. After reaching the Saint Realm, they could go to the upper realm and choose a blessed place to cultivate. If they reached the Tao-treading Saint Realm, they could rule a realm alone. Countless years later, Emperor Sword Court would have more than 10,000 Tao-treading saints. But by then, the current Tao-treading saints would be even more powerful. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the living beings from the various realms. He cast the extreme nightmare abyss and pulled everyone into a dream. In the dream, he was high and mighty. All the living beings gathered on the grassland and looked up at him. From today onwards, we will establish our own divine range in the Kunlun Origin Court. This divine range will be called the Emperor Sword Divine Range, and Emperor Sword Court will reign supreme. From now on, you must cultivate hard and strengthen the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Don't bring shame to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji spoke. His voice was extremely persuasive. All the living beings who heard him felt their blood boiling. Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian were also looking up at their father. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Especially Zhou Tanhua. All these years, Zhou Xuanji had personally taught him, which made him admire his father even more. Now, he completely believed that Zhou Xuanji was already a powerhouse of the Kunlun Origin Court and would surely become the sovereign in the future. This pulse-setting assembly lasted for 4 hours. None of the living beings felt tired or sleepy. After the extreme nightmare abyss ended, they still wanted to continue. Zhou Xuanji let them rest for half a month before he began preaching to them to help them grow their cultivation quickly. Chapter 8:12. When the Emperor Sword Divine Range was established and everyone in the Emperor Sword Court was working hard to cultivate, the Kunlun Origin Court was in turmoil. The news about Zhou Xuanji creating the Emperor Sword Divine Range spread like wildfire. No matter how strong the Meridian Protection Array was, it couldn't stop the prying eyes of powerful beings. The Emperor Sword Divine Range was established so quickly. Isn't Zhou Xuanji alone? How can he create a divine range? It's said that Zhou Xuanji has a world treasure and has long since brought his disciples and grand-disciples. Amazing. Even the evil Sky Divine Range doesn't dare to have any objections when he creates his own divine range. That's right. If it were us, we would have been treated as traitors of the divine range and killed. In the Kunlun Origin Court, as long as there were living beings, everyone was discussing this matter. The Emperor Sword Divine Range hadn't even made it public or done anything earth-shattering, but everyone in the Kunlun Origin Court knew about it first. It had to be said that Zhou Xuanji's fame and prestige had reached an extremely terrifying level. Many creatures did not realize this. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji didn't leave the Emperor Sword Divine Range but continued to lead the disciples in cultivation. Although the Kunlun Origin Court was in turmoil, no divine range dared to provoke or suppress the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Naturally, Nanmutiani had contributed to this. On the other hand, the evil Sky Divine Range was wantonly mobilizing their troops. Those ancient and powerful experts and primogenitors returned one after another. They even started invading the surrounding divine ranges. In just a few short years, their forces expanded crazily, causing many divine ranges to feel uneasy. The news that Origin Court War God was the son of the Dark Supremacy also began to spread. At the same time, all kinds of terrifying legends about the Dark Supremacy were dug up and spread widely. The Emperor Sword Divine Range's limelight was stolen by the evil Sky Divine Range just like that. Zhou Xuanji was not unhappy about this because he did not care about this at all. Every once in a while, as long as a disciple reached the Saint Realm, Zhou Xuanji would send them out to gain experience and broaden their horizons. However, many of the disciples returned with heavy injuries, and some even died. These tragic tragedies made the disciples of Emperor Sword Divine Range realize the cruelty of the Kunlun Origin Court. No one dared to rashly think of leaving Emperor Sword Divine Range. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji turned 1,500 years old. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 1,500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, all things fuse, infinite divine sword, delusion sea of swords. The sword spirit's voice never changed. It was still cold and timely. Information about the non-existence divine sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, non-existent divine sword level, myriad fusion, description. There is no definition of existence, but it is filled with danger. Within the rules, it is impossible to detect its existence. Using this sword requires the cultivation of at least origin fusion divine lord level 3. No definition of existence? The ultimate version of shadowless sword? Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel curious. He naturally looked forward to such a legendary sword. Then, he imparted the delusion sea of swords. A large amount of memories flowed into his mind. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced it. The illusory thought sea of swords transformed his thoughts into a sea of sword chi. The might of the sea of swords was related to his thoughts. This sword Dao divine art was even more profound and exquisite than the primordial chaos sword shadow. It was extremely destructive and powerful, and at the same time, it had infinite transformations. After learning the delusional sword sea, Zhou Xuanji got up and left his palace. He arrived in front of the cliff outside the palace and looked down. Below him was a majestic and magnificent city that stood on a floating island. With a sweep of his divine will, he took in the entire situation of the Emperor Sword divine range. Most of the disciples were cultivating diligently and dared not to slack off. The entire Emperor Sword divine range was thriving. Although it was not crowded, it was filled with a sense of vitality that led straight to the peak of the divine range. If this continues, we will soon be comparable to some inferior divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. He was calculating without considering himself. Otherwise, with his cultivation, the Emperor Sword divine range was already comparable to an intermediate divine range. Origin Fusion Divine Lord was a top-notch existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. But in the superior divine ranges, super divine ranges, and sovereign divine ranges, there were countless Origin Fusion Divine Lords. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a monopoly. A monopoly of the powerful. Zhou Xuanji decided to visit Xian Xianghua. After so many years, he wondered how she was doing with her cultivation. After the thought, he left the Emperor Sword divine range and disappeared into the depths of the universe. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji came to the mortal plane. On the deserted island, Xian Xianghua was sitting cross-legged, cultivating quietly. There was no mortal sovereign around. It looked very lonely and depressing. The floating mortal chi seemed to be shrouded in mist. Suddenly, Xian Xianghua opened her eyes. Her exterminating divine eyes suppressed the surrounding space. Zhou Xuanji could sense her powerful spatial power. Unfortunately, he had the exterminating saint physique and was not suppressed by the space. Xian Xianghua looked back and was pleasantly surprised when she saw Zhou Xuanji. She quickly got up and asked, "Why are you here?" At the same time, she was shocked in her heart. How strong is my husband now? During this time, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the second vast heavens. But she still felt small in front of Zhou Xuanji. Her exterminating divine eyes were connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. After Zhou Xuanji returned, her cultivation had been improving. And with the help of mortal sovereign, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She even comprehended suppressing the universe on her own. Back then, Zhou Xuanji taught her the technique, but she couldn't grasp the gist of it. Now, she had completely mastered it. "I came to see you. Your cultivation is really good. You didn't embarrass me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, Xian Xianghua raised her chin. She smiled proudly and said, "Of course. But it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, how could I improve so quickly?" She looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Where is mortal sovereign? Why isn't she here?" Xian Xianghua replied, "She left for a long time." I don't know why. No one can break in here except for you. So she left with peace of mind. She tried to break through the space here, but it didn't work. The power of the mortal chi almost backfired on her. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. He was very curious about what Shen Tang was busy with. Could it be related to Dark Sovereign? You came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. A cold voice suddenly came into their ears. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua turned around and saw Mortal Sovereign appearing in the air, looking down at them. Mortal Sovereign, as usual, was shrouded in mortal chi. He looked mysterious and sharp. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the matter?" Mortal Sovereign replied, "It's related to Origin Court War God. I hope you can kill him personally and seize his War God's power. War God's power is a kind of supreme rule power. This is also the reason why Origin Court War God is invincible." When Zhou Xuanji heard this, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he started thinking. He already knew that Origin Court War God was Dark Sovereign's son. But Origin Court War God had also helped him. He didn't want to kill him just like that. However, War God's power made him very curious. Chapter 8:13. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was silent, Mortal Sovereign thought that Zhou Xuanji was thinking about old times, so he continued to persuade. Origin Court War God's goal is the entire Kunlun Origin Court. If you don't stop him, the Kunlun Origin Court will be destroyed, and you and the people you care about will not survive. This guy is very shrewd. Originally, the sovereign wanted to train him to be the next sovereign, but he schemed against the sovereign because of this. He can resist the temptation of the sovereign, but I can't guess his real purpose. Maybe he also has evil intentions towards the Dark Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He couldn't help but guess Origin Court War God's real intention. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, "If someone as strong as the sovereign can't figure out the origin of Origin Court War God, what kind of sovereign is he?" In her opinion, the sovereign was invincible, omnipotent, and omniscient. The sovereign of this generation really made her speechless. He was killed by his subordinates without anyone knowing. How could he still be considered a sovereign? When she was the sect lord of Tanhua sect, she couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. Whoever made her unhappy, she would directly destroy them. As long as they were suspected, she would make them disappear in front of her eyes. It was this kind of domineering attitude that allowed Tanhua sect to dominate an era. After so many years, she had changed a lot, but the domineering attitude in her bones was still there. Mortal Sovereign coldly said, "He is indeed useless. Looking at history, his achievements and strength are nothing." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "When will we set off?" Mortal Sovereign said, "Now, you and your wife can go together. Let her broaden her horizons." Hearing this, Xian Xianghua immediately became excited. She also wanted to see the battle of the top experts of the Kunlun Origin Court. Mortal Sovereign waved his hand, sweeping Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua away with the mortal chi. While traveling, Zhou Xuanji asked about the specific situation. Origin Court War God is hiding between reality and illusion. The Wheel Summit has trapped him. He is waiting for the Dark Sovereign to come and rescue him. I need you to kill him before the Dark Sovereign arrives and deprive him of the War God's power, Mortal Sovereign replied, looking straight ahead. Autarch Crimson Dust replied, staring straight ahead. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, "Origin Court War God was trapped by you so easily? It seems that this tribulation isn't unbreakable." The Darkness Supreme tribulation had already spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court, scaring all the divine ranges into trembling with fear, not daring to fight again. Although Origin Court War God and Dark Supreme are related, without Origin Court War God, Dark Supreme will still come back. His seal is about to break. Once the rules can't stop him, the catastrophe will not change. Now, I just want your husband to become as strong as possible. Supreme Crimson Dust's tone was no longer cold, but rather somewhat teasing, especially when he used the word husband. Xian Xianghua fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was embarrassed. Why did he hear a trace of bitterness in mortal sovereign's tone? However, supremacy crimson dust had nurtured him in such a way that he found it hard to accept. After all, the matter of Shen Nianxing had always made him feel that he owed Shen Tang. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. In the darkness, Origin Court War God was entangled by chains formed by gray gas. His head and hands drooped, and there were many cracks on his golden armor. Luan Feng was meditating in front of him, less than 1,000 feet away. The two of them faced each other with their eyes closed, causing the dark universe to seem extremely quiet. At this moment, a red spatial crack appeared beside Luan Feng. Supreme Crimson Dust walked out with Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xuanji's eyes locked onto Origin Court War God first. At this moment, Origin Court War God looked so embarrassed and lonely. Zhou Xuanji could feel that his aura was a little off. Compared to his previous upright and mighty aura, there was a trace of evil. Luan Feng opened his eyes, glanced at Zhou Xuanji, and said with a smile, "Little brother, we meet again." He didn't have any aversion to seeing Zhou Xuanji and Supreme Crimson Dust walking together. On the contrary, he appreciated Zhou Xuanji even more. This showed that Zhou Xuanji's talent was indeed unparalleled. Even someone as strong as Supreme Crimson Dust was willing to nurture him personally. If the destiny manifestation technique was passed on to such a genius, it would definitely be carried forward and spread far and wide. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fists and sighed, "Senior is really powerful. You can easily suppress Origin Court War God." Hearing his voice, Origin Court War God looked up at him with a complicated look in his eyes. Luan Feng snorted and said, "This guy is nothing. His heart has changed and is repelled by the War God's power. His strength is only at the level of Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 Enlightened." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but look at Origin Court War God. Can the War God's power have such a strong boost? As far as he knew, Origin Court War God could definitely sweep away Origin Fusion Divine Lords and sprint toward a higher realm. Origin Court War God was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Both of them looked very calm. Zhou Xuanji slowly said, "I won't say much. Our positions are different. Are you ready?" Origin Court War God weakly said, "The War God's power is not something you can obtain. You'd better not have it. It is a powerful force and also an irreversible restraint." Zhou Xuanji heard this but didn't take it to heart. As long as you are strong enough, you can control any power. Nothing is irreversible. What's more, he still had the inverse chaos divine ability to reverse everything. Supreme Crimson Dust flew up to Origin Court War God and pulled with his hand. Origin Court War God let out a hoarse roar as a golden light was pulled out of his body. His entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. His skin shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Catch!" Supreme Crimson Dust shouted as the golden light flew toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand, preparing to catch the War God's power. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Zhou Fa. His eyes were pitch black, and his body was wrapped in a layer of black light. His hair was messy, dancing wildly in the wind. He looked like a devil. He directly embraced the War God's power as his whole body burst out with a brilliant golden light. "Courting death," Supreme Crimson Dust said coldly as he raised his palm and punched. Boom! The palm wind struck, and Zhou Fa's body instantly disappeared like a flickering lamp. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. How did this guy appear here? I didn't notice it. Neither did Supreme Crimson Dust and the Will Peak. Did Zhou Fa become stronger again? Ha ha ha. Supreme Crimson Dust. You want to torture me slowly until I collapse. Today, I ruined your plan and took away the War God's power. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Zhou Fa laughed wildly. Obviously, he was venting his hatred. The golden light shrank and turned into a figure of light. He didn't get killed by Supreme Crimson Dust's palm. Will Peak frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he mumbled, "Black desire divine eyes, and a mysterious force. What is its origin? Supreme Crimson Dust didn't attack again but looked at Zhou Fa quietly. Xian Xianghua flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked telepathically, why aren't they attacking? She was very angry when she saw Zhou Fa. This guy not only coveted her son but also stole Zhou Xuanji's opportunity. How hateful. Zhou Xuanji replied, it's probably a trap. He knew Zhou Fa's strength very well. Even if Zhou Fa really had a trump card, he wouldn't be stronger than Supreme Crimson Dust and will peak. Chapter 8:14. Zhou Xuanji waited for Zhou Fa to absorb the war god's power. Red Dust Sovereign and Luan Dian did the same. None of them spoke. Origin Court War God looked up and saw Zhou Fa, who had turned into a figure of light. His old face showed a mocking expression. Zhou Fa didn't clamor anymore. He was trying his best to suppress the battle god's might in his body. It was obvious that the battle god's might was very difficult to absorb. His aura had always been unstable. Xian Xianghua sized up her surroundings, fearing that the Dark Sovereign would suddenly appear. The atmosphere was strange and oppressive. After a long while, Zhou Fa's body suddenly twisted violently, as if he was about to explode at any moment. The power of the war god requires absolute righteousness and a fearless will. You don't have it, so you don't deserve to be the war god. Autark Crimson Dust said coldly. She did not make a move, obviously waiting for Zhou Fa to kill himself. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely be able to absorb it. If the Origin Court War God can, why can't I? The Origin Court War God had the evil intention of destroying the Kunlun Origin Court, but he could obtain the power of the War God. Why couldn't he? Supreme Crimson Dust didn't reply, but Luan Dian revealed a disdainful smile. How naive. As time continued to pass, Zhou Fa's aura became more and more violent, as if it would explode at any moment. Zhou Xuanji observed Zhou Fa attentively. More accurately, he observed the power of the war god. Now, Zhou Fa was on the verge of collapse, as if he could explode and die at any time. The golden light on his body flickered incessantly, changing between bright and dark. Luan Dian laughed, this brat probably won't make it, should we send him on his way? Although Zhou Fa looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, he was filled with contempt towards Zhou Fa. In his eyes, this guy was just an imitation of Zhou Xuanji, a third-rate cultivator. Sovereign Hong Chen nodded, and Luan Dian immediately acted, drawing out the war god's power from Zhou Fa's body. The golden light left his body, and Zhou Fa, who was covered in blood, was revealed. His aura instantly dropped, and he became extremely weak. The golden ball of light formed by the war god's power rushed into Zhou Xuanji's body. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji was enveloped by a golden radiance, and his aura grew tremendously. At this moment, he was in the same situation as Zhou Fa, turning into a man of light. The intense light forced Xian Xianghua to retreat and pull away from Zhou Xuanji. Luan Dian smiled in satisfaction, this is the difference. Look at him, his condition is so stable, he is naturally suited for the war god's power. Origin Court War God had a complicated look on his face. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Autark Crimson Dust didn't say a word. Red dust energy swirled around her body, preventing her from revealing her true appearance, making it impossible for anyone to guess her expression. Zhou Fa was on the verge of death. When he raised his head to look, his face was filled with jealousy and madness. He lost to Zhou Xuanji again. This time, it was a fight for the opportunity. Don't even think about it. You can go die now. Luan Dian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Zhou Fa into a spatial crack, making him disappear from everyone's sight. Xian Xianghua curiously asked, where did he go? Will he survive? She was not pleading for Zhou Fa. Instead, she hoped that Zhou Fa would die. Luan Dian proudly laughed, he will die without a doubt. Then, he waved his right hand and sucked the Origin Court War God over. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji was suppressing the war god's power in his body. The invading saint physique displayed its unique power, allowing the war god's power to integrate into all his muscles and bones without any hindrance. Finally, it poured into his soul. It was even easier than expected. There was almost no pain. Although the war god's power is powerful, it's not beyond my expectations, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. At this rate, he would soon be able to completely absorb the war god's power. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "This should be in the bag. Next, we just need to be careful of the invasion of the Darkness Sovereign's power." Luan Dian nodded and sighed. Why do I feel that the war god's power is nothing to him? This kid's physique is not simple. He had seen many people inherit the war god's power, but Zhou Xuanji was the calmest. Yes, his physique is probably the invading saint physique. You should have heard of it, Autarch Crimson Dust said softly. Sovereign Hong Chen said softly, causing Luan Dian to widen his eyes, his face filled with astonishment. Soon after, his expression became subtle. Xian Xianghua noticed the change in his expression and was curious. What is the origin of the invading saint physique? How could it move such a powerful cultivator? At the same time, she sighed in her heart. How many trump cards does Zhou Xuanji have? As his wife, she couldn't know everything about him. Luan Dian sighed again. This kid will be incredible in the future. I'm afraid he will become an existence that surpasses the Darkness Sovereign. This was definitely a high evaluation. Origin Court War God's expression changed when he heard this. Xian Xianghua, on the other hand, was delighted. She decided to find an opportunity to ask Zhou Xuanji what was so powerful about his invading saint physique and how he cultivated it. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji completely absorbed the war god's power, and his aura skyrocketed. He began to break through. Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ming. Even if there was no spiritual qi or Tao energy nearby, he could still break through by relying on the war god's power. Origin Court War God couldn't believe his transformation speed. How can it be? Origin Court War God cried out involuntarily. A look of horror appeared on his old and shriveled face. He had inherited the war god's power and knew how terrifying it was. He couldn't understand how Zhou Xuanji did it. Zhou Xuanji was focused on breaking through. How could he know what was happening outside? The war god's power had completely integrated into Zhou Xuanji's muscles and bones, merging with the Origin Fusion divine power. The golden light on his body dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body was surrounded by a divine brilliance, as though he was possessed by the war god. The heavenly tribulation had yet to arrive, but it led straight to Ming. All of this seemed easy for Zhou Xuanji. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging Origin Fusion divine power in his body. His expression was calm. Not bad. He looked at Mortal Sovereign and said, "This power didn't make me feel any great transformation." Origin Court War God almost fainted from anger when he heard this. Luan Dian sighed. It's not that the war god's power isn't enough. It's that your invading saint physique is too overbearing. It directly suppressed this powerful force that protects the Kunlun Origin Court. Mortal Sovereign nodded and said, "You will understand the true effect of the war god's power later. At least let this power settle down first, lest there be any side issues." Xian Xianghua flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and sized him up. A look of worship appeared on her face. She said enviously, "You have become stronger again. It feels so difficult to catch up with you." This feeling of powerlessness wasn't the first time. She was almost used to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her. His eyes flickered with purple light as he said, "Our eyes are connected. I will take you to become stronger." Then, he looked at Origin Court War God and asked, "Do you want to live?" He had an old friendship with Origin Court War God. He couldn't bear to kill Origin Court War God directly. Origin Court War God sighed and said, "It's best to kill me. If you don't kill me, they won't let me go." Chapter 8:15. That's right, he must disappear. Luan Dian said domineeringly. His attitude was firm. He didn't want Origin Court War God to have a chance to live. Crimson Dust Supremacy nodded. In their eyes, Origin Court War God was also a great threat. This guy might have the idea of rebelling against dark supremacy. Zhou Xuanji was silent. He could only turn around and fly toward Xian Xianghua. I'll leave the rest to you. You must eliminate any future troubles. You can't kill him directly. Then, he waved his hand and left with Zhou Xuanji and his wife. Luan Dian curled his lips and said, "You really know how to give instructions. If you're worried, you can do it yourself." After saying that, he tore the space apart with Origin Court War God and disappeared without a trace. In the space-time turbulence, a mass of red dust chi shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji, Xian Xianghua, and Mortal Sovereign were among them. They were talking about the War God's power. According to Supremacy Crimson Dust, the strongest aspect of the War God's power wasn't strength, but rather a kind of will. This kind of will would allow him to grow stronger and stronger in battle. He would never give up no matter how many setbacks he faced. Zhou Xuanji felt that something was not right. Could this ability be a type of restriction? Never giving up was not an absolute quality of character. What if he has no choice but to surrender? Wouldn't the force of the divine god of battle be harming him? Xian Xianghua asked. She was thinking the same thing as Zhou Xuanji. Supremacy Crimson Dust replied, "That's right. Everything has its pros and cons. As long as he's strong enough, he won't lower his head." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt speechless. As long as he was strong enough, why would he need War God's power? Xian Xianghua's expression was the same as Zhou Xuanji's. She also felt that Zhou Xuanji had been conned. But now that things had come to this, they could only accept it. Will it be peaceful for a while? Asked Xian Xianghua. With the death of Origin Court War God, Dark Supremacy had lost an arm in the Kunlun Origin Court. Presumably, it would take some time for Dark Supremacy to make a comeback. Autark Crimson Dust nodded and said, "You can put it that way. You don't need to do anything after this. Just focus on cultivating." The reason why she called him Zhou Xuanji was because she wanted to pass down the power of the War God. Otherwise, once the Origin Court War God died, the power of the War God would wander around the Kunlun Origin Court, which would become a variable. Zhou Xuanji also wanted to spend some time to study the War God's power. The three of them quickly left the space-time turbulence. In the endless darkness, Zhou Fei's soul was wrapped in a pale white light. His soul was faintly discernible and could explode at any moment. He was currently enduring unimaginable pain. If it were anyone else, their soul would have long since turned to ash. "I can't accept it. I can't accept it." Top of the wheel. Mortal Supreme. Origin Court War God, I want all of you dead. I want all of you dead. He spoke weakly, his voice hoarse and without any imposing manner. His soul was shrinking and could disappear at any moment. Right at this moment, a beam of light descended and instantly enveloped Zhou Fei's soul. "Humph. You're really useless." A cold snort resounded through the endless darkness. Zhou Fei trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. The pillar of light shrank and disappeared, and Zhou Fei disappeared as well. The word lightning appeared where he had been standing. Punishment. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji began his closed-door cultivation. As for Xian Xianghua, she followed Mortal Sovereign back to cultivate. The news of the Origin Court War God's death didn't spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji didn't tell anyone about it either. He left quickly and returned quickly as well. Hence, no one in the Emperor Sword Divine Range noticed his return. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji had completely mastered the War God's power. The will of the War God's power was like some kind of rule, affecting his thinking invisibly. Compared to the past, his thinking became less and less narrow. He always felt that he could solve everything with his own divine power. No matter the enemy, he could kill them with a single punch. No wonder the Origin Court War God was so domineering. With a divine spear, he was invincible and became the Kunlun Origin Court's law enforcement war god, above all the divine ranges. Suddenly, one day, a divine range master came to visit. Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya Old Man to meet him. When the divine range master saw Daoya Old Man's cultivation, he looked a little embarrassed. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was putting on airs. Fortunately, Jiang Shui introduced Daoya Old Man to him. This incident made the range master understand Zhou Xuanji's past. He was in awe of Zhou Xuanji. Not only that, but this matter also spread in the Kunlun Origin Court and became a legend. More and more divine range masters came to visit Zhou Xuanji, wanting to establish a friendly relationship with him. The Emperor Sword Divine Range didn't reject anyone. Their reputation began to increase. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji didn't appear in person. His attitude was criticized at first, but later on, everyone got used to it. Invisibly, Zhou Xuanji's status was rising. His image became more mysterious. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range also left the range to train. These disciples had already reached the Saint Realm. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua were sparring. Two powerful divine eyes were displaying their divine abilities. After so many years, Zhou Xiaoxuan's Kongtong divine eyes had already been developed. It could see through reality and absorb everything. Zhou Tanhua's exterminating divine eyes were also very strong. They were no less inferior to his sister. Zhou Xuanji stood on the trunk of a big tree, quietly watching the battle. This kid's talent is really amazing, Zhou Xuanji sighed with emotion. Zhou Tanhua had been in the pure sword heaven before. But now, he had been staying in the Emperor Sword Divine Range for a long time. He didn't have the opportunity to obtain opportunities. But it was under such circumstances that his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. At present, he was already breaking through to the Dao Ancestor Realm. He was a legend in the Emperor Sword Divine Range, just like Zhou Xuanji in the past. Zhou Xiaoxuan's talent was also very strong. Unfortunately, Zhou Tanhua had overshadowed her. Tanhua, how did you become stronger again? Zhou Shaoxian said indignantly. She looked unwilling. Zhou Tanhua was calm and elegant. He chuckled and said, "Sister, you are also very good." This sentence stimulated Zhou Shaoxian even more. She mobilized her Dao energy and frantically cast her divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and burst into laughter. He could see at a glance that Zhou Tanhua was letting Zhou Shaoxian win. But Zhou Shaoxian took it seriously. Ever since Zhou Tanhua revealed his talent, Zhou Shaoxian had been targeting her younger brother. Fortunately, this kind of competition was benign. There was no jealousy to speak of. When Zhou Tanhua disappeared, Zhou Shaoxian also cried anxiously. After all, she had watched Zhou Tanhua grow up. Zhou Xuanji was naturally gratified to have such a pair of talented children. He wondered if he should help his children find some opportunities. Just by cultivating like this, it would be very unsafe when they faced life and death situations in the future. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji disappeared from the tree trunk. At the same time, in the void boundary, black shadows were moving forward, stirring up billowing black mist. It was as if a group of demon gods had arrived. Their baleful aura was terrifying. As far as the eye could see, it was impossible to count how many black shadows there were. The black shadow in the lead was 1,000 feet tall with 4 green eyes. He roared in a low voice, "Devour the Origin Court without delay." Chapter 8:16. Countless black shadows advanced like an army of death, shaking the void boundary. The 4-eyed giant figure in the lead grew taller step by step. Waves of black mist escaped from his body and filled the surroundings. The outline of a divine range appeared in front of him like a miniature of another world. "Devour the Origin Court, no time to waste," he shouted again. This time, the hundreds of divine ranges nearby could hear him. "Devour the Origin Court." Immediately, many powerful divine senses swept over, locking onto the Black Shadow army. What's that? What a terrifying aura, enemy attack. Get ready to fight and inform the other divine ranges to fight together. Such a lineup, which force is it? Their strength is definitely at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level. So powerful, I can't see through them at all. All the divine ranges were discussing this matter in shock. Very soon, they sent a large number of experts to stop them. A great battle broke out. Far away on the other side of the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and mumbled, "What's going on? Such a familiar aura." He immediately used the exterminating divine eyes, extending his gaze to the other side of the Kunlun Origin Court. He saw the battle at a glance. Countless living beings were in a chaotic battle with the Shadow Legion, and the sounds of battle and shrill cries rose and fell, causing this area to fall into a ghastly and terrifying atmosphere. Who are these guys? Why is there an aura of space-time turbulence? Zhou Xuanji frowned, looking confused. Could they be the minions of the Dark Sovereign? If he could arrange for Origin Court War God, he could naturally arrange for other subordinates to hide in the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't take action but continued to watch the battle. Those black shadows were very powerful. They had mastered all kinds of mysterious divine abilities. In a one-on-one situation, they were almost stronger than the Kunlun Origin Court. The battle was almost one-sided. If they continued to fight, the Black Shadow army would definitely enter the Kunlun Origin Court. The most important thing was that there was still a steady stream of black shadows coming out of the void boundary. Among them, there was no lack of aura that shocked Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he wasn't the only one watching the battle. Many powerhouses and range masters in the Kunlun Origin Court were watching from afar. The strength shown by the Black Shadow army was enough to make many divine ranges tremble. Therefore, there was no support from other experts for the time being. Many powerhouses were worried. Could this be the arrangement of the Dark Sovereign? This speculation made them even more afraid to act rashly. After about half a cup of tea's time, all the living beings that went to fight were killed. The Black Shadow army began to wreak havoc in the nearby divine ranges. Then came the tragedy of the Origin Court. This Black Shadow army was unbridled and had no intention of stopping. Not long after, some of the great divine ranges started to take action. Countless experts flew out from all directions and surrounded the Black Shadow core. The battle erupted again, and Zhou Xuanji continued to observe. He always felt that the origin of the Black Shadow Legion was unclear. If it was related to the chaotic tides of space and time, it might be a threat to him. He had experienced too many conspiracies, so he had to be careful. Fortunately, the Kunlun Origin Court wasn't weak. When the great divine ranges attacked, the Black Shadow army stopped. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji no longer paid attention to it and focused on cultivating. Even if the sky collapsed, there were other divine ranges to hold it up. In less than half a year, the news of the Black Shadow Legion had spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. They weren't defeated. Instead, they continued to wreak havoc in the Kunlun Origin Court. No divine range could stop them. They could only slow down their attacks. In just half a year, they had slaughtered countless living beings. They didn't stop. It was as if they were demons who only knew how to kill. They didn't even need to rest and recuperate. The Emperor Sword Divine Range also learned about this. Most disciples were discussing this matter. Coupled with the Darkness Sovereign Tribulation, the atmosphere in the Emperor Sword Divine Range was a little solemn. The Emperor Sword Divine Range was like this. Naturally, the other divine ranges were even more terrified. On this day, Daoya Old Man, Chang Xian, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhou Tanhua, and the others gathered outside his palace, asking to see him. Zhou Xuanji let them into the palace and asked what was going on. Father, the Kunlun Origin Court has been swept by a mysterious demon army recently. What should we do? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. Obviously, she hoped that the Emperor Sword Divine Range would take action to wipe out the demons and restore their reputation. Zhou Xuanji replied in a bad mood, which one of you has the ability to stop them? Everyone wasn't embarrassed. On the contrary, they looked eager. Zhou Xuanji was already a rare expert in the Kunlun origin court. They naturally had to rely on Zhou Xuanji's strength. Father, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range has just been established. We can't always rely on our former disciples. We also have to recruit creatures from the Kunlun origin court as disciples. If we win this battle beautifully, it will definitely boost the prestige of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Zhou Tanhua followed up. Zhou Tanhua followed, his eyes full of longing. He really wanted to go out and make a name for himself. Up until now, he hadn't really created his own brilliance. As a man, there was always a flame burning in his heart. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ponder. He thought about his past and how many powerful enemies he had defeated that seemed invincible. Maybe it was time for him to learn to let go. Well, get ready to fight. I will personally lead you there. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose, smiling in high spirits. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately became excited. This was the kind of Zhou Xuanji they liked. The domineering sword emperor who was never afraid. Go and get ready first. We will set off in an hour. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and everyone immediately turned around and left. The palace gate closed. Zhou Xuanji was the only one left in the palace. It was quiet again. Just as he was about to close his eyes to cultivate, he suddenly frowned. Come out. He shouted in a deep voice as he glanced at a corner of the palace. A black shadow loomed in the darkness. As soon as he spoke, the black shadow stepped out. It was Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa's current state was obviously different from before. Zhou Fa's whole body was wrapped in black qi, and his face was covered with many fine lines. If one looked closely, they would find that these fine lines were composed of black, punishment, characters. It was very horrifying. His eyes were pitch black, and no one could see through what he was thinking. Seeing Zhou Fa like this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but squint his eyes and say, "You are not dead yet?" Zhou Fa walked to the center of the palace and turned to look at him. He then said leisurely, "I am an immortal existence. They did kill me, but I came back to life. This time, I came to you to formally declare war. I have never harmed you. I even wanted to help you, but you didn't help me get rid of the hidden illness left by Mortal Sovereign. When Mortal Sovereign and Luan Pinnacle wanted to kill me, you didn't stop them. From today onwards, you and I are no longer friends. The appearance of the Black Time's Soul Army is just the beginning. Before Dark Sovereign descends, I will slaughter the Kunlun origin court and become the supreme ruler." Zhou Fa stared at Zhou Xuanji and said word by word. His pitch-black eyes looked so cold and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, "When have you and I ever been friends?" Chapter 8:17. Black Hour's Soul Army. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was even more certain that this army was related to the space-time chaos tide. Zhou Fa stared at him and said, "There is indeed a debt of gratitude, it's just that you don't remember it. But that's not important anymore." After saying that, Zhou Fa slowly retreated, his face gradually becoming distorted. Looking at his hateful expression, Zhou Xuanji felt a little helpless. As for Zhou Fa, he had never been able to figure it out. Where did this guy come from? What was his goal? What did it have to do with him? Since we're going to be mortal enemies, why don't you clear up my doubts and clarify our relationship? At that time, even if I lose, let me die in peace." Zhou Xuanji sighed and said faintly. He was not afraid of becoming enemies with Zhou Fa, but he had doubts in his heart and was very unhappy. Zhou Fa said calmly, "Even if I tell you, you won't forget me. Back then in the northern wilderness region, you helped me. To you, I'm just a passerby. Zhou Xuanji, I want to fight you fair and square. Let's see if your Emperor's Sword Divine Range is more powerful or if my Black Sword Court is more powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Fa disappeared. Northern wilderness region? He had saved countless people, so how could he remember who they were? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Although he did not know how Zhou Fa came back to life, it was not important. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji left with tens of thousands of Emperor Sword Divine ranged disciples. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian followed behind him, their faces full of excitement. Tanhua, are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Shouldn't we look forward to it? TSK, you really know how to act. Don't pee your pants when the time comes. Sister, don't talk nonsense. What if it's you? Girls are so shy. Hearing the siblings bicker, Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud. Hopefully, they could maintain their relationship and not turn against each other. Nothing happened along the way. Under Zhou Xuanji's majestic divine power, they quickly arrived at the battlefield. The Black Hour Soul Army was besieged by the armies of more than 10 divine ranges, but they were not at a disadvantage. Instead, they were getting stronger. Zhou Xuanji, who was wearing a white robe, shouted, "Kill!" Tens of thousands of Emperor Sword Divine ranged disciples immediately rushed to the battlefield, all of them extremely excited. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he sized up the gigantic black shadow with 4 green eyes. The 30,000-meter-tall figure was incredibly eye-catching, and Zhou Xuanji could not help but look at him. What realm is this guy at? He doesn't seem much weaker than Beast Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. When he looked at the gigantic shadow, it was also looking at him. Who is this person? Why does his constitution make me feel uneasy? The huge black shadow thought in astonishment. It was not that the Black Hour Soul Army did not have any intelligence. They just obeyed his orders. His title was Dark Time Divine King, and he led the entire Dark Time Soul Army. This time, he swore to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. So even though he could not see through Zhou Xuanji, he was not afraid. Humph. I'll kill you first. Divine King Black Time's 4 green eyes flashed with a strange light, and the Black Time's Soul Army immediately turned and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji, and he directly cast Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep, causing all of the legendary swords to wrap around his body and give off a brilliant silver light. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji was definitely the peerless Sword Emperor of the Kunlun Origin Court. His terrifying aura was like a tornado, instantly attracting countless gazes. Who is that? It's him. Zhou Xuanji. Such a powerful aura. He's really an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Not just an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Even my teacher can't compare to him. It's the first time I've felt such an aura. That's right. We are saved now. Ever since Zhou Xuanji was born, has he ever been defeated? Zhou Xuanji's appearance immediately made everyone excited, especially those with insufficient Dao energy. They were overjoyed. Divine King Black Time came aggressively. He led his army toward Zhou Xuanji. His momentum was so great that many people were scared out of their wits. Even the Emperor Sword Divine Range's disciples were frightened. Facing the countless Black Time Soul Army, how could they not be afraid? Although they were afraid, they did not dodge. Just when they were about to fight, the entire space-time froze, immobilizing them. The Black Time Soul Army froze as well. All of them maintained their hideous and horrifying postures. Divine King Black Time could still move, but his speed was greatly reduced. Zhou Xuanji walked forward. Thousands of legendary swords circled around him at high speed, giving off a sharp sound that pierced through space-time. Everything froze. Only Zhou Xuanji and Divine King Black Time were still walking toward each other. Their eyes met. Murderous intent burst forth. The Soul Source Orb shot out from Zhou Xuanji's glabella. At the same time, he cast the exterminating Divine Light. 2 beams of purple light shot out. Just as they were about to envelop Divine King Black Time, Divine King Black Time disappeared into thin air and appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head in a single step. He raised his right hand as black chi condensed into a sharp blade and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. This blade contained the rules of spacetime, shaking the domineering power of the suppression universe. Swish. Swish! Swish! All the legendary swords suddenly turned around and charged upward. They were like a school of carps crossing the river or a rain of arrows. Divine King Black Time slashed down with his blade, deflecting the legendary swords one after another. Although he didn't completely block his blade, the speed of the blade's descent was drastically reduced. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyes as silver light burst out from his body, sweeping in all directions. Delusion Sword Sea. Transforming thoughts into sea. The vast silver sea contained countless silver swords, covering the entire Kunlun universe. The scene was extremely spectacular. Those who were frozen in the suppression universe opened their eyes wide. Including Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Such a domineering divine ability. Is this father's divine ability? Zhou Tanhua was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with admiration. Zhou Shaoxian was the same. They had always admired Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji hadn't shown his true strength in front of them for a long time. This time, they were shocked. His own son was already like this, let alone other creatures. Zhou Xuanji had subverted his image in the hearts of everyone with the Delusion Sword Sea. He didn't notice any of this. Instead, he was staring at Divine King Black Time. Suddenly, the Delusion Sword Sea contracted. With a flash of silver light, it gathered with Divine King Black Time as the center. Divine King Black Time was shocked. The exterminating divine light had already given him a fright. And now, the Delusion Sword Sea made him feel the aura of death. He instinctively mobilized his spacetime divine energy to resist. Boom! Divine King Black Time disappeared along with the Delusion Sword Sea. Endless divine energy poured into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him narrow his eyes. So cool. This guy has so much origin fusion divine energy, and it even contains the rules of spacetime. What a huge experience bag. But this guy is definitely not dead. Zhou Xuanji glanced over. Wherever he looked, all the black shadows exploded and turned into ashes. The strengthening power of the suppression universe. Compressing space-time. With a single thought, he crushed the Black Time's soul army. You're courting death. A furious voice came. Divine King Black Time appeared behind Zhou Xuanji out of thin air. His 10,000-meter tall body was so majestic that Zhou Xuanji looked tiny before one of his green eyes. Yusheng Chang Broken Sword and Previous Life Dream Realization Sword appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hands. With a contemptuous smile, he turned around and slashed with his sword. Chapter 8:18. The two swords turned into two rays of silver light and slashed out horizontally. Zhou Xuanji's expression was grave and stern, and the sword light burst forth. Divine King He Shi's 4 green eyes were blinded by the light, and he instinctively closed them. But at that moment, a black pillar of light descended like a meteor shower and drowned Zhou Xuanji. Inside, Zhou Xuanji sensed an extremely powerful corrosive power. Fortunately, his origin fusion divine power had absorbed the power of the war god, so he could resist this corrosive power. It really is the same as the chaotic tides of space and time. Where did this guy come from? Could it be that the passageway between the two worlds has already been opened? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought of a ridiculous possibility. The anti-Kunlun wanted to annex the Kunlun Origin Court. If that was the case, then only the Kunlun Origin Court would be left. He couldn't help but think of the master of anti-Kunlun, which was his reverse body. Although that supreme martial artist looked exactly like him, he couldn't see through him at all. Little Sovereign once said that this supreme master was extraordinary, and he was probably one of the top 10 existences since ancient times. Compared to him, Zhou Fa was like a child. His methods were immature, his strength was insufficient, and he loved to spout nonsense. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself as he charged out of the black pillar of light. The suppression of the universe had been broken, and all the living beings in the universe had regained their mobility. They surrounded godly King Black Hour, not daring to move. You bunch of trash. Only worthy to be devoured by this king. God King Black Time bellowed angrily as he raised both his hands. 2 black pillars of light descended from above and landed in his palms. It was as if he had 2 heavenly constitutions in his hands, and his divine might was vast and mighty. A berserk might wreaked havoc in the Kunlun cosmos, suppressing all life. Everyone's breathing quickened as they widened their eyes. Is this his true strength? Why hasn't Zhou Xuanji appeared yet? Can we beat him? This guy feels more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. Since those super divine ranges aren't coming, let's not fight to the death anymore, the living beings discussed among themselves, and most of them wanted to form groups and escape from this battlefield. The Black Hour Soul Army slaughtering its way into the Kunlun Origin Court had already attracted the attention of various powerful divine ranges. Even in this battle, it was unknown how many almighties were secretly watching. Being a coward would definitely be ridiculed. Zhou Xuanji stepped out from the black pillar of light and looked at Divine King Heisher. He laughed and said, "You really know how to talk big. You keep saying that you want to devour the Origin Court. How long have you been in the Kunlun Origin Court? By the time you finish swallowing the Origin Court, the world will have changed? Billions of years?" Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and turned to look at him. God King Heisher was enraged. This fellow actually dared to mock him. Damn it. Damn it. He immediately made his move. Countless black shadows rushed out from the black light in his palm. They danced chaotically and roared incessantly. Kill! All the living beings from the divine ranges who were participating in the battle shouted and cast their divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji did not attack but looked at the 2 black beams of light in Divine King Darktime's hands. These black shadows were all created at the last minute. Each of them was powerful, which Zhou Xuanji could not understand. The space-time turbulence had such an ability? The 2 armies engaged in a chaotic battle once again. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them because he wanted to give the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples a chance to train. As for Divine King Heisher, Zhou Xuanji had already figured out his strength. It was nothing. At least, he could not overthrow the Kunlun Origin Court. No wonder those super divine ranges were unmoved. To them, the Black Time's Soul Army was just a smokescreen for the Dark Sovereign. Divine King Heisher walked toward Zhou Xuanji with the 2 black beams in his hands. He crossed the battlefield, and no one dared to stop him. Seeing that he was about to reach him, Zhou Xuanji fused the Yuanqing Broken Sword and the previous Life Dream Realization Sword into Life Slasher. Just when he was about to charge over, a strange energy appeared and enveloped his body. He glanced over and saw a black hole beside him. A pair of eyes could be vaguely seen in the black hole. Black Desire Divine Eyes. Zhou Fa. This brat attacked so quickly. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Xuanji's eyes as he slashed with his sword. Great Awareness Divine Slash. The sword chi was as long as a rainbow and slashed through the black hole as though it was going to cut the universe in half. Zhou Fa brushed past the sword chi and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his claw. The 2 clashed quickly, and Zhou Xuanji blocked his claw with his sword. This guy's strength grew so much. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was astonished. Zhou Fa was even more shocked. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had been reborn, but he had just received a great serendipity and was overflowing with confidence. He could not believe that his powerful claw was blocked by Zhou Xuanji's sword casually. How could it be? Boom! The silver sword light exploded and turned into a silver sea that engulfed Zhou Fa. Delusion Sword Sea. Zhou Fa's expression changed. 2 packs of black wolves flew out from his eyes. All of them were howling at the top of their lungs. They were filled with violence and murderous aura. Zhou Xuanji faced them head-on with an exterminating divine light. 2 streams of violet light clashed with the pack of black wolves and exploded, shaking the universe. Zhou Fa did not panic. He turned into countless duplicates and charged at the Delusion Sword Sea. Just when the 2 were locked in a fierce battle, everyone and Divine King Heisher also began fighting. Strangely, after Zhou Fa appeared, Divine King Heisher did not walk toward Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that Zhou Fa and Divine King He sure might have some connection. Zhou Xuanji thought as he fought. No matter how many divine abilities Zhou Fa had, he could not block a single slash from him. Zhou Fa's way of the sword had already reached perfection. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would never forget to practice the sword. So, each of his slashes was filled with profundity like all kinds of divine abilities. His delusion sword C was purposely broken by Zhou Fa. He wanted to see Zhou Fa's full power. At the same time, he wanted to force the existence behind Zhou Fa to show himself. Damn, Zhou Fa was furious. No matter how powerful he became, he still could not gain the upper hand against Zhou Xuanji. This feeling, it made him feel helpless and angry at the same time. Why? Why was he inferior to Zhou Xuanji? Die, he roared furiously. His eyes widened, and the black desire divine eyes turned into two black vortexes that absorbed everything in the universe. Zhou Xuanji relied on the exterminating divine light to resist. The silver light clashed with the black vortex but was not absorbed. Instead, it penetrated the vortex forcefully and enveloped Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa could not move at all. Zhou Xuanji's life slasher landed on his neck. "What are you going to do now?" he asked with a condescending smile. Zhou Fa's furious face suddenly turned into a strange smile. A black silhouette appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. He raised his right hand and grabbed toward Zhou Xuanji. His palm was much bigger than Zhou Xuanji's head. He could easily grab Zhou Xuanji's head with one hand. Zhou Xuanji's body swayed, and he teleported hundreds of meters away. He turned around and looked over with a dark expression. This aura, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He stared at the black silhouette in shock. The Darkness Sovereign. Why did this guy appear here? Shouldn't he still be trying to break the seal? Could Zhou Fa be one of the Darkness Sovereign's chess pieces? Just when Zhou Xuanji was lost in his thoughts, Zhou Fa flew to the side of the black silhouette and said with a sinister smile, "Zhou Xuanji, are you afraid now?" Just when he finished speaking, numerous silhouettes tore open the space and stepped out. Mortal Sovereign, Luen Pinnacle, Nan Mutiani, Origin Court's 12 Law Ancestors, and so on, Wonderful Book House. Chapter 8-19. One by one, the powerful cultivators tore the space apart and stepped out, surrounding Zhou Fa. The twisted smile on Zhou Fa's face suddenly froze. Terrifying killing intent surrounded him from all directions, making him unable to move. He felt like he was in a cold cellar. Damn it, these guys, Zhou Fa was shocked and angry. Before, these powerful cultivators didn't come out. But when Sovereign Darkness gave him the power, they all jumped out again. At this moment, he felt like he was being played. Luen Feng smiled contemptuously and said, "Sure enough, you have something going on with Sovereign Darkness. Silly kid, he is using you. When he completely breaks the seal, you will be the first poor guy to die in his hands." The other powerful cultivators looked cold. Their eyes were all focused on the black shadow behind Zhou Fa. In the distance, all living beings were still fighting with the Black Time Soul Army. When they saw the powerful cultivators appear, they were all pleasantly surprised. What a powerful aura. They seemed to be the range masters of the super divine ranges. That's Nan Mutiani of the Tiani divine range, the range master of the sovereign range. Hiss. They are all the range masters of the super divine ranges. Each of them is ridiculously strong. This time, we are going to turn the tables. Why didn't they appear earlier? Is it because of that black shadow? Are they using us as bait? Hold on, victory is in sight. The living beings discussed excitedly while fighting, cheering each other on. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were locked on the black shadow behind Zhou Fa. Could it be that the sovereign master Zhou Fa mentioned is Sovereign Darkness? But that's not right. Zhou Fa and Origin Court War God were not on good terms. When he revealed Origin Court War God's identity to him, his expression and tone didn't seem to be fake. Zhou Xuanji frowned, pondering over the doubts in this. Kill him, don't talk nonsense anymore. a tall old man said. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and waved it forcefully. The golden beam of light turned into a torrent, sweeping over and reaching Zhou Fa in the blink of an eye. The black shadow behind Zhou Fa suddenly wrapped around him. His aura skyrocketed. With a shake of his shoulder, he blocked the golden torrent, shaking it away. Huh! Nanmutiani's eyes widened as he cried out in surprise. The other powerful cultivators were also shocked. They knew that the black shadow was the power of sovereign darkness. But they didn't expect the black shadow to be able to fuse with Zhou Fa instantly. This power seemed to belong to Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa grinned and said coldly, "Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being cruel." He raised his arms, and a steady stream of black gas flowed out. It was like a thick fog that covered the sky, and it engulfed all the mighty figures at lightning speed. Zhou Xuanji quickly backed away from the black mist. Since the Almighties had already appeared, there was naturally no need for him to make a move. He turned his gaze to the universe battlefield behind him. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range were fighting in groups. Their Saint Realm cultivators were no match for a single black shadow. Fortunately, the Kunlun Origin Court had many creatures participating in the battle. Their numbers were far greater than that of the Black Hour Soul Army. Zhou Xuanji turned around and observed the battle quietly, just in case the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples died. God King Black Hour turned his gaze towards him. His 4 green eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with bone-piercing killing intent. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and ignored him. He did not want to be the main character in this war. He only wanted to watch the disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range grow. As for the Dark Supremes, he would leave them to the Almighties to deal with. A deafening roar came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji did not need to look back to feel the powerful aura. The Kunlun universe was shaken. Zhou Fa was not at a disadvantage despite being besieged by so many powerful figures. Instead, he grew stronger as the battle went on. The Dark Supremes were extremely powerful. Billowing black gas wrapped around Zhou Fa, making him look like an ancient evil demon. One could only see his silhouette but not his face. Their battlefield continued to expand. In just a short while, it had already covered millions of miles of space. Sovereign Hong Chen did not make a move. He was observing Zhou Fa. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji walked toward God King Black Hour. God King Black Hour's strength was unique on the battlefield. He was killing every second. For the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he was an undefeatable enemy. Zhou Xuanji planned to kill him and leave the rest of the Black Hour Soul Army for everyone to train. But he was not sure if the Black Hour Soul Army would still exist if the Black Hour Soul Army died. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walking over, God King Black Hour immediately turned into a beam of black light and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. "This time, I will destroy you." God King Black Hour's roar exploded in Zhou Xuanji's ears as he appeared on Zhou Xuanji's left out of nowhere. This time, he was only 6 meters tall. Although he was not as big as his original body, he was still huge compared to Zhou Xuanji. 2 black scythes emerged from his back and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji from both sides. Boom! A silver radiance burst forth. A violent sword chi exploded and dispersed the 2 black scythes. Even God King Black Hour was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of this universe. He came to the space between reality and illusion. In the darkness, he immediately caught sight of God King Black Hour. The space between the universe was the chaotic flow of time and space. Void and reality could only be achieved without being bound by rules. The hardest to achieve was the space between reality and illusion. It was hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Just like Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun. The channel between the 2 worlds was a higher realm between reality and illusion. Zhou Xuanji had identified that God King Black Hour was related to the chaotic flow of time and space. So, every time God King Black Hour disappeared, he would come to the space between reality and illusion. As expected. You God King Black Hour was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's sudden appearance. How did this guy find his way here? Although the exterminating divine eyes were powerful, they could not be this powerful. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and slashed. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Tens of billions of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded God King Black Hour, leaving him no way to escape. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he used suppressing the universe again. As he walked forward, sword shadows appeared one after another and landed under his feet like a staircase of light, paving the way for him. God King Black Hour was suppressed by suppressing the universe and could hardly move. The sword shadows around him made him shudder. Now that he was in his original body, if he was killed by Zhou Xuanji, he would die for sure. What do you want to say? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. If it were someone else, it would be very difficult to find God King Black Hour. But Zhou Xuanji had the exalted physique and was extremely sensitive to space and time. He could clearly sense God King Black Hour's whereabouts. God King Black Hour asked with a deep voice, "Do you know that there are 2 Kunlun origin courts?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and did not reply. God King Black Hour continued to speak, "You think we are the lackeys of the Dark Sovereign? Then you have underestimated the Kunlun origin court. The Dark Sovereign is not the only one eyeing the Kunlun origin court. Your Kunlun origin court is bound to fall. Rather than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, why don't you join us? This king will let you and your divine range survive. How about that?" Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh and said, "I can kill you now. What right do you have to say that you are protecting me?" God King Black Hour was so furious that he almost exploded. "I know the whereabouts of your Dark Sovereign. He left because he felt that he could not protect your Kunlun origin court." God King Black Hour continued to speak. His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. Chapter 820. Oh. Is there any other information? This bit of information can't save your life. Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. He didn't care why the current sovereign disappeared. Some people said that supremacy was killed by Origin Court War God. Now, the Dark Time Deity King said that Jizun retreated because he felt that he was not strong enough. Regardless of the possibility, Zhou Xuanji was not interested. In any case, he was going to be the next supreme martial artist. God King Black Time fell silent, feeling bewildered. Why did it feel like this guy knew everything? If that's the case, why didn't he kill me? God King Black Time racked his brains. He did not wish to die. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as the Soul Source Orb suddenly protruded from his glabella. The Soul Source Orb immediately radiated a black light and sucked Divine King He Shi into it. Everything happened so quickly that godly monarch Black Time was unable to react in time. From how he saw it, he could not escape, so he concentrated on thinking of ways to persuade Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to act so coldly. Falling into the Soul Source bead, no matter how great the Divine King Black Time's abilities were, he could forget about escaping. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and was about to leave. At this moment, suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger coming at him. The speed was extremely fast, and the target was his back. The tens of billions of sword shadows suddenly fell from the sky and formed a sword net behind him. Bang! A ray of black light pierced through the net of swords and was about to hit Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's body shined with a silver radiance, and numerous sword souls appeared around him. Layer by layer, they formed into tall silver walls that blocked the black light once again. This time, he finally blocked the black light. When he turned around, the black light dissipated and a figure appeared. Zhou Fa. No. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted, and his expression changed instantly. This person looked exactly like him, but his expression was not as ferocious as Zhou Fa's. His eyes were also very clear. Anti-Kunlun supremacy. Why is this guy here? Was the Black Hour Soul Army really sent by him? The Supreme Being's body was within the black aura, and he smiled very strangely. He opened his mouth and said, "My reverse body, we meet again." You almost died just now. With his abilities, how could Zhou Xuanji survive a sneak attack? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want? How did the anti-Kunlun supremacy come here? Could it be that this fellow had been following him in the passageway between the two worlds?" At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji frowned even more, and a chill ran down his spine. What do you want? Once you become a supreme being, you'll understand. However, I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to become a supreme being. If you want to live, I advise you not to care about anything else. In the future, I'll let you live. The sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji with a mocking smile. He was like a completely different person from his reserved and calm self. At this moment, he became a true supreme being, looking down on all life, overlooking the 10,000 worlds. There was no existence that could enter his eyes. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He did not believe that the other party was willing to let him live. There must be some reason why Jizun did not dare to make a move against him. Who would want to face their other self for a long time? I became the Sword Emperor in the Kunlun Origin Court. What about you? Was he also a Sword Emperor? Regardless, the real Sword Emperor is about to descend upon anti-Kunlun. When you return, tell all living beings to wash their necks and wait for my sword. The sovereign laughed arrogantly. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xuanji felt an unstoppable force coming at him. He broke through the space and fell back into the Kunlun universe. Zhou Xuanji quickly stabilized his body as the space-time crack disappeared. He fixed his eyes on it but could not see the sovereign's figure. Sword Emperor. Hee, I will tell you who the real Sword Emperor is, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, his eyes sparkling. From then on, he regarded the anti-Kunlun sovereign as the Sword Emperor. After defeating the Sword Emperor, he would be the one and only Sword Emperor. Nanmutiani came to his side and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Where did you go just now?" Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that the battle was over. Zhou Fa was nowhere to be seen. The Black Hour Soul Army had also disappeared. Everyone who participated in the battle was resting. Mortal Sovereign and Luan Pinnacle had already left, leaving only a few powerful cultivators in this universe. Zhou Xuanji told them about the Sword Emperor's attack, but he did not explain his relationship with the Sword Emperor. Anti-Kunlun Sovereign. Sword Emperor, Nanmutiani's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges should have a good discussion. I should go back too." After that, he flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples. He had absorbed a massive amount of Black Hour Deity King's divine energy in this battle. He could go into closed-door cultivation for some time after returning. Nanmutiani was still in a daze. Doesn't that mean that two sovereigns are going to attack the Kunlun Origin Court? Nanmutiani's scalp turned numb when he thought of this. The strength of the sovereign was extremely horrifying. Even if all living beings worked together, they would not be able to deal with him. In the past, they could only suppress the Dark Sovereign by relying on the sovereigns and other powerful cultivators. But now, the Kunlun Origin Court had no sovereign, and they still had to withstand the attack of the anti-Kunlun sovereign. Even Nanmutiani, who had experienced countless storms, was terrified. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sucked all the disciples into his surroundings. Then, he wrapped them in Origin Fusion Divine Energy and flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji's face was gloomy and he did not speak. The other disciples followed behind him. They did not notice him and were discussing excitedly. Although this battle did not last long, they had all participated in it. The battle with the Black Hour Soul Army was thrilling and very exciting. Now that they thought about it, their blood was still boiling. "My stupid brother, look, it's all thanks to me saving you," Zhou Shaoxian said with a proud smile. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua shook his head helplessly. The truth was that he had the confidence to deal with that demon. He just deliberately let the other party sneak attack him. But in the end, it was ruined by Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Tanhua didn't tell the truth. Even if he did, Zhou Shaoxian wouldn't believe him. In any case, he was still very excited. Such a war was really exciting. Thinking of how his father used to fight alone, he became even more excited. One day, he would be as powerful and fearless as Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was at the forefront. He was still thinking about the Sword Emperor. He didn't feel despair. On the contrary, he felt that this was a good thing. The Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign both wanted the Kunlun origin court. The two were bound to fight. Of course, it was also possible that they would join forces. However, Zhou Xuanji was an ambitious person. One mountain cannot have two tigers. Both the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were arrogant and invincible existences. How could they tolerate each other's existence? He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and told Little Sovereign about the current situation through voice transmission. What? The Sovereign of Anti-Kunlun came to the Kunlun origin court. Are you kidding me? Little Sovereign's shocked voice reached his ears. His voice was trembling a little. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank when he heard this. Could it be that Little Sovereign is also afraid? Chapter 8:21. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji directly chose to go into seclusion. He didn't spread the news of the Sword Emperor to avoid causing panic. The tribulation of sovereign darkness had already made the Emperor Sword Divine Range uneasy. What would happen if Zhou Xuanji, the anti-sovereign, was added to the mix? Two sovereigns attacking the Kunlun origin court without any sovereigns. There was almost no suspense. Inside the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji was sitting cross-legged with Little Sovereign hovering beside him. On the way back, Little Sovereign was very excited. He kept saying that it was impossible. In his opinion, it was impossible for the anti-Kunlun sovereign to cross into the Kunlun origin court. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. This was already an unwritten rule. Can you calm down a little? It has already happened. What should I do next? What about the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. This Little Sovereign was usually very confident. Why did he lose his composure at such a critical moment? Little Sovereign's soul emerged from the blade. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was ashen. Anti-Kunlun Sovereign, Sovereign Darkness, this is an unprecedented tribulation. Even if you become the sovereign now, it will be difficult for you to defeat them, Little Sovereign said, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign gnashed his teeth. He believed that Zhou Xuanji's talent was very strong and unparalleled. But the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. Their talents were the same. In such a situation, with the addition of a terrifying sovereign darkness, how could they fight? Zhou Xuanji angrily said, "You speak as if you can make me the sovereign now." Little Sovereign sighed and said, "It seems that we are really going to die. You have no way to deal with the current situation unless the anti-Kunlun Sovereign and Sovereign Darkness fight. What I'm most afraid of is that the anti-Kunlun supremacy arrives first, slaughters the Kunlun origin court, and then fights the Darkness supremacy. At that time, no matter how hard they fight, we will all be annihilated." Also, he said that he would protect your life, but in fact, he can't kill you. No living being can kill their own reincarnation, but they can test others to do it. Can't kill my own incarnation. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was stalling. He wanted to make him relax his vigilance and then find an opportunity to kill him. When the Sword Emperor's sneak attacked him, he clearly felt the murderous aura. Zhou Xuanji frowned and began thinking about how to deal with the Sword Emperor. Don't think about it. He doesn't have a way to kill you for the time being, otherwise he wouldn't have delayed it. I guess he is still preparing for something, or is afraid of something, so he didn't show up in person. He deliberately used your mouth to announce his appearance to the Kunlun origin court, just to bluff. Little Sovereign shook his head. Then, he changed the topic and said with a playful smile, "Maybe he's afraid of your little wife, Hongchen Supreme." Back then, Zhou Xuanji had told him about Shintang. Back then, he was shocked too. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, can mortal sovereign defeat the Sword Emperor? Shen Tang had never truly become a supreme martial artist. She was just a self-proclaimed supreme martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to join hands with the almighties of the Kunlun Origin Court to deal with the Darkness Sovereign. She can't, but she can at least pose a threat. She has already reached the peak of the mortal god realm, and can be considered half a step away from being a supreme. She's really strong. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder. Every time he thought of Supreme Hong Chen, he would sigh with emotion. Space-time causality was really magical. Who would have thought that the little girl who had been cultivating with Zhou Xuanji back then could cultivate to such a level? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and stopped talking. After talking for a long time, he could only wait. He didn't like this feeling at all. He put the lesser supreme sword aside and began to cultivate seriously. Little Sovereign floated next to him with a smile on his face. He thought to himself, this kid is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect the Sword Emperor to want to cross the distance between the two worlds to kill him. What heights can he reach in the future? In a dim palace, Zhou Fa was meditating on the throne, healing his injuries and cultivating. A cloud of black qi was coiling around his body like a dragon and phoenix. The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared in the palace, looking at him with a faint smile. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Fa suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. What are you doing here? Zhou Fa asked with a vigilant look on his face. He looked nervous. He was afraid that the exterminating divine eyes would sweep over him. The corner of the Sword Emperor's mouth rose as he asked with a smile, "What's your relationship with the Darkness Sovereign?" Hearing this, Zhou Fa's face sank and said, "It's none of your business. You and I have already broken off our relationship. If you don't get lost, I will kill you." Hua! A gust of cold wind blew against Zhou Fa's face, and he felt his vision go black. Immediately after, he was grabbed by the neck by the sword arch and lifted into the air. The sword Thearka's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, "You want to kill me? Are you worthy of me? Even if you don't say it, I can guess that the power in your body belongs to me." After saying that, the Sword Emperor raised his left hand and gently pulled out a black aura from Zhou Fa's body. Ah! Zhou Fa felt extreme pain and screamed in pain. "Zhou Xuanji! You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death," he screamed at the top of his lungs. The skin on his face suddenly split open and blood flowed freely. The Sword Emperor collected the black aura into his palm and casually tossed it. Zhou Fa crashed into the wall and fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You don't deserve my looks," the Sword Arch said coldly. 2 lumps of green flames flew out of his eyes and instantly landed on Zhou Fa's face. Zhou Fa screamed again, clutching his face as he rolled on the ground. At this moment, his divine power had been completely drained, and he had lost all of his stamina. He was like a mortal, unable to resist at all. The Sword Emperor looked down at the black aura in his palm with a contemptuous smile and murmured, "Dark Sovereign, you are not worthy to compete with me. In the Kunlun Origin Court, you can't compete with me. In this anti-Kunlun, you can't compete with me either." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving Zhou Fa rolling on the ground and screaming. Half a year passed quickly. After absorbing the divine power of Black Time Deity King, Zhou Xuanji failed to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 3. He came out of seclusion and wandered around the divine range, observing the cultivation of his disciples. The news of the Sword Emperor's attack didn't spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. However, after the Black Time's Soul Army was destroyed, all the divine ranges became peaceful. The Kunlun universe fell into a strange calm. It felt like a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji strolled in the air as he looked down. Suddenly, Zhou Tanhua flew over. "Father, I don't feel right." He came up to Zhou Xuanji and said, gritting his teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at him, and his expression immediately changed. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were glowing with purple light as purple runes flowed out from his eye sockets, twisting slightly as if they were alive. Zhou Xuanji immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine will exploded. He couldn't see anything. You are the sovereign. You are. A majestic and domineering voice resounded in his mind. The tone was angry and firm. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji retracted his divine will. He opened his eyes and saw that Zhou Tianhua was still looking at him anxiously. Who was talking just now? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He shook his head, a little absent-minded. Zhou Tianhua asked hesitantly, is there anyone else besides us? Chapter 822. Zhou Tianhua looked around nervously. This familiar emperor sword divine range made him very uneasy at the moment. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked, how did this happen to you? Just now, when he used his spiritual will to probe Zhou Tianhua's eyes, he felt a strong backlash, which surprised him. Could it be that his son's exterminating divine eyes contained a great power that even he did not know about? I've been cultivating all this while, and just as I was about to break through to the Tao ancestor level, I encountered such an unforeseen event. Zhou Tianhua said gloomily, making Zhou Xuanji's brow jump. This kid was breaking through to become a Tao father. Although he had expected this day, he did not expect it to come so soon. He asked, how do you feel now? Does it hurt? Zhou Tianhua took a deep breath and said, it doesn't hurt, but I feel that my eyes contain a very strong power that will gush out at any time. This feeling is very comfortable, but it makes me very uneasy. He was most aware of the changes in his body. Although his strength was increasing, it had not reached the point where it could be unleashed. The sudden burst of power made him feel that it was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before he once again probed Zhou Tianhua's eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine sense was impacted again, causing him to fall into a daze. This kind of trance came and went quickly. He quickly recovered and opened his eyes to see that he was above a group of volcanoes. Beneath the black clouds, flames filled the air, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. He subconsciously lowered his head to look, and within the sea of fire that covered the mountains and plains, there were figures galloping as fast as ghosts. What are those? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Just when he was about to fly down, the sea of flames changed suddenly. The sea of flames transformed into a horrifying face and roared soundlessly at Zhou Xuanji. Although the face was blurry, it gave him a familiar feeling. Déjà vu. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly retracted his divine sense. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Father, what did you see? Zhou Tianhua asked with a worried look. Zhou Xuanji comforted, it's nothing, I just saw another world. I think your exterminating divine eyes are evolving. Don't worry. He didn't sense any danger, which meant that the power wouldn't harm anyone. What world? Zhou Tianhua asked, his eyes fixed on his father. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and projected the scene he saw between the two of them. The huge face made Zhou Tianhua's complexion change dramatically. What? You've seen him before? Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes. Could it be that Zhou Tianhua had met someone while he was away? Or perhaps, he had obtained some fortuitous encounters? Zhou Tianhua took a deep breath and said, I often dream about him. Perhaps he is my inner demon. On the path of cultivation, one would encounter all sorts of inner demons, but he had yet to encounter one. Perhaps this was his first inner demon. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He felt that it was not an inner demon but a sign. Go back and rest for a while. Wait for your eyes to calm down before continuing your cultivation. Don't be too hasty, understand? Zhou Xuanji exhorted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhua nodded and turned around to leave. Looking at his petite figure, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Zhou Tianhua had always maintained the appearance of a teenager. Even if he was very mature, in the eyes of Zhou Xuanji and the others, he would always be a child. As a father, Zhou Xuanji could not let his son be in danger. He returned to the cultivation hall, took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned little supreme sword. What is it this time? Had the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign come to fight? Then, let's just wait for death. Little Sovereign clamored in an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and then told him about Zhou Tanhua's abnormality. Oh. Hasn't he already inherited the perfect state of your exterminating divine eyes? It's impossible for him to evolve again unless there is another force that doesn't belong to him transforming him, Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. Little Sovereign muttered, his eyes flickering. So many things had happened recently. Zhou Tanhua's abnormality was obviously not a coincidence. Someone was plotting against him. Little Sovereign continued, it seems that we can't just sit and wait for death. I remember you saying that you are a soul guardian, right? Zhou Xuanji nodded, waiting for his next words. Devour the soul source pool and transform you into the soul source pool. At that time, your luck will be connected to the Kunlun origin court. The stronger the Kunlun origin court, the stronger you will be. At the same time, you can see every corner of the Kunlun origin court with the help of the soul source pool. Little Sovereign said with a sinister smile, don't worry, even if the Kunlun origin court is destroyed, it won't affect you. As long as the Kunlun origin court becomes stronger, it will affect you. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is there such a good thing? How can I not believe it? However, the other party is a sovereign after all. He shouldn't be bragging. After thinking about it, he left the Emperor Sword Divine range with the Lesser Supreme Sword and flew upward. Mortal Plane, Xian Xianghua was sitting in front of Mortal Sovereign with a nervous look on her face. Mortal Sovereign stood upright, looking into the void as he faintly said, a great tribulation is coming, and it is a great tribulation beyond this sovereign's expectations. Are you ready to become a mortal god? Xian Xianghua nodded and replied, I'm ready at any time. Her voice was trembling a little. Once she became a mortal god, she would have hope of chasing after Mortal Sovereign. How powerful was Mortal Sovereign? He was the strongest under the Sovereign. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji would definitely become the Sovereign. Since that was the case, she would become the strongest under the Sovereign. Next, I will use the mortal chi to temper your body. This process will be a bit long, but it will make you change subtly, Mortal Sovereign said with a nod. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of red dust chi surged from all directions and entered Xian Xianghua's body. Xian Xianghua also closed her eyes, waiting for the mortal chi. Outside the mortal plane, Luan Feng paced back and forth in the void impatiently. A red silhouette flew out. It was Mortal Sovereign's clone. What's the matter? Mortal Sovereign asked in a cold tone. Luan Feng gritted his teeth and said, I can no longer divine the future of Kunlun Origin Court. Dark Sovereign might not be our biggest enemy. Mortal Sovereign was surprised and asked, what do you mean? Just when Luan Feng was about to answer, an ear-piercing sound came. Pish. A black sword pierced through Luan Feng's throat. No blood splashed, but his expression froze instantly. Mortal Sovereign waved his hand, and thousands of mortal chi shot out like a massive red wall. Streaks of sword chi shot out from the darkness, shattering the huge red wall. Black swords flew over and converged into a long black bridge. The Sword Emperor came on the sword bridge. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, and his eyes were filled with a conceited smile. The slight smile on his lips made him look so arrogant. How come it's you? Mortal Sovereign cried out in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. She recognized at a glance that the Sword Emperor was not Zhou Xuanji but the anti-Kunlun Sovereign. The Sword Emperor smiled contemptuously and said, why can't it be me? Little girl, you are much stronger than before. Unfortunately, you are not the Sovereign. Trying to forcibly reverse the fate of the Origin Court is simply courting death. Chapter 823. Sovereign Hong Chen was unable to remain calm while facing the Sword Emperor. In the anti-Kunlun, when she faced the Sword Emperor, she was like an ant looking at the sky. She could only feel her own insignificance. Now, even though she had become a mortal exalt, she still felt extremely uneasy when facing the Sword Emperor. Humph. This is not your turf. Supremacy Hongchen snorted coldly and raised her right hand. The aura of the mortal world swirled around and condensed into a huge red will that spun at high speed toward the Sword Emperor. The red will rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 1,000,000 miles in diameter, as if it was about to swallow the entire universe. The Sword Emperor's eyes turned cold, and a sword light appeared, directly destroying the red turntable. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Supremacy Hongchen. Two beams of violet light shot out from her eyes. Just as they were about to envelop Supremacy Hongchen, she suddenly vanished. You're not qualified to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. Just you wait, we'll definitely be the ones who have the last laugh. Supreme Hongchen's cold voice sounded in the Sword Emperor's ears. At the same time, the chakra that was pierced through his throat also disappeared. The Sword Arch raised his brows slightly and muttered, "Interesting." He teleported away in an instant and even brought his independent plane with him. He shook his head and smiled. His smile was filled with contempt. He turned into a cloud of black gas and flew forward, disappearing without a trace. Between reality and illusion, Sovereign Hongchen and Luan Feng appeared. Luan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The bloody hole in his throat had yet to heal, and blood flowed down from the hole, dyeing his clothes red. Is he really the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun? Luan Feng gritted his teeth and asked. Actually, he wasn't asking, he was just expressing his fear. When he learned that Zhou Xuanji had the inverse chaos divine ability, he knew that the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun was Zhou Xuanji's clone. But he didn't expect that the sovereign could come to the Kunlun Origin Court. This was the first time he had heard of such a shocking matter. Autarch Crimson Dust took a deep breath and said, "Prepare to receive your tribulation." She left after saying that. Luan Feng didn't chase after him. Instead, he pondered on the spot. Before the Dark Sovereign could charge in, the Anti-Kunlun Sovereign had already descended. However, that guy didn't directly declare war on the Kunlun Origin Court. He probably had other plans. He had to get to the bottom of this. Luan Feng suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes brightened. He immediately flew towards the Emperor Sword Divine range. In the Cultivation Palace, Zhou Xuanji was observing Zhou Tanhua with his exterminating divine eyes. Ever since Zhou Tanhua had a problem with his eyes, he had been worried. Therefore, he didn't forget to keep an eye on his son while practicing. Fortunately, nothing had happened to this brat. His cultivation was increasing at an even faster rate. It was really strange. Stop looking. Your son is not simple at all. If it wasn't for you, he might have been able to become a supreme being. Little Sovereign floated next to him and chuckled with a playful smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, "You make it sound like I'm blocking his way. With your talent, there is no one more suitable than you to become a supreme being. He is the same. It is very difficult for two heavenly geniuses like you to appear in the same era, let alone father and son." Little Sovereign fanned the flames with a strange look in his eyes. He wasn't joking, he really thought so. Zhou Tanhua hadn't experienced any great storms, nor had he received the guidance of a great expert. He didn't even have an illustrious past life. Even so, his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you think the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign will target my son? Especially the Sword Emperor." How powerful was the Sword Emperor? He was an invincible existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. The smile on Little Sovereign's face instantly disappeared when he heard this. But on second thought, it was indeed possible. The Sword Emperor had no children. Zhou Xuanji's son was like his own son. However, as a sovereign, how could it be easy for him to have a son? What is the Sword Emperor planning? From today onwards, I will slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court in the name of the Sword Emperor. I will destroy a divine range every day until all the divine ranges are destroyed. If you want to linger at death's door, hand over 10,000 heavenly geniuses with 15-star aptitude and 3,000 yuanine with the Origin Court's rules. I will not stop killing even one less. The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly resounded throughout the Kunlun origin court. His voice shocked all living beings. The expressions of Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign drastically changed. They thought that the Sword Emperor was plotting something and would continue to wait. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and cried out in alarm, "Not good. So that's how it is. He actually wants to swallow the rules of the Kunlun origin court. He wants to break through to a higher realm beyond the sovereign. Is he crazy? If he does this, he will most likely die. A higher realm beyond the sovereign." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Although he didn't understand that realm, he also understood that once all the rules were controlled by the Sword Emperor, the Kunlun origin court was likely to collapse. All living beings would perish along with it. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion reverberated. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign were taken aback. They subconsciously swept the Kunlun universe with their divine senses. They saw a divine range in the Kunlun universe explode, bursting with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire Kunlun universe. A violent pressure raged across the universe. The surrounding divine ranges trembled violently as if they would collapse at any time. This guy, Little Sovereign, gnashed his teeth. He was a little annoyed. Why didn't I see through the Sword Emperor's ambition back then? The Sword Emperor must have come to the Kunlun origin court through Zhou Xuanji. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking about it. The Kunlun origin court had tens of thousands of divine ranges. In other words, it could last for decades. However, it would be bad if the Sword Emperor came to the Sword Emperor divine range one day. At the same time, the entire Kunlun origin court was in an uproar. Everyone was in a panic as they discussed this matter. Sword Emperor? Is it Zhou Xuanji? No, Zhou Xuanji isn't that strong. It's Zhou Xuanji, I have heard of this voice. Impossible, why did he do this? Which divine range was destroyed? Is he crazy? Most creatures had watched the superstar competition. They remembered Zhou Xuanji's voice or knew Zhou Xuanji's Sword Emperor name. For a moment, all the divine ranges were dispatched to find out the situation. In the end, they were attacked by the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was sitting in meditation before the destroyed divine range. He opened his eyes as his sword chi raged, killing hundreds of millions of creatures effortlessly. He looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, confirming the rumor that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. The Tianyi divine range suddenly announced the existence of the anti-Kunlun, causing an uproar. On this day, Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Xuanji. She excitedly asked, "Father, the Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Can he protect us? Didn't he help you before?" She was naturally excited to have a supreme as her father. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "What? You want to recognize him as your father? Why don't you try to find him and see if he will kill you?" Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "I'm just kidding. We came to you because we have a plan." Zhou Xuanji asked in surprise, "You have a plan in your head?" Chapter 8:24. Of course. You look down on me. Zhou Shaoxian screamed indignantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Seeing how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Then tell me, what plan do you have?" This girl never grew up. What kind of strategy could she come up with? Father, with Zhizun's ability, how could he not be able to find the person he wants? He's forcing the Kunlun origin court, causing internal strife in the Kunlun origin court. One must know that those geniuses are the treasures of each divine range. As long as a divine range hands them over and the other divine ranges refuse, it will definitely be the beginning of internal strife. Zhou Shaoxian shook her head and said with a look of a strategist. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and smacked her head. He then looked at Zhou Tanhua and asked, "Tell me, what's the plan?" As soon as he heard this, he understood that it wasn't Zhou Shaoxian who came up with this plan, but Zhou Tanhua. Her demeanor was obviously imitating Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua had a calm personality and liked to think. Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian stomped her feet in anger, curled her lips and looked to the side. Zhou Tanhua smiled helplessly and said, even someone as strong as a supreme being wants to collect the 3,000 origin laws. This shows that these laws can make him stronger. If it falls into your hands, won't you have the hope to fight against a supreme being? We can also have Autar Crimson Dust collect them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, then the question is, where do we collect them? Will those divine ranges just give it up? When Zhou Tanhua heard this, he chuckled and said, I can't think of anything. Isn't it up to you? From how he saw it, with Zhou Xuanji's connections, there must be a way. Just Supremacy Hongchen, Pinnacle of Will, Nan Mutiani, and the others were more than capable of gathering the laws. Alright, thank you for coming up with ideas. Don't worry. Train well and protect the Emperor's Sword Divine Range as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that they could return. It was as good as not saying anything. Zhou Tanhua nodded and couldn't help but continue, Father, you'd better not go out during this time. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, why? Are you afraid that your father will die outside? Zhou Tanhua shook his head and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gave a profound smile and said, your father won't die so easily. If he wanted to die, he would have died long ago. It seemed like this kid had a secret. Could it be related to the mutation of the exterminating divine eyes? Zhou Tanhua nodded, bowed, and left. Zhou Shaoxian followed closely behind. The siblings muttered as they walked. Naturally, they were talking about the unreasonableness of the plan just now. Watching them leave the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked, did you see that just now? Little Sovereign's soul flew out with a solemn expression. It's indeed related to the Sword Emperor. It's really strange. What does the Sword Emperor want to do? Zhou Xuanji was silent and fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could Little Sovereign. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the Emperor's Sword Divine Range with the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand, flying towards the Soul Source Pool. He had gone to the Soul Source Pool before, leaving Pan Zhen to oversee it. After a while, he arrived in front of the Soul Origin Pool. Gray fog filled the air and the surface of the pool was calm. There were many beams of soul light sparkling in the water. Little Sovereign sighed and said, you can't absorb such a big treasure. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Why did this derogatory remark sound like a rhyme? Zhou Xuanji immediately sat by the pool and began to absorb the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source Pool was extremely huge. Although he had absorbed a lot of soul energy last time, it was far from reaching the point of integration. There were a lot of souls in the pool. He didn't consume these souls but stored them in a separate absolute time realm in his body. The pool water was absorbed by him and the souls were stored elsewhere. According to Little Sovereign, he had to absorb the entire Soul Source Pool into his body in order to master the power of the Soul Source Pool and overlook the entire Kunlun Origin Court. After a while, the All Lives pen suddenly flew out of the Soul Source Pool and fell into Zhou Xuanji's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said in amazement, this treasure is still here. The All Lives pen was an ultimate treasure not inferior to the Soul Source Orb. It was said that it could control the life and death of all living beings. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and grabbed the All Lives pen. He carefully looked at it to see if the All Lives pen could be its master. Not bad, with the All Lives pen and the Soul Source Orb, you will be able to absorb the Soul Source Pool faster, Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. His gaze fell on the Soul Source Pool as his expression turned strange. The Kunlun Origin Court was in chaos but no one came to snatch the All Lives pen. It was really amazing. Zhou Xuanji began refining the All Lives pen. In the dim palace, Zhou Fa was lying on the ground. Black lightning wrapped around his body like an electric rope, making him unable to move. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The dim palace was quiet and very depressing. Damn it, how can I be humiliated like this? He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up but he couldn't break free from the lightning rope. How many times do you want to try? You can't break free. A cold voice came from the darkness. This person was none other than Xiao Jinghong. He was wearing black clothes with golden threads. He had a cold expression on his face. 2 swords were hanging from his waist. His gaze fell on Zhou Fa with a hidden killing intent. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell do you want? Why don't you kill me?" Right now, his life was worse than death. He had to be tortured every day. He might as well die. Xiao Jinghong walked up to him, squatted down, looked down at him, and said with a sneer, "Your face is useful. But don't worry, you will die sooner or later." After speaking, he suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into Zhou Fa's back. Zhou Fa's face twisted in pain. Your face's self-healing ability is quite strong. I'm curious, what's your relationship with my revered teacher? More accurately, what's your relationship with my revered teacher's reverse body? Xiao Jinghong said coldly. He looked at Zhou Fa disdainfully as though he was looking at an ant. Zhou Fa said furiously, "I won't tell you. You piece of trash." Ah! Xiao Jinghong exerted force with his right hand. Sword chi ravaged Zhou Fa's body. Zhou Fa was furious. Just when he was about to curse, Xiao Jinghong knocked him out with a palm. Trash. Xiao Jinghong smiled disdainfully and got up slowly. At this moment, a few more figures walked out from the darkness. They did not reveal themselves, only their silhouettes. "Master, why did you keep him? I'm so bored. Why don't we go to Kunlun Origin Court to play? I want to have my reverse body." Boring. Their cultivation is weaker than ours, including our revered teacher's reverse body. The anti-Kunlun will be delayed after the Kunlun Origin Court. Just wait for the Darkness Sovereign to arrive. These figures chatted casually. They did not put Kunlun Origin Court in their eyes at all. Xiao Jinghong looked back at them and said faintly, "All right, let's not talk about this. Just wait here patiently. Don't anger revered teacher. Otherwise, you will die." As soon as he said this, the hall instantly fell silent. Chapter 825. At the edge of the Soul Source Pool, Zhou Xuanji was still absorbing the water of the Soul Source Pool. The All Lives brush was suspended above his head, rotating on its own. The brush looked ordinary, but it could shake the surrounding space, producing slight fluctuations. Little Sovereign had been quietly watching him from behind. "Very good. Your absolute infiltration immortal physique is absorbing the Soul Source Pool faster and faster. As long as you completely absorb the Soul Source Pool, your strength will skyrocket. At that time, you will have the power to protect yourself," Little Sovereign said with a satisfied smile. Little Sovereign smiled with satisfaction. His gaze fell on the All Lives brush as his eyes revealed a profound meaning. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Don't talk nonsense all the time." Little Sovereign was speechless. This kid is too arrogant. He suddenly thought of something and said with a playful smile, "Find a time to fuse the Soul Source Orb with the All Lives brush. Maybe you can create an artifact that can injure the Sovereign." Legend has it that a long time ago, the primogenitor Sovereign who established the Kunlun Origin Court had an extremely powerful artifact. It was divided into 2 and became the All Lives brush and the Soul Source Orb that stabilized the order of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "How do we fuse them?" Just as Little Sovereign was about to answer, a thunderous roar came from above. The billowing black clouds above the Soul Source Pool violently surged as a great heavenly might enveloped the Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign looked up. The rolling thunderclouds turned into a pair of eyes. It was a pair of purple eyes. Billions of stars were shining in the eyes, like 2 universes. "Not good. Retreat." Little Sovereign cried out in alarm. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled, but he didn't dare to delay. He quickly flew out of the world where the Soul Source Pool was located with the All Lives brush. He came to the Kunlun universe and looked up. The space above the Kunlun universe was constantly fluctuating. It was glowing with a colorful glow as if it would collapse at any time. Little Sovereign's soul body drilled into the blade as he communicated with Zhou Xuanji through voice transmission. This phenomenon must be an array left by the Sovereign. No wonder no one dares to take the All Lives brush. This is bad. Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had never seen the current Sovereign. After experiencing so many things, he always felt that the current Sovereign was just so. Is this array powerful? He continued asking, his gaze locked onto the phenomenon above. He could vaguely see many divine statues, majestic and domineering. Little Sovereign replied in a dignified tone, I'm not sure, but looking at this momentum, it's likely to be the Sage Manifestation Great Array. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He had once seen records of the Divine Manifestation Array in the Evil Sky Divine Ranges library. It was said that it was an invincible array that could only be used by a supremacy. It could condense the will of a supremacy. It couldn't be opened unless the Kunlun Origin Court was destroyed. When he first learned that Supreme Darkness was coming, he had thought of this formation. However, Supreme Darkness wasn't here, so no one could use the virtuous formation. This is too vicious. To actually leave a virtuous manifestation great array in the soul source pool, this guy definitely predicted that there would be such a calamity and deliberately set up the array to wait for the enemy to sneak in. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. He suddenly felt admiration for this Sovereign. From the looks of it, this Supreme Being's departure wasn't impulsive, nor was he deceived. Rather, it was all planned out. At this moment, the phenomenon suddenly dispersed. It came and went quickly. Zhou Xuanji frowned tightly, but his gaze never shifted. He was very interested in the current supreme martial artist. He had a premonition that nothing had happened to Sovereign. Perhaps she was spying on everything that was happening in the Kunlun Origin Court. It's gone. It seems that this formation was used to deal with the Sword Emperor and Supreme Darkness. TSK, that Origin Court war god turned out to be a pawn, Little Sovereign said with a mocking smile. Little Sovereign joked. After seeing the Sage Manifestation Great Array, the pressure on him suddenly disappeared. He continued speaking with a smile, Brat, you can cultivate in peace from now on. This situation is interesting. Even I can't see through it. Zhou Xuanji was surprised and asked, could it be that the Sword Emperor can't feel the virtuous manifestation great array? The momentum just now wasn't small. Once the Sword Emperor felt it, would he still enter the formation? This is the power of the virtuous manifestation great array. As long as the person who enters the formation can see it, you won't pose a threat to the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if you have the Origin Court's luck, the virtuous manifestation great array will no longer target you, Little Sovereign explained. Little Sovereign explained with a fanatical look on his face. In the past, I also used the virtuous manifestation great array. It was extremely powerful. It was fascinating. It was a powerful force that even sovereigns would find difficult to achieve. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the virtuous manifestation great array. This was the first time he had heard Little Sovereign speak in such a tone. Can I still go back to the soul source pool now? Zhou Xuanji asked. The virtuous manifestation great array still gave him a lingering fear. He didn't dare to rush in rashly. Little Sovereign replied, first, fuse the all lives brush with the soul source orb. Then, you can rush in. Zhou Xuanji nodded and rushed towards the Emperor Sword Divine range. After a year, Zhou Xuanji finally made the all lives brush recognize him as its master. Next, it was time for the all lives brush to fuse with the soul source orb. During this time, hundreds of divine ranges had been destroyed. The Kunlun Origin Court was in a state of panic. Sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges were holed up. They didn't dare to make a move. The current Kunlun Origin Court was a slaughterhouse for the Sword Emperor. Everyone was waiting for death. Despair was spreading. Most divine ranges were already in chaos. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword again and asked Little Sovereign. Use your soul source orb to absorb the all lives brush. Then, use your divine energy to fuse them. This process will still take a long time, Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign said with a smile, his tone full of expectations. Zhou Xuanji nodded. His glabella split open as the soul source orb emerged. He then directly absorbed the all lives brush into it. He first crushed God King He Shi inside the soul source orb before squeezing the internal space of the soul source orb and pressing it against the all lives brush. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the all lives brush, resisting the spatial compression of the soul source orb. Zhou Xuanji was seriously fusing the two treasures. But what he didn't know was that a figure had appeared outside the palace. This person was Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were bursting with purple light. Purple runes could be seen on the edge of his eyes. He looked very strange. He looked at the palace gate and opened his mouth, silently saying something. The stone surface of the gate cracked open as words appeared one after another, all lives fusion. Court toppling. Unique sword emperor. Unparalleled in both worlds. Zhou Tanhua took a step forward. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly disappeared. After 3 breaths, Zhou Shaoxian landed in front of the gate and shouted, "Father, I have something to tell you. It's urgent." Boom! The gate of the cultivation palace suddenly opened and Zhou Shaoxian immediately rushed in. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Shaoxian, who was rushing over. He asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shaoxian anxiously replied, "Tanhua is gone. He even injured Ren Niming before he disappeared." Zhou Xuanji's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately disappeared from the spot. Outside the Emperor's Sword Divine range, in the Kunlun universe, Zhou Tanhua was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. His expression was cold and the purple light in his eyes had never disappeared. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of him, raising his hand and placing it on his shoulder. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Zhou Tanhua's right fist moved up from the bottom towards Zhou Xuanji's abdomen. But it was blocked by Zhou Xuanji's fist. Chapter 826. This kid's strength. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as he exerted force with his right arm, pushing Zhou Tanhua back. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua seemed to be possessed. Facing his father, his expression didn't change at all. He raised his hands as 2 light swords appeared in his hands. He stabilized his figure and immediately charged at Zhou Xuanji. He sped through the air as halos of light appeared under his feet, making him look like he was walking on flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Zhou Xuanji, brandishing the 2 light swords in his hands as he launched an attack. Zhou Xuanji easily blocked all his attacks with the lesser supreme sword in hand. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, his brow furrowing. His eyes were locked on Zhou Tanhua's eyes. "I don't know. Maybe the Sword Emperor's eyes are controlling him." "Be careful," Little Sovereign replied solemnly. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to find a way to subdue Zhou Tanhua. As their eyes met, Little Sovereign immediately cast the Extreme Nightmare Abyss, creating a dream to hypnotize Zhou Tanhua. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his consciousness explode as his vision was filled with a bright light. There was a figure in front of him that he couldn't look at directly. This kid is destined to become the strongest law. You don't deserve him. Let him go, or I will slaughter the Emperor Sword Divine range. The Sword Emperor's voice came. His tone was filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji immediately became angry when he heard this. He said in a deep voice, "You want to threaten me? Just you." The Sword Emperor couldn't kill him with his own hands. Naturally, he wouldn't be too afraid of the Sword Emperor. "Very well, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You will regret it." The Sword Emperor coldly snorted. Zhou Xuanji immediately used his divine will to forcibly break the dazzling illusion around him. The Sword Emperor didn't dare to attack him. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop Zhou Xuanji's resistance. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant. An ant that could be easily trampled to death. When Zhou Xuanji returned to reality, Zhou Tanhua was frantically attacking him. But no matter how he swung his sword, he couldn't hurt Zhou Xuanji. The invading saint body could not only ignore the law, but it also had a very strong defense. How could Zhou Tanhua hurt Zhou Xuanji without borrowing the Sword Emperor's power? Zhou Xuanji took out the soft velvety sword and stabbed it. Zhou Tanhua instantly lost his strength and collapsed in his arms. The soft velvety sword's grade was very low, but with Zhou Xuanji's divine energy, the soft velvety sword's power underwent a qualitative change. He picked up Zhou Tanhua and flew towards the Emperor Sword Divine Range. After returning to the Divine Range, he summoned his avatar Pan Zhen, Demon God Tianwu, Demon God Nanming, Demon God Jihuang, and Demon Ancestor to jointly suppress Zhou Tanhua. He unleashed his divine powers and countless sword shadows appeared in the surroundings of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The sword tips pointed outwards and densely packed together, surrounding the huge Emperor Sword Divine Range. This scene caused all the nearby living beings to widen their eyes. What happened? Is that the Emperor Sword Divine Range? Are they preparing for war? What a terrifying divine ability. It must be Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that someone wants to attack the Emperor Sword Divine Range? Will the Emperor Sword Divine Range attack the surrounding divine ranges? It's possible. The creatures fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. The neighboring divine ranges were in an uproar as well. The various range masters unleashed their protective range formation in preparation for the Emperor Sword Divine Range's attack. The Kunlun cosmos fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji's divine ability attracted all the disciples' attention. Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, Daoya Old Man, and the others found him. He didn't hide anything and told them the truth. Everyone turned pale with fright when they learned that Zhou Xuanji was going to destroy the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The talent and fortune of the Emperor Sword Divine Range was almost the same as the main body. And the other party was Zhou Xuanji, who had reached the highest stage of growth, the Sovereign. Could the Emperor Sword Divine Range resist the attack of the Sovereign? Is he crazy? Why does he want to attack his own son? Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in anger. But as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Jiang Shui glared at her. Chang Xian worriedly said, "Your Emperor Sword Divine Range can't attack you, but he can destroy the Emperor Sword Divine Range. How can you guard against such a situation? He's the Sovereign. He's definitely not alone. He might have brought many experts from the Anti-Kunlun." As soon as she said this, everyone panicked even more. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but furrow his brow. He just realized that he had overlooked this problem. The Sword Emperor was the Sovereign. How could the Sovereign not have powerful subordinates? Everyone fell into silence. Should we call back all the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court? Xian Daoya asked. He also looked nervous. Who could remain calm in the face of the strongest in the Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji pondered and said, "Forget it, let them continue to train outside. Maybe this will save them from trouble. The Sword Emperor is the Sovereign, after all. He won't go to deal with those disciples outside just to deal with me. Their cultivation is not high." Everyone nodded, feeling that it made sense. Zhou Xuanji. Come out. A loud roar resounded throughout the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Everyone, including Zhou Xuanji, was so shocked that they immediately sent out their divine senses. There were 7 figures outside the divine range. They were Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, and Bei Xiao Wangjian. Each of them had a powerful aura and had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Realm. They were all Emperor Sword Emperors from the Anti-Kunlun. They are so strong. Huang Lianxin's snow-white forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. These guys, whose cultivation was similar to hers, had actually grown to this level. Zhou Xuanji left after leaving a sentence, "You guys wait, don't come out." He came to the Kunlun universe with a single step. The Yuxing Chang broken sword and previous life dream realization sword appeared in his hands. 7 pairs of eyes fell on him. Some were mocking, some were complicated, some were mocking, and some were filled with murderous intent. "Zhou Xuanji, you dare to stop my revered teacher's plan. You must die," Xiao Jinghong said with a sinister smile as he raised his sword. Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and grinned evilly. His personality was completely different from the calm Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Didn't I teach you before?" Xiao Jinghong heard him, and his face turned livid. "TSK TSK. Just like master, your mouth is so sharp. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Not bad. Kill him. Origin Fusion Divine Lord is Ming. I reckon that he has the power of 7 Ming. We can't let him continue to grow. Be careful of his swords. Not just his swords, but his eyes too." The other 6 spoke one after another. Each of them drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Greatly Divine Suppressor technique. Countless Greatly avatars flew out from his body and charged toward Xiao Jinghong and the others. Boom! 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 A great battle broke out. The Greatly avatars were slain one after another. Xiao Jinghong and the others charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed like phantoms. Zhou Xuanji's swords were equally fast and blocked each of their attacks. His eyes beamed with a purple radiance as he used the suppressing the universe and froze the entire universe. The 7 slowed down. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji's purple sword chi burst out from his body and turned into a vast ocean that covered a radius of billions of miles. Delusion Sword C. Be careful, Chen Bantian said in a deep voice. Next, he turned into a gigantic yellow dragon that rampaged in the Sea of Swords. Chapter 827. It's really exactly the same. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Facing his beloved disciples and sword slaves, he showed no mercy. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura skyrocketed. His hands danced like the wind. Sword chi swept across the surroundings with unstoppable momentum. The delusional sword C surged. Even though Xiao Jinghong and the others dodged, the sword chi was still absorbed by the delusional sword C and came back at them. It was like reincarnation. Master's reverse body indeed. Ning Zifeng said, gritting his teeth. His eyes were burning with rage. He held his sword with both hands and chanted a spell that Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand. Bolts of lightning wrapped around his body like sword chi, silver and sharp. His robe fluttered non-stop, and his pupils turned silver blue. Numerous blue swords of light appeared behind him, opening like a fan and stacking into a full circle. He swung his sword with the tip pointing at Zhou Xuanji. The blue swords of light behind him shot out simultaneously. These blue swords of light quickly turned into a blue statue of a god. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. It raised the giant sword in its hand and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. The delusional sword C was pushed away by the blue statue. Its giant sword was about to land on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the face of danger. He looked up and opened his eyes. 2 exterminating divine lights swept out and instantly covered the blue statue, immobilizing it. Ning Zifeng's expression changed slightly as he mumbled to himself, such powerful divine power. Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ming already had such powerful divine power. What would happen if he reached the peak of Origin Fusion Divine Lord? Lin Chang'e and Zhao Zongjian rushed to Zhou Xuanji's front and back and besieged him. Their swords were the fastest among the 7. They had almost surpassed the definition of speed. The 2 swords in their hands turned into billions of swords and attacked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated the inverse chaos divine ability and turned their attacks around. They were horrified. They couldn't understand what was happening. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's image in their hearts rose rapidly. He became extremely mysterious. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. The soul source orb suddenly opened between his brows, sucking Lin Chang'e and Zhao Zongjian into it. You, Northern Valiant Sword was enraged. He turned into countless afterimages and attacked. Every afterimage turned into a flaming sword with great momentum, creating many gaps in the delusional thought sea of swords. The scene was spectacular. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. The delusional sword sea exploded, bombarding the entire universe. Boom! 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 The surrounding divine veins were protected by vein-protecting formations and only shook slightly. Intense light filled the Kunlun universe, making countless living beings nervous. The experts of the various divine ranges were all watching. So powerful. Where did those guys come from? Zhou Xuanji is still more powerful. There is actually someone in the Kunlun origin court who has such attainments in the sword Dao. Who said magic treasures are mere worldly possessions? Look at this vast sword qi, it's a complete fusion of man and sword. Who is targeting Zhou Xuanji? Will it affect us? Everyone, be careful. Don't leave the divine range. While the various divine ranges were engaged in discussions, the members of the Emperor Sword Divine Range were even more anxious. Jiang Shui clasped her hands before her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Shaoxian cheered loudly for Zhou Xuanji. Seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat the reverse bodies one after another, she was extremely excited. He's really amazing, Ren Niming muttered to himself with a complicated look in his eyes. Ever since he was subdued by Zhou Xuanji, he thought of establishing his own sect. But Zhou Xuanji's rise was too fast. It was so fast that he was reluctant to leave. By following Zhou Xuanji, he could enjoy all kinds of resources. If he were to rely on himself, only God knew if he could climb to such a level. Seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now, he felt extremely complicated. As destiny, he suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. In the vast Kunlun origin court, what was the rule of destiny? Sheng Tian Dao, barbarian god Huang Luo, Qiu Hu, Si Meng Yan, Su Qing, and the old beggar felt the same way. However, they were already convinced by Zhou Xuanji. Other than feeling their own weakness, they were more excited. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability and various sword Dao divine abilities to defeat Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Meng Tianlang. He had already figured out the strength of these five. They were not a big threat to him. What he was most worried about was that the Sword Emperor had other more powerful subordinates. In the end, all five reverse bodies were sucked into the Soul Source Orb and suppressed. They no longer had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. Zhou Xuanji turned around and prepared to return to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. At this moment, applause came from behind him. He looked back and saw the Sword Emperor looking at him with a faint smile. The two stood facing each other. One had an evil smile on his face, while the other looked calm. This scene was captured by the divine will of many creatures. To Zhou Xuanji. Is that Zhou Fa? No, could he be the Sword Emperor? It's him. I saw him destroy the divine ranges with my own eyes. At that time, I thought it was Zhou Xuanji's doing. Oh my god, what's going on? Zhou Fa, Zhou Xuanji, the Sword Emperor. Could they be from the same race? You think they are triplets? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked by the appearance of Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Emperor. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range had a weird look on their faces. However, they were not too excited because of Zhou Fa. At this moment, they were all worried for Zhou Xuanji. The other party was the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. A horrifying existence that had destroyed hundreds of divine ranges. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Aren't you angry?" The Sword Emperor mocked, "Why should I be angry? I have so many sword slaves. It's a good time to test your power." "Not bad, you are even more powerful than me at the same time. Your constitution is not simple. Could it be the legendary Exalted Invasion physique? You should have cultivated it in the space-time chaos. TSK, that girl is really loyal to you." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and felt more and more satisfied. It was as if he was looking at a mirror. There was no atmosphere of mortal enemies. With your power, do you still need to wait for the divine ranges to compromise? Zhou Xuanji asked the question that he had been wondering the most. The Sword Emperor shook his head and smiled. I'm not the sovereign here. That's right. It's because you're not the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court that you have not reached the level of invincibility. Nanmutiani's voice came suddenly. Thousands of meters away, a hole was torn open in the void. Nanmutiani walked out from it, followed by the 12 ancestor. The 12 ancestor each held a chain in their hands. They were connected together as though they were tying an invisible object. Zhou Xuanji glanced over, and his pupils contracted immediately. Holy Ghost. The undying existence that would bring misfortune wherever he went. He suddenly laughed. Nanmutiani was really daring. The Sword Emperor could also see the Holy Ghost. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You want to defeat me with him? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if the sovereign who created him came, your anti-Kunlun would still be destroyed." Swoosh! A sword light rose from the top of his head and turned into a gigantic sword that was millions of meters tall. It was shining with a blinding light. Chapter 828. Seeing that the Sword Emperor was still arrogant and disdainful of the Holy Ghost, Nanmutiani said coldly, "Sword Emperor, since you are not afraid, then give it a try." He waved his right hand, and the chains in the 12 ancestors' hands broke instantly. The ferocious and formless Holy Ghost roared and charged toward the Sword Emperor. The gigantic sword of light above the Sword Emperor's head spun at high speed. A violent gale blew, shaking the universe and preventing the Holy Ghost from getting close. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately moved away from the Sword Emperor. The nearby divine ranges were shaken by the violent gale. The divine range protection array trembled violently as though it would break at any moment. Nanmutiani channeled his divine energy to resist the wind pressure. The 12 ancestor did the same. Looking at the dazzling gigantic sword of light, they were extremely nervous. This guy is too powerful. Are we really going to fight him? For the Origin Court. Why can't the Holy Ghost get close? Isn't it invisible and unaffected by divine energy? This guy did not obtain the sovereign's power from the Kunlun Origin Court. How can he be so powerful? His sword's Tao is extraordinary. We must be careful. The 12 ancestor communicated telepathically. They were afraid that the Sword Emperor would kill them. If they were not afraid of death, the Kunlun Origin Court would not have ended up like this. The divine ranges were killing each other. The violent gale did not stop. Instead, it grew stronger. The Sword Emperor, facing the gigantic sword of light, laughed condescendingly. "Are you afraid?" Before Nanmutiani and the others could reply, the sword of light above his head exploded. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred, and he fainted. Everything turned pale. Nothingness, absolute darkness. Zhou Xuanji felt a gust of hot wind in his daze. He slowly regained consciousness. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide. He opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a gigantic dragon head. Its body was like the surface of a volcano. Its eyes were crimson, and smoke was coming out of its nostrils. The smoke landed on his body and fluttered his robe. It was a dark void. Zhou Xuanji was tied to a stone pillar. The pillar's surface was boiling hot, and the surrounding space was rippling visibly. The bottom of the pillar was boundless, and the dragon's body was submerged. Zhou Xuanji looked to the side and saw Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestor. They were also tied to the pillar. They had already woken up. Their heads were lowered, and their faces were gloomy. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. Why had the Sword Emperor not killed them? Although the Sword Emperor couldn't kill him personally, he could find someone else to kill him. What was that fellow thinking? He couldn't figure it out. His mind was a mess. He took a deep breath and asked, "What on earth happened? What is the situation in the Kunlun Origin Court?" No one answered him. Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was silent. After a while, Zhou Xuanji could not help but curse. are you all King dead? These people were the pillars of the Kunlun origin court, but now they were all dejected like walking corpses. How could he not be angry? Sigh, let's give up. Our divine power has already been absorbed by the Sword Emperor. There's no hope for us to escape. Nanmutiani sighed. He seemed to be in a trance, and no longer had the elegance of the past. The 12 ancestors kept their mouths shut as if they were dead. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, then what do you know? Nanmutiani glanced at him with hollow eyes and said faintly, we have already lost. Don't ask any more. I don't know either. You and I can't do anything now. Just like Zhou Xuanji, they woke up in this place. They were once as furious as Zhou Xuanji, but the disappearance of their divine power pushed them into the abyss of despair. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He realized that his origin fusion divine power was still there. Why did the Sword Emperor leave him alone with cultivation? Just because he was the Sword Emperor's reincarnation? Something's wrong. There must be other reasons. Nanmutiani stopped talking, and Zhou Xuanji began to think of a solution. He must escape and return to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. What he was most worried about was the Sword Emperor destroying the Emperor's Sword Divine range. The silence lasted for 2 hours. Zhou Xuanji decided to act. He activated the inverse chaos divine ability to deflect the suppressive force from the chains and escaped. Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestors looked at him instinctively. Next, they were all stunned. They were dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. You? How did you do it? A ancestor asked in a trembling voice. Their confidence had been destroyed by the Sword Emperor's power. How could Zhou Xuanji, who was weaker than them, break free from the seal? Nanmutiani's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, your divine power is still there? Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He took out the lesser supreme sword and prepared to rescue them. These people were the top experts of the Kunlun origin court. One more meant one more force. Just when he was about to act, he felt a strong hand clasping his shoulder. He turned around instinctively and saw Ren Niming behind him, looking at him with a cold face. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free but he couldn't. This guy must be Ren Niming's reincarnation. Damn, the anti-Kunlun has already invaded the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji frowned, looking vigilant. Ren Niming said in a cold voice, where do you think you are going? He swung his right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt the world spinning before he was thrown onto the stone pillar. The chains wrapped around his body again. When Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses, he was already sealed. He looked at Ren Niming and asked in a deep voice, what the hell do you want? Ren Niming calmly replied, Master wants 3,000 geniuses with 15-star aptitude and origin law. You meet this condition. You just wait. We won't take your lives for the time being. The dragon raised its head and spewed billowing dragon flames, burning the void. How is the Kunlun origin court now? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Ren Niming's eyes. Ren Niming coldly snorted and said, of course it's fine. Master is the sovereign. He doesn't need to oppress the origin court. His figure flickered as he arrived on the dragon's head, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He was in a very irritable mood right now. This feeling of being helpless was really uncomfortable. Don't worry, the Sword Emperor is not nearby. You still have a chance to escape. Little Sovereign's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, making his furrowed brows relax. At this juncture, hearing Little Sovereign's voice made him feel at ease. After all, this guy was also a sovereign. The other party is also a manifestation of destiny. But he is much more advanced than the one under you. He should be the supreme destiny of the anti-Kunlun. He is extremely powerful. Compared to mortal sovereign, he isn't weak. Little Sovereign continued to speak. Little Sovereign continued to speak with a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, then what should I do? Little Sovereign excitedly replied, devour him. Devour. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He couldn't understand what little sovereign meant. I already understand everything. The reason why that guy kept your cultivation is because he wants you to devour this supreme destiny. Little Sovereign's next words made him even more confused. Chapter 829. The Sword Emperor deliberately left the supreme fate to guard Zhou Xuanji just to let him devour it. This doesn't make sense. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he racked his brain to guess. It's very simple. Because he wants to transcend everything. He doesn't want to be bound by the supreme fate. If you devour the supreme fate, you will become stronger. And if he kills you, there will be no conflict. This is killing two birds with one stone. To put it simply, as long as you devour the supreme fate, the Sword Emperor can kill you with his own hands. Little Sovereign transmitted his voice with a smile. He sounded very excited. Zhou Xuanji was still very puzzled. He asked in his heart, he has many ways to kill me. Why does he have to beat around the bush like this? Little Sovereign replied with a faint smile, don't you have an energy technique that can absorb other people's cultivation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It turns out that the Sword Emperor also knows it. If so, does the Sword Emperor have the supreme legendary sword system? Wait a minute. Could it be that there is a miraculous effect by absorbing my reverse fate? Zhou Xuanji thought of many things in an instant. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. This guy is too conceited. He thinks that he can eat you. You only have one chance now. Live or die. It's up to you, Little Sovereign sighed. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was a little unlucky. This was the first person in history who was suppressed by his own reverse fate technique. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as his gaze fell on Ren Niming. Ren Niming is very strong. How can I devour his cultivation? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw a figure flying over. It was the Holy Ghost. It quietly approached the giant dragon sneakily with a horrifying and hideous smile on its face. Why is it here? Zhou Xuanji thought in surprise. Could it be that the Sword Emperor didn't capture the Holy Ghost? No. The Sword Emperor deliberately released the Holy Ghost to help him devour Ren Niming. Thinking of this, he looked at Ren Niming with pity in his eyes. This is the result of following the wrong person. Zhou Xuanji once again used the inverse chaos divine ability to break free from the shackles of the iron chains. He then used the sword fusion technique to fuse all the legendary swords into his body. Holding the lesser supreme sword, he walked toward Ren Niming step by step. On the dragon's head, Ren Niming opened his eyes and asked with a frown, what kind of divine ability do you have? Why can't I seal you? He raised his hand and waved it behind him, easily repelling the Holy Ghost. He stood up as well, and a blood moon appeared above his head. It was like a crescent blade, emitting an extremely oppressive aura in the dark void. He looked at Zhou Xuanji disdainfully and said, if you insist on suffering, then don't blame me. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. With a flash of sword light, the blood moon suddenly descended and blocked his blade. Separated by the blood moon, Ren Niming's expression was still so cold. A clone of Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared behind him. The two of them attacked at the same time, using their palms as sharp blades. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and used suppressing the universe to freeze the void. However, Ren Niming's palm did not slow down. He could only use the inverse chaos divine art to reverse the direction of Ren Niming and his avatar. Ren Niming felt that Zhou Xuanji had disappeared into thin air and was greatly shocked. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, and he immediately dodged. Zhou Xuanji's sword missed. The inverse chaos divine art is really omnipotent, Nanmu Tianyi sighed in amazement as he watched Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming fight. The 12 ancestors also saw hope. They were all praying for Zhou Xuanji. As long as Zhou Xuanji could defeat his opponent, they would have a chance to escape. Fighting with all their might was better than living a life worse than death. Zhou Xuanji's divine energy was not as good as Ren Niming's. But with the inverse chaos divine art, he could contend with Ren Niming. After a few exchanges, Ren Niming became more and more furious. He could no longer maintain his cold expression. He felt that he was being played. Very good. Do you really think you can defeat me with such a small divine ability? Ren Niming said coldly. Suddenly, his body exploded into black and white qi that spread out. Zhou Xuanji was quickly engulfed by the black and white qi. He did not panic but activated the Great Li Avatar. Hundreds of thousands of Great Li Avatars flew out and scattered the black and white mist. Bomb! Ren Niming's knee hit Zhou Xuanji's chest and sent him flying. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji felt a burning pain in his chest. Two strange and domineering forces drilled into his body, destroying his bones and muscles. Fortunately, his extermination saint physique was powerful enough. After activating the world internalization, he instantly suppressed these two forces and fused them into his own divine energy. Ren Niming raised his brow. His expression changed drastically. How could it be? His power of destiny had been absorbed. A chill ran down his spine, and he suddenly thought of the Sword Emperor. That's right. He is the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor is him. Ren Niming did not dare to be careless anymore. He drew out a spear from his left sleeve and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with one hand. The spear's radiance arrived first. The tip of the spear pointed, and millions of stars flew out. The stars grew larger and crashed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and activated the ultimate chaos Dao. His sword qi wreaked havoc and shattered the stars one after another. A violent gale blew at Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestors, forcing them to lower their heads. The giant dragon did not join the battle but looked at Ren Niming and Zhou Xuanji with squinted eyes. Zhou Xuanji got close to the dragon and attacked with all his might. He was prepared to launch a barrage of attacks. At the same time, in the higher darkness, there was a sphere of light. The Sword Emperor was in it. He sat on a throne made of many swords. His eyes reflected the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Ren Niming. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured, "Destiny, it's time for you to put an end to those thoughts of yours. It's not a shame for you to die in my hands." He laughed mockingly as if Ren Niming had already died tragically. Suddenly, a figure of light appeared beside him. He half knelt and said in a deep voice, "Sovereign, the seal of the Anti-Kunlun Sovereign of Darkness is about to be broken." The Sword Emperor was not moved by this. He still smiled calmly and said, "Let's talk about it after it's broken." The figure of light nodded and continued, "In addition, I also found the whereabouts of the Sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. It turns out that he did not leave but reincarnated in Anti-Kunlun. His fate is closely related to your reincarnation. I haven't found out the reason yet." The Sword Emperor raised his brow and slightly frowned. "Connected to my reincarnation's fate?" Zhou Tanhua's face suddenly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that brat? No. Although that brat's talent was outstanding, he was just a source law. How could he be the reincarnation of the sovereign? The Sword Emperor fell into deep thought. Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji cannot be left alive. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. The figure of light continued to persuade. His tone was thought-provoking. The Sword Emperor snorted and said, "I have my own conclusion. Next, you need to stabilize the passage between the two worlds. Prepare for the war between the two worlds at any time. In the future, it may be a game between the three sovereigns. It will be unprecedented. We must be prepared." "Yes." The figure of light replied. He waited for a few breaths. After confirming that the Sword Emperor had no further instructions, he left. The Sword Emperor sat on the sword throne. His eyes flickered as he murmured, "Will that dream come true? Humph. Even if it comes true, I will destroy it with my own hands." Chapter 830. Zhou Xuanji did not know that the Sword Emperor was looking at him. He was fully focused on fighting Ren Niming and thinking about how to defeat him. This Ren Niming was the supreme fate of the Anti-Kunlun. His strength was unfathomable, and his divine power was inexhaustible. He was also proficient in many strange divine arts, which made him feel helpless. If not for the inverse chaos divine ability and the absolute infestation saint form, Zhou Xuanji would have lost without a doubt. His sword principle couldn't hurt Ren Niming at all. Ren Niming's heart was equally heavy, and he was even more nervous than Zhou Xuanji. His cultivation far surpassed Zhou Xuanji's, and he was supreme fate. Yet, he had been toyed with by Zhou Xuanji. How could he not be angry? This was the Kunlun origin court, and he couldn't use his fate power to its fullest, causing such an awkward scene. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Xuanji and countless great Li avatars moved around Ren Niming. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and Ren Niming was beaten senseless by the inverse chaos divine ability. Damn it. If this goes on, Ren Niming gritted his teeth. He could sense that Zhou Xuanji would absorb his divine energy with each attack. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Not only that, but Zhou Xuanji would also become more powerful and even surpass him. Thinking of this, Ren Niming became even more anxious. Zhou Xuanji had been looking for an opportunity. All the divine energy in the Tianxia map poured into the soul source orb. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian's divine energy was also sucked dry and condensed together, ready to erupt at any time. This divine power was ready to be unleashed. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to kill Ren Niming with one strike. Very good, let's wear him out like this. Little Sovereign's voice reached Zhou Xuanji's ears. He sounded extremely excited. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but focused on the battle. During the battle, he had an inexplicable epiphany. His understanding of the destiny law. A very long time ago, he'd suffered a blow from destiny, and he'd almost died. Ren Niming's destiny law was far stronger than the heavenly law universe's destiny law. In such an intense battle, he could clearly feel the existence of the destiny law. The 12 ancestors of law began to discuss. They all saw hope. Zhou Xuanji has a chance to win. What exactly is his divine ability? This is the first time I've seen such a mystical divine ability. I have to be quick in case the Sword Emperor notices. I feel like he's already lurking around. I feel like I'm being watched. No, it's very difficult for Zhou Xuanji to win in a short time. It's already very impressive that he could fight to this extent. They watched the battle nervously while discussing it. Nanmutiani said nothing, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. The battle continued. The Holy Ghost sneaked over again and tried to sneak attack Ren Niming, but it was blocked by the power of fate. Misfortune was actually a branch of fate, so the Holy Ghost was nothing to Ren Niming. However, Ren Niming couldn't kill him. The Holy Ghost was forced back again and again, but it didn't compromise. Instead, it became even more furious. How annoying. Ren Niming's eyes were cold and his heart was burning with anger. Why did the Holy Ghost come out? What was Ji Zun doing? You can't even handle a Holy Ghost? His pupils constricted as if he thought of something. His body trembled, and he hurriedly pulled away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji noticed the look in his eyes and immediately understood that he already knew the scheme behind all of this. At this moment, a ray of black light that was indistinguishable from his physical body and divine sense descended and quickly enveloped Ren Niming. Zhou Xuanji, who had the perfect exterminating divine eyes, saw everything clearly. In the eyes of Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestor, Ren Niming suddenly stopped for no reason. Zhou Xuanji wouldn't stop. Taking advantage of the victory, the soul source orb suddenly opened between his brows. Boom! A ray of purple light containing extremely horrifying origin fusion divine power burst out. It tore through the space and swept past Ren Niming instantly. The exterminating divine light, which had been accumulating for a long time, directly turned Ren Niming into ashes. At the same time, an unimaginably massive divine power poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. World internalization. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Tianxia map and the soul source orb to help him absorb most of the divine power, lest he explode and die. Fortunately, he had the absolute infiltration saint physique. He could quickly convert the origin fusion divine power of others. Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestors' jaws dropped. What did they just see? Zhou Xuanji killed Ren Niming instantly. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji didn't let his guard down, nor did he go to save Ren Niming. Instead, he remained motionless. He could feel the invisible pressure. The Sword Emperor was spying on him. He could attack at any time. What should I do next? Let him do whatever he wants? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. If it weren't for the Sword Emperor, it would have been very difficult for him to kill Ren Niming. Now that the Sword Emperor had made a move, it meant that the Sword Emperor was already next to him. He might even be staring at him, waiting for an opportunity. Get ready to escape. I will mobilize my soul power. Stay alert. Don't relax. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his mind before he started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air. Nanmutiani and the 12 ancestors were stunned. He left just like that? The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared where Zhou Xuanji had disappeared. Nanmutiani and the others immediately lowered their heads in fear. What's going on? Could it be that the sovereign's soul is helping him? The Sword Emperor furrowed his brow. His face was gloomy. Anger flashed in his eyes. He was angry at himself for neglecting the sovereign's soul. He swept his divine will, trying to track Zhou Xuanji. But he wasn't the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He couldn't see the Kunlun Origin Court and all the universes below it at a glance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji blinked. He felt the world spinning. His body was squeezed by a terrifying force. It was extremely uncomfortable. After a long while, he finally landed on the ground. He propped his hands on the ground as he knelt on the slippery mud. He shook his head and looked up, trying to wake himself up. The pitter-patter of rain fell on his body and into the mud. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him. Little Sovereign then emerged and sighed, "You finally escaped. Kid, next, you should absorb the divine power of the Supreme Destiny. Try to become stronger first." He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would go back for the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He slowly straightened his upper body and looked around. This was a mountainous area shrouded in dark clouds. The forest was covered in a layer of mist. A few black wolves were lying on the ground under the trees in the distance, looking at him nervously. Other than them, there were no other creatures. He didn't look for a place to take shelter from the rain. Instead, he sat down and meditated. I can use this rain to wake myself up. He began to absorb Ren Niming's Origin Fusion divine power. It wasn't just divine power but also the Supreme Destiny rule. It wasn't the credit of world internalization but the Soul Source Orb. Seizing the rule. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 3. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him, protecting him. Suddenly, two figures flew over from the horizon. It was a man and a woman. They were flying on their swords toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 831. A man and a woman flew toward Zhou Xuanji. They were dressed in similar blue ancient clothing and looked like a celestial couple. The woman looked like a celestial being and was beautiful and graceful. The man had a dignified appearance, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. They chatted as they flew. Soon, the woman discovered Zhou Xuanji's silhouette and said in surprise, "There's someone ahead. He's cultivating in the rain?" The man heard him and looked over. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji. He frowned. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's back, he felt an indescribable sense of unease. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. "Junior sister, let's take a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble," the man said in a low voice. The woman nodded, having no objections. The pair immediately changed their direction and distanced themselves from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also noticed them passing by, but he did not open his eyes and focused on cultivating. He had used his divine will to scan this world. It was a great thousand world, and the continent was as vast as the Wanshan Great Thousand. There were countless races living here. Of course, in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, this world was incredibly small. The pair of brother and sister left and never came back. In the following period of time, no one came to disturb Zhou Xuanji. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. With the absolute invasion saint form, the rules of the tribulation did not dare to obstruct him, so he broke through very easily and did not cause too much of a commotion. 3 enlightened origin fusion divine lords. At this level, he could use the reverse divine sword and the non-existence divine sword. First, he took out the reverse sword. The sword was silver gray in color and the blade was a little thick, but it did not feel heavy when he held it. As for the non-existence godly sword, he naturally could not see it. It was almost non-existent, but Zhou Xuanji could sense its presence. These 2 omni-fusion divine swords contained power that surpassed all the previous divine swords. Huh! This sword is not simple. Also, there seems to be some kind of power around you. Little Supreme Being said in bewilderment as his soul body flew out of the Lesser Supreme Sword. At this time, the sky was clear and boundless. The Lesser Supreme Sword stood in the middle of the grass, shining with a strange light under the sunlight. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to him. He stored the 2 legendary swords and continued to absorb Ren Niming's astral fusion divine power. About 10 minutes passed. I finally found you. The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly sounded out, causing Zhou Xuanji to open his eyes in shock. He immediately got up and took out the reverse sword and non-existent sword, preparing to fight. The Sword Emperor stood in mid-air and looked down at him with a smile that was not a smile. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth. He had never thought that the Sword Emperor would find him as soon as he broke through. Although his cultivation had multiplied, it was nothing compared to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor didn't make a move. Instead, he was sizing him up. As expected, you are absorbing the supreme destiny. Impressive. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Emperor Sword divine range is safe and sound. The Sword Emperor smiled. His smile was so cold that it made people shudder. What do you want to do? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. Not only did he not heave a sigh of relief when the Sword Emperor didn't attack him, but he was also very unhappy. He hated this kind of helpless situation. I originally wanted to kill you, but now I need a helper to help me deal with the 2 sovereigns. Once you and I win, I will not endanger the Kunlun origin court. I just want to advance to a higher realm. At that time, let me devour 3,000 origin rules. I can leave a part of each of them. This way, I can ensure the normal development of the Kunlun origin court, the Sword Emperor said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The Sword Emperor said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, making Zhou Xuanji feel quite stunned. Join forces? 2 sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the long-lost sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. That guy is still alive. From what the Sword Emperor said, that sovereign will be back soon. The Sword Emperor landed in front of him and said, my subordinates found out that your sovereign is not dead. He has reincarnated, and he is related to your fate. This means that you know him, and it's not just a simple acquaintance. Zhou Xuanji was the same as the Sword Emperor. He immediately thought of Zhou Tanhua. He couldn't help but frown. He shouldn't be your son. His fate has just begun. There are no traces of his previous life, the Sword Emperor said, shaking his head with a smile. This dispelled Zhou Xuanji's worries. He asked, in that case, why did you take my son away? The Sword Emperor smiled and explained, he was very talented. He was the same in the Kunlun origin court where I was. But that kid died early. Back then, the evil sky divine range was besieged. Origin court war god was taken away. In order to save him, Beast Sovereign used me as a ransom. That kid Tanhua died in front of me to save me. This is also why I hate Origin Court War God so much. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow again. Why is this past the same as the future Zhou Fa saw? He asked doubtfully, wasn't Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God at odds with each other in your place? Origin Court War God was killed by Beast Sovereign himself. The Sword Emperor shook his head and explained with a smile, Origin Court War God betrayed the evil Sky Divine Range and Beast Sovereign. The two became enemies. It's that simple. Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly fell into a trance. What is the relationship between the Anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun Origin Court? If it's the opposite, why is the development trajectory so similar? Little Sovereign suddenly flew out. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, and coldly snorted, Junior, what are you plotting? You can't talk about the matter between the two realms like this. It will cause chaos. The Sword Emperor glanced at him and said with a contemptuous smile, that's you. What I'm going to do is what you dare not to do. Hearing this, Little Sovereign opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, don't tell me you want to. The Sword Emperor shook his head and turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He was extremely curious. He asked, what are you talking about? Little Sovereign replied, you will be qualified to know all this when you step into the Sovereign Pursuing Realm. If you know in advance, you will die a very ugly death. The Sword Emperor nodded with a smile. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Sword Emperor and asked, what are your plans next? The situation forced him to bow his head. Since the Sword Emperor didn't want to kill him, he had to seize the opportunity to survive and counterattack in the future. You should go back and become stronger first. That sovereign will definitely come into contact with you in the future. At that time, if you find out his identity, give this sword to him or use this sword to hurt him. The Sword Emperor flipped his right hand, and a small green jade sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Zhou Xuanji. After taking it, Zhou Xuanji began to play with the sword. This small green jade sword didn't seem to be anything special. Zhou Xuanji swept it with his divine will and couldn't sense any energy from it. It was like a toy from the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji asked, aren't you afraid that I will play tricks on you? The Sword Emperor smiled meaningfully and said, you better pray that the sovereign dies. If he wins, you won't be able to become the sovereign for a long time. If I win, I can help you ascend to the sovereign's position. Chapter 832. The Sword Thearka's words were filled with attraction. How many living beings could reject the position of a supreme being? Becoming a supreme was tantamount to becoming the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Although the position of a supremacy was replaced by the old, the shortest period of a supremacy's reign was hundreds of millions of years. Zhou Xuanji did not have the right to refuse, so he could only agree. After that, he asked the Sword Arch to release Nanmutiani and the others as well. After all, Nanmutiani was considered half a subordinate of his. The Sword Emperor had no objections and agreed. Then, the Sword Emperor left and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. Little Sovereign floated to the side, not saying a word. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he lamented, what a great Sword Emperor. This is truly a good method. If you succeed, perhaps you can really become the most powerful supreme being throughout the ages. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, asked, what do you mean? The most powerful supreme being? Currently, the position of a supreme martial artist was not too far away from him. He naturally wanted to understand this domain. Supremes are also divided into strong and weak. Since ancient times, the strongest should be a cardinal heaven expert. At that time, he also encountered attacks from other supremes, but with absolute strength, he instantly killed the predecessors, created the divine meridians, and expanded many rules. Be it in terms of strength or contribution, he is second to none. Little Sovereign replied with a look of reminiscence on his face. However, since ancient times, it's extremely rare for the anti-Kunlun supremes to slaughter their way to the Kunlun origin court, let alone become the strongest supremes. Zhou Xuanji's emotions surged as he listened, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Cardinal Heaven. The title of the strongest supreme martial artist. It was unknown if such an existence was still alive. I've always been curious. Since paragons are invincible, why would there be paragons appearing one after another? The previous paragons all went to explore unknown domains, so what are these so-called unknown domains? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. This was his biggest doubt. Little Supreme said meaningfully, the unknown domain is a blank space that the mind can't think of. The Supremes created it with their supreme power. It is above the Kunlun origin court. It belongs to a higher level. Only the Supremes can step into it. Others can't even feel its existence, let alone step into it. Every single Supreme being opens a different higher plane, so it's very easy to get lost within. Back then, I tried it and almost died. In the end, I was saved by your opportunity, becoming a soul body. When he mentioned this, he was a little proud, as if he was very proud. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, could it be that my serendipity comes from a higher realm? It was also very difficult to find the origin of the two words Hongmeng in the Kunlun origin court. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe it is. With the development of sovereigns, there are too many fields and things that I don't understand. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind before focusing on his cultivation. Ren Niming's divine power was huge enough for him to continue breaking through. Previously, it took a long time because of the interference of the Supreme Fate, but now that he had removed the Supreme Fate and moved it into the Soul Source Orb, the next step was much more convenient. In less than half a month, he forcefully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Fourth Enlightened, and his divine power was far greater than before. He got up and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Next, he planned to absorb Supreme Fate in the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a woman flying toward him. The woman's clothes were covered in blood. Her hair was messy and she was holding a short sword in her hand. From time to time, she would look back. Obviously, she was being chased. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her but didn't care. Senior, save me. The woman suddenly cried out. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but take another look at her. He suddenly remembered. Isn't this woman the senior brother and junior sister I met before? In this world, he had seen these two people. Naturally, he had memories of them. It was fate that brought us together. Never mind. Zhou Xuanji was waiting for her to fly over. Behind her, thousands of cultivators flew over like an army of locusts. All of them were stepping on their artifacts. Their cultivation was very weak, far from the Saint Realm. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, they were no different from mortals. The woman flew behind him and cried out in horror, Senior, save me. I will give you a treasure after this. Zhou Xuanji's face was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, he directly teleported all the cultivators to the other side of this world. The woman was stunned. She was immediately dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji stepped into the air and prepared to leave. Senior, this treasure is for you. To repay you for saving my life. The woman said anxiously. She flipped her right hand and took out a crescent moon-shaped jade. Zhou Xuanji seemed to have noticed something. He raised his right hand and the crescent moon-shaped jade fell into his hand. Immediately afterward, he disappeared from the spot. The woman was stunned. She hurriedly called out, Senior? Senior? Unfortunately, no matter how she called out, Zhou Xuanji didn't show up because he had already left this world. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji was flying on the Lesser Supreme Sword while playing with the crescent moon-shaped jade in his hand. This thing actually contains a trace of the power of law. Interesting. Little Sovereign, floating above Zhou Xuanji's head, said in amazement. The power of law in the crescent moon-shaped jade was very thin. It was almost non-existent. But in this mortal world, it seemed very special. Zhou Xuanji carefully observed this trace of power of law. He felt a little familiar. It was very similar to the power of time and space. Back in the passage between the two worlds, he had been with the law of time and space day and night. It should be related to the passage between the two worlds. It seems that Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun are getting closer. Once they merge, it will cause unprecedented consequences. Everything may change, little sovereign murmured to himself, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Xuanji crushed the crescent moon-shaped jade and directly absorbed the power of law inside. As for the matter of the two worlds getting closer, he didn't think much about it. As long as I can kill the Sword Emperor, this matter can be solved. He flew forward at full speed. A few hours later, he returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The Emperor Sword Divine Range didn't suffer any damage. It was just that the atmosphere was very quiet. No one was walking around the various layers of the city. It was very desolate. I'm back. Don't worry, disciples. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Emperor Sword Divine Range, making everyone excited and pleasantly surprised. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who were cultivating, also opened their eyes. Zhou Xuanji came up to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was studying arrays under a tree. She wasn't surprised to see Zhou Xuanji. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, I knew you were still alive. Zhou Xuanji walked up to her and said with a smile, I can't die for you. Next, he took the initiative to talk about what had happened during this period of time. Jiang Shui listened quietly. After he finished, she asked with a frown, then, the most dangerous time is coming. Before, you were only targeted by the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor. But later on, you might anger the current sovereign. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then shook his head and said with a smile, I can only deal with it when it comes. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was very anxious in his heart. He desperately needed to become stronger. The two chatted for a while before Zhou Xuanji returned to the cultivation palace to cultivate in seclusion. After entering the palace, just as he sat down, a bright purple light suddenly burst out of his eyes. Chapter 833. The abnormality of the exterminating divine eyes made Zhou Xuanji very uncomfortable. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. They even stung a little. He immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. He saw strands of power of destiny pouring into the exterminating divine eyes from the soul source orb. The exterminating divine eyes were absorbing the power of destiny. It contained the power of time and space. It seemed that the crescent jade had catalyzed this process. Zhou Xuanji calmed down and circulated his energy to help the exterminating divine eyes absorb the power of destiny. Perhaps after this, the exterminating divine eyes would undergo a transformation. Little Sovereign also popped up and said excitedly, Awesome. Brat, your exterminating divine eyes are about to evolve. Strange, fate and spacetime rules have such a miraculous effect. He carefully looked at Zhou Xuanji, trying to see through him. Zhou Xuanji focused on fusing the exterminating divine eyes and destiny rules. During this process, the discomfort he felt was gradually decreasing. The greatly divine suppressor technique was the most suitable cultivation technique for the exterminating divine eyes. It was a powerful cultivation technique improved by the previous owners of the exterminating divine eyes. It had a great effect on creation. Even the supreme fate could be absorbed. Of course, the soul source orb also played a role in this. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while before entering the lesser supreme sword and continuing to sleep. He had consumed most of his soul power to help Zhou Xuanji escape last time. He needed a long time to recuperate. This time, the evolution took a very long time. It took a full 4 months before the evolution of his exterminating divine eyes was completed. But now, his vision was completely different. As he swept his gaze around, all the disciples fell into his eyes. He could see each other's fate. Some were as thin as smoke, some were as strong as a fire, and some were as violent as a gale. When he focused his attention on these gray chi, he could see the fate of these disciples. Fate really exists. According to a person's character and environment, there would be rules to deduce their fate. The entire system was extremely huge and complicated. Even he, who was a four-enlightened origin fusion divine lord, couldn't see through it completely. He turned his gaze to Jiang Shui and found that he couldn't see through her fate. He then looked at Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Chang Xian, and the others. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He couldn't see through the fate of those who were close to him. But he could see the fate of those who were relatively distant. He wasn't too shocked. After all, he grasped the supreme fate, which was equivalent to jumping out from fate. Everything related to him was a variable. He smiled and retracted the supreme fate in his exterminating divine eyes, no longer prying into the fate of others. Supreme fate was vast and profound. He had only fused it. If he wanted to fully grasp it, he would need more time to cultivate. No matter what, his exterminating divine eyes had become much stronger. Zhou Xuanji's mood turned for the better. He got up and left the cultivation palace to teach the Emperor's Sword divine range disciples. While he was becoming stronger, he also hoped that the Emperor's Sword divine range would become stronger as well. The current Kunlun origin court was still desolate and tense, and very few creatures dared to go out. All the origin cities were like dead cities. All the living beings were holed up in their respective divine ranges, not daring to come out easily. The Sword Arch was still massacring the divine ranges. The divine ranges that he had found could only survive by handing over a 15-star prodigy or an origin law inheritor. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the Sword Emperor. Right now, he did not have the right to stop him. The various super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges frequently interacted with each other. They wanted to gather the strength of various parties through negotiations. Among them, the Tianyi divine range, the revered Emperor divine range, and the mortal divine range were the most eager. The other 7 sovereign divine ranges were very low-key. They were so low-key that they almost didn't exist. Among the super divine ranges, the most active one was naturally the evil Sky divine range. Beast Sovereign was ambitious. He felt that this turmoil was a good opportunity for him to rise. He recruited soldiers and bought horses, taking in those homeless creatures. The Emperor's Sword divine range stayed in a corner and didn't participate in the affairs of the world. Zhou Xuanji devoted himself to cultivation. Under his preaching, the cultivation of all the Emperor's Sword divine range disciples rose steadily, making the atmosphere in the divine range more and more uplifted, sweeping away the previous panic. Another few years passed. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Tanhua how to use the exterminating divine eyes. Chang Xian appeared beside him, bowed, and reported, "Master, Tianyi divine range's range master, Nanma Tianyi, has come to visit you." Zhou Xuanji replied without turning his head, "Bring him in." "That old guy came to see me. Does he have another plan?" Unfortunately, he had already reached an agreement with the Sword Emperor. Nanma Tianyi reckoned that he didn't know that he would survive. It was Zhou Xuanji who had spoken. Chang Xian left. Soon, she brought Nanma Tianyi to Zhou Xuanji. The young-looking Zhou Tanhua retracted his eyes and obediently flew to the opposite peak. Nanma Tianyi looked at him and sighed, "This is your son, right? I have long heard of him. Even the Sword Emperor wants to snatch him." This sentence wasn't a compliment or sarcasm. Zhou Tanhua's talent had already spread in the Kunlun origin court. He had perfectly inherited Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes and cultivation aptitude. At such a young age, he was already breaking through to the Tao ancestor realm. Maybe he could reach the 9 vast heavens in less than 1,000 years. He could be regarded as the star of tomorrow. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" Nanma Tianyi said with a straight face, "Recently, the divine ranges are going to gather all the range masters and integrate the power of all the divine ranges to resist the Sword Emperor. We have the whereabouts of the sovereign. When he returns, he will definitely defeat the Sword Emperor." Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. He asked with a faint smile, "Is the sovereign as strong as the Sword Emperor?" The Sword Emperor was the reverse of him. In his opinion, if he became the sovereign, he would be the strongest among the sovereigns. As for the sovereign, in his impression, he didn't have any particularly great achievements or contributions. He had to be deceived by his subordinates. This made him feel that the sovereign was just a so-so. At least, he was much worse than the other sovereigns. Of course. He's the most powerful existence. Nanmutiani said excitedly. His face and neck instantly turned red. Although the Sword Emperor is the reverse of you, you can't think that he is absolutely invincible. The danger our sovereign encountered in the past wasn't much weaker than now. But he still managed to break through the encirclement and become the sovereign in the decisive battle that concerned the life and death of the Kunlun origin court. He is definitely stronger than the Sword Emperor. At this moment, Nanmutiani was like a crazy fan in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Is he that strong? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, well, tell me, where is the location and when is it? He didn't say anything about the sovereign's reincarnation lest Nanmutiani questioned him further. At that time, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. It's in the Sovereign Emperor Divine range. You must arrive in 76 days, Nanmutiani replied. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions. He hated the Sword Emperor to the bone. The sovereign was his hope. He couldn't allow Zhou Xuanji to destroy this hope. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Nanmutiani still seemed a little unhappy. He chatted with him briefly before quickly leaving. Zhou Tanhua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, is his Tao heart unstable? Chapter 834. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Zhou Tanhua and snappily said, he is the sovereign range master. Can a kid like you see through his Tao heart? Zhou Tanhua scratched his head and smiled, looking a little shy. Father, are you really going next? The Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Even if a sovereign returns and defeats the Sword Emperor, your crisis will not end. Zhou Tanhua reminded. In the battle between the sovereign and the Sword Emperor, no matter who won, Zhou Xuanji's life would be in danger. The Sword Emperor would prove Zhou Xuanji's potential to the sovereign. It could even be said that he was a threat. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, don't think about things that are too far away. If the Sword Emperor is not defeated, the Emperor Sword Divine range will not survive either. Maybe after the Sword Emperor is defeated, I will also have the power to fight against the sovereign. Who knows? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up. That's right. Perhaps his father would have already become a supreme martial artist by then? Alright, let's continue cultivating. Zhou Xuanji's tone changed and became stern. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude was indeed amazing. In terms of aptitude alone, he wasn't any worse than him. Such a genius was his own son, so there was no need for Zhou Xuanji to hide anything. Now that Zhou Tanhua had grown up and matured, it was time for him to soar into the sky and grow unscrupulously. Under Zhou Xuanji's guidance, Zhou Tanhua's cultivation increased day by day. In the blink of an eye, the day of the gathering of the divine ranges finally arrived. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was quickly shuttling through the universe. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian were chatting. Zhou Shaoxian seemed to be the most excited. She clapped her hands and smiled. Father, this is a great opportunity. If you can grasp it well, you might be able to become the leader of all the divine ranges. How impressive would that be? That's equivalent to half a supreme martial artist. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Why was this girl's personality so similar to Xian Xianghua's? On the contrary, Zhou Tanhua looked like Jiang Shui. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, elder sister, whoever becomes the alliance leader will become the target of public criticism. What would the supreme expert think if he saw this? The enemy is father's face, and the most powerful subordinate is also father. When Zhou Shaoxian heard this, she thought about it and realized that it was indeed not a good idea. If it was her, she most likely would not have a good impression of Zhou Xuanji either. Then I'll really be a spectator this time. Zhou Shaoxian sighed and leaned against the wall. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tanhua and said, this time, you have to observe carefully. If you become the range master of the Emperor Sword Divine range in the future, you have to know about the range masters of the Kunlun origin court. You have to distinguish who is worth roping in and who you have to stay away from. Under such circumstances, it is the easiest to see one's nature. Zhou Tanhua nodded, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, Tanhua as the branch master? What do I think? Should I learn from Auntie Xian and establish a sect outside? After saying that, she actually became excited. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl really looked like Xian Xianghua when she smiled. Zhou Tanhua said with a smile, all right. How about this, us two siblings will work together to assist father. The siblings began to talk about this matter, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt but observed them with a smile. It wasn't bad to have such a pair of children in one's life. They talked and laughed along the way, and they did not encounter any danger or obstacles. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped in front of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range. The vicinity of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was quiet. Very few creatures came and went. Those creatures disappeared into thin air as soon as they got close to the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. When the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was less than 10,000 feet away from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, a powerful space-time force moved it away. From the outside, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The next second, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage entered the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Inside the revered Emperor Divine Range, every layer was filled with people. This time, the Divine Ranges are gathering. It is said that the Sovereign is there. Is it true? If the Sovereign is there, the Kunlun Origin Court can restore peace. With so many heroes gathering, who do you think will become the leader of the Origin Court? Probably Nanmu Tianyi. Sovereign Emperor Dragon, didn't you see that all the Divine Ranges are gathering in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range? The Mortal Divine Range Master is also possible. Zhou Xuanji heard many voices. In the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, the news about the Divine Range Coalition Army had already spread. The whole range was looking forward to it. Too soon, Nanmu Tianyi sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, Brother Zhou, please come to my place. I will ask for the first seat for you. Zhou Xuanji immediately maneuvered the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and flew toward Nanmu Tianyi. After half an hour, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in a mansion in a giant city. After getting off the carriage, Zhou Xuanji put away the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and moved forward with Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Along the way, many Tianyi Divine Range disciples were looking at Zhou Xuanji with curious or complicated gazes. The existence of anti-Kunlun had already spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone knew that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji's incarnation. Therefore, many creatures hated Zhou Xuanji, especially those who had no home to return to after their divine ranges were destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He ignored the strange gazes from all directions. Walking along the stone steps, he saw Nanmu Tianyi and Wang Buao waiting in the courtyard ahead. As soon as he saw Zhou Xuanji coming over, Wang Buao immediately got up. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he wanted to experience the power of the Dark Sovereign. In the end, he ended up in a sorry state. Therefore, he was a little embarrassed when facing Zhou Xuanji. However, he was very excited in his heart because he had developed a strong interest in the destiny manifestation technique. He also wanted to learn such a powerful divine ability. Brother Zhou, you are finally here. Come and sit, Nanmu Tianyi waved his hand and said with a smile. Nanmu Tianyi waved his hand and said with a smile. His gaze swept over Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, and he was secretly surprised. Why did this kid bring his children here? After taking a seat, Zhou Xuanji introduced Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian to Wang Buao. Wang Buao didn't put on airs. As soon as he saw Zhou Tanhua, he couldn't take his eyes off him. This kid's aura, Wang Buao narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Zhou Xuanji was very young. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji's son to already have half a foot in the Dao ancestor realm. Such talent inheritance was too terrifying. Zhou Xuanji and Nan Mutianyi started chatting while Wang Buao kept staring at Zhou Tanhua. This guy wouldn't have some of the hobbies that Grandmaster mentioned. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow as he thought about it. His heartbeat began to speed up. He felt disgusted with Wang Buao. Wang Buao, however, didn't know what he was thinking. He just stared at him, wondering if he should accept him as a disciple. In this gathering of divine ranges, I want to compete for the position of Heavenly King of the Origin Court and lead the Kunlun Origin Court on the road to victory. Nan Mutianyi went straight to the point. He stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and continued, I hope you can support me. After all, you are the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji replied with a teasing smile, okay. He could see through Nan Mutianyi's thoughts at a glance. He didn't point out that his vision had already surpassed the internal strife of the Kunlun Origin Court. Chapter 835. After Zhou Xuanji agreed to support Nan Mutianyi was in a great mood and began chatting with him. This guy didn't get carried away. He still treated Zhou Xuanji as the future sovereign. Zhou Xuanji exchanged pleasantries with him, and time passed. 10 hours later. All the range masters gathered on the Venerable Emperor Divine Range's Meridian Convergence Tower. The tower was located at the edge of the city, towering into the clouds, and its top was connected to a platform with a diameter of 10,000 miles. On its edge stood the guards of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range, all of whom were Tao-treading saints. Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian followed Nan Mutianyi and Wang Buao into the Meridian Meeting Tower. As soon as they arrived, they attracted the attention of many creatures. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Xuanji or Nan Mutianyi, both of them were extremely famous and had high statuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Why is Zhou Xuanji with Nan Mutianyi? It has long been rumored that the reason why the evil Sky Divine Range was able to avert disaster was because of Nan Mutianyi. Could Zhou Xuanji have already joined the Tianyi Divine Range? Even if they didn't join, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could the Emperor Sword Divine Range be established so stably? Nan Mutianyi must want to support Zhou Xuanji just like the previous sovereign. TSK, it seems that Nan Mutianyi is determined to be the Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Hearing the discussions around her, Zhou Shaoxian furrowed her brows and showed a displeased expression. She knew about the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Nan Mutianyi. It was Nan Mutianyi who had shamelessly offered to help her father. Why did it sound like Zhou Xuanji had sided with Nan Mutianyi? Zhou Tanhua's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhou Xuanji without saying a word. Nan Mutianyi was expressionless as he led everyone to the first row of seats in the center of the pagoda. For the pulse meeting, the seats were spread out in a circle, with a diameter of 1,000 feet in the center. The adjacent seats were separated by 100 feet. There were only 13 seats in the first row, and 6 of the branch masters were seated. Sovereign Vane Master. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and found that he had seen them all before. When the Holy Ghost had disturbed the Kunlun Origin Court, these guys had appeared to threaten him. When the Paragon Vane Masters saw him, they were also moved. Especially old ancestor Hongchen, who looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to eat him alive. Brother Zhou, you can sit on the throne beside me. Nan Mutianyi smiled and sat down. Wang Buao stood behind him and scanned the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He walked to the throne and sat down. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who accompanied him on both sides, were a little nervous. After all, the range masters of the entire Kunlun Origin Court were gathered here. Tanhua, guess how high their cultivation is? Zhou Shaoxian sent a sound transmission to Zhou Tanhua. She wanted to find someone to relieve her tension. However, Zhou Tanhua did not answer. His gaze locked onto a figure opposite him. That person stood at the side of a supreme Vane Lord. He wore a red-lined golden robe, his face clean and bald, looking like a pretty monk. His palms were joined together, his eyes closed. He felt Zhou Tanhua's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled at him. Zhou Xuanji saw the exchange of glances between the two of them. He felt that it was quite funny, but his face remained calm. His son's life had begun. As time passed, more and more range masters took their seats. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take his seat among the range masters, many creatures were questioning him. Beast Sovereign led 2 people to take their seats. It was Ji Huanglin and the withered old man who had stopped Zhou Xuanji from leaving the evil Sky Divine Range. "Does that kid deserve to sit in front?" the withered old man said, gnashing his teeth. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a traitor. Ji Huanglin slightly furrowed his brow. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a very complicated gaze. Beast Sovereign, with an expressionless face, said, "The Sword Emperor is his reincarnation. He is likely to become the sovereign in the future. He is naturally qualified to sit there." The junior he once thought highly of was sitting in front of him. He had mixed feelings, but he couldn't show it. He had to pretend that he didn't care. The withered old man let out a cold snort and said no more. After about half an hour, all the range masters took their seats. Of the 13 thrones in the first row, only 2 remained. No one dared to sit. The range master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was called Li Xianhuang. He was older than Nanmu Tianyi, but he looked like a young man with a warm smile on his face. Yuan Ruzhen stood beside him, glaring at Zhou Xuanji. "How long has it been?" Zhou Xuanji, whom he regarded as prey, was actually sitting on the same level as the Sovereign Range Masters. It was ridiculous. What made him the most furious was that the Sovereign Range Masters didn't have any objections. "Everyone." Li Xianhuang opened his mouth. Just these 2 words silenced the entire Range Master Tower. He continued, "Now, the Kunlun Origin Court has been attacked by the anti-Kunlun Sovereign, the Sword Emperor. Thousands of divine ranges have been destroyed. In the future, the Dark Sovereign will also attack. The Kunlun Origin Court is now in an unprecedented difficult situation. As the Range Master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, I will not talk nonsense with you. I hope that all the divine ranges will unite and fight the Sword Emperor together. Since we want to unite, we need a leader. Our Sovereign Range Master has decided to call him the Origin Court Heavenly King. If you want to become the Origin Court Heavenly King, you must have the strength to dominate the Kunlun Origin Court. At the same time, you must be able to convince the majority of the divine ranges. Remember, it's the majority, not every divine range." He began to talk incessantly. His voice clearly reached the ears of all creatures. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He didn't take it to heart. He only had one thought right now. And that was to find out the whereabouts of the sovereign as soon as possible. The Sword Emperor said that the sovereign's fate was related to him. It meant that this person was an old friend of Zhou Xuanji. And it wasn't as simple as a nodding acquaintance. Zhou Xuanji's divine will looked at Beast Sovereign and thought to himself, could it be him? Impossible. If it was him, would the Sword Emperor allow Beast Sovereign to survive in the anti-Kunlun? Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin again. Could it be him? Just as Zhou Xuanji was wondering, Li Xuanhuang's speech ended. The Range Master Tower was in an uproar again. All the Range Masters only brought a few people with them. Even so, it was still very noisy when everyone's discussion was added together. Li Xianhuang began to wait. Now, the Range Masters who wanted to become the Origin Court Heavenly King could stand up. If no one else stood up, they would be chosen from these standing Range Masters. For a moment, no Range Master dared to stand up. The Origin Court Heavenly King required strength and fame. And all the Range Masters were gathered here. Even the Sovereign Range Master didn't dare to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji looked at Nanmu Tianyi and asked with his eyes, "Why haven't you stood up yet?" Nanmu Tianyi shook his head slightly. He didn't explain through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He turned to Li Xianhuang and asked, "The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range is in charge of the range meet. Presumably, you are the Divine Range that knows the whereabouts of the Sovereign. I hope Senior Li can tell us the whereabouts of the Sovereign." As soon as he said this, the uproar came to an abrupt end. All eyes fell on Li Xianhuang. The reason why the Range Masters didn't dare to act rashly was because they weren't sure whether the Sovereign could return or not. Without the sovereign, the Origin Court Heavenly King was definitely going to die.